It's the midpoint of the season. It's time for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships to head northeast for Event 5 here at Warden Law. A test of every element of a driver's skill set, this ever-improving facility just outside Sunderland is our home for this weekend's third round of 2024 for the Rotax classes and the eagerly anticipated start of the season for the KZ2 class. More than 150 drivers have headed to Karting North East looking to build upon results at PF International and Lark Hall so far this season in Rotax. Among them are the winners in Micromax and Junior Rotax from Scotland, Austin Owen and Will Antrobus. Impressing across that weekend and looking to take that final step to victory are Alfie Mayer, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Harry Taylor, both of the last two in Minimax. Senior Rotax is set for another battle royale in a tightly congested championship, which includes the likes of former champ Guy Cunnington and Gustav Zuzakovs. KZ2 has mentioned races for the first time this weekend with plenty of experience across the field. Miles Murphy and Ellis Stevens will both be looking to get their seasons off to the best possible start. All the action, every lap of every race can be followed across the Motorsport UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. It's time to go racing here in Sunderland for Event 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And a very good morning to everyone around the world watching here in Sunderland for Event 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We are back for finals day here at Karting North East for what it could be a very, very important day in the story of this year's championships. Myself, Andrew Mather, in the commentary box, joined once again by Henry Baudet for day 2 of racing here. Henry, what a day one we had yesterday on Saturday.
Yes, indeed, Andrew. Lots of drama, some excellent racing. A couple of races which I think we said that the drivers forgot it was only a heat race. Yes. But it has led to several very mixed up grids. We've got this wonderful 1,200 metre, 12-turn circuit. The elevation is only 5 feet, as you can see on the screen, but in reality, there's a lot more little inclines and declines and bumps that really test the driver's skill and the setup skills of the mechanics. And of course, we've been here since 1996, but realistically, the Hunter family took over this facility, about 5 or 6 years ago now, and they have transformed it. It really is the jewel of the north. Now, the weather. It is dry at the moment, but as you can see on the screen, the clouds are grey and light precipitation is due around about the times that the finals are due to go out. So it's going to be a very, very intense day of racing.
It is indeed. It's been mixed conditions throughout the course of the weekend here. So at least there's a little bit of consistency for the drivers and the mechanics in that regard. Keep your comments coming in. For now, though, we're going to head down to Nicole Sutherland for the first time today for the first of our paddock reports.
Trackside then here at Warden Law, and like the sign behind me says, where champions are born. Yesterday, these drivers faced so much adversity from both the weather, the on-track action, the off-track action. There was so much going on. These drivers as well, there's so many of them that faced penalties, fighting out on track. That means a lot of these drivers are going to be scrambling to get back into position, and we're going to see so much action throughout that. Throughout this weekend, we caught up with Hunter Motorsport driver Stanley Clark, number 79. Stanley, new to this championship, but he gave us some insight through a lap of this circuit to really show us what you have to do to be quick, to be competitive. Let's see what Stanley had to say. We are joined by Hunter Motorsport driver Stanley Clark for a quick lap in Junior Rotax. Stanley, talk us through it.
So going down into turn 1, nice braking late, not too early into it, power through the corner, and then on the left curb, opening up the right, all the way on the exit curb for the dog leg, straight on the exit as well, and then power through this left-hander, going into the centre, or the first of the centres, braking late, not too wide on the exit, ready to go back to the left, little lift, and then you don't really need to use the exit there, flat out into the chicane, and then a little brake, power all the way through and over the curb. Now braking nice and late into gasworks just before the track opens up, then power down through the corner, flat out through this left, and then middle of the track, dab of the brake, and then try power through this corner as much as you can before middle of the track into the last corner, and then there's a lap of Warden Law.
Junior Rotax 79 driver Stanley Clark. Thanks, Stanley.
Very good to hear there from one of our drivers here at Warden Law this weekend, Henry. Tough circuit for them to get on top of.
It really is. 12 corners, but they're all different types of corners. And as Nicole mentioned, of course, Nicole was racing in the senior class here last year. And she's mentioned that, yeah, some of the curbs have been very, very slightly modified. And that has changed the way that the drivers attack this circuit, because you do need to attack. That is key. It's not one of the circuits where you can kind of sit and cruise round. Just because of the nature of the way that the circuit is designed, you know, you need to be really giving it the beans, as it were.
Absolutely. We've got a couple of minutes until the first race. Let's just go through a quick review, or quick preview, I should say, of what we're going to see today. 2 Repechages to kick us off in Senior Rotax and Junior Rotax, first of them going from 10 o'clock.
And some huge names in those Repechages. So there's, don't go and put the kettle on just yet, because you're going to see a really mixed grade of the Repechages.
Another heat for KZ2, the second and last one for them will go off at 10:40. Then we're into the pre-finals. All classes getting a pre-final. They run from 11 o'clock. There'll be 12 minutes plus 1 lap each. Then there'll be the lunch break. And then 1:35 is the due to start time for the finals. There'll be 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Let's have a little look earlier in the season, though, of some of the ways that Wera Tools are involved here in the championships. Once again this year, Wera Tools are the proud title sponsor of the top kart championship in the UK. But not only proud title sponsors, they're getting involved in the action. We're here at the scrutineering bay here at PF to see how they're getting involved and how their products are being put to good use. Here we are in the scrutineering bay at PF International. This is where the scrutineers are busy at work throughout the course of a race weekend, making sure everything's being run to the standards required by the championship. We've got the Tool Rebel roller cabinet here. This is here in the scrutineering bay. Key always in a motorsport environment, quality, ease of use. And we can see here, just opening some of the trays, up to 94 pieces can be equipped with one of these Tool Rebel roller cabinets. Beautifully laid out, very high quality tools, and it's the details, it's the little touches that really set this set apart. You can see all of the sockets here, all the different sizes color coded for when it's that quick moment of needing a different size. It's not just reading the numbers. You can see 10mm spanner. How many times have we all lost our 10mm spanners? Little yellow detail on there makes it really easy to find. The tools as well, that ease of use and ergonomics. The handles on the Allen keys fitting beautifully into the scrutineer's hands. Really is a fantastic set to be using here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Wera Tools, bringing once again high quality into the championship. So we kick off this Sunday finals day at Warden Law with the Senior Rotax Repechage. These drivers have not qualified directly into the pre-final. Top 6 from this next race will do so. Here's how they line up. Louis Weaver on pole position, Alexander Adams-Acton alongside on the front row, Angus Scrivener and Armand Hamilton on row 2. Jack Gillingham and Rachel Robertson, the last of the 6 drivers, will be looking to hold their positions and keep themselves going through into the finals. Quite a surprise, though, on row 4. Ben Cook is there, but former championship leader and former world champion Callum Bradshaw, quite remarkably, finds himself in the Repechage, Henry, there on row 4. Yeah, Joshua Rudd, John Brown, Ralph Youngling and Marco Drittenprice, the Austrian driver, with Pearson Bullock Carter rounding the field. So let's get this straight. The 2022 British champion, the 2020 world champion, Callum Bradshaw there, the number 99 Kart. He's got to make up 2 places from his starting position just to qualify for the pre-final. You've also got the number 9 seed from last year, Pearson Bullock Carter in this. Armand Hamilton, who's raced all around the world, top contender for Strawberry Racing. So 3 big names, not to mention Ralph Youngling for the Dan Holland Racing team, and of course Marco Drittenprice from Austria. Here we go then for the first race of the day. 10 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Good start for Weaver. Will look to hold on the inside there. Good start as well for Angus Scrivener, holding on the inside into third. And it looks like Alexander Adams-Acton has also retained his position from the race start. Bit of a scruffy start towards the back of the field. Drivers do not want to drop out of that main pack. Down the inside goes Adams-Acton. Good overtake there for that early lead. Third place there to number 46. Scrivener runs out wide. Rachel Robertson's gone through, and Bradshaw has gone through. Bradshaw really needs to make sure that he has a clean race here. Doesn't need to win it, just needs to get through into that top 6. Doesn't need to get any silly front fairing penalties or anything of that like, because at the moment his championship bid is under a bit of threat here.
Well, I've got to say, you would think, oh, well, Callum Bradshaw, he's, guaranteed to qualify. Don't think so fast. This is a strange situation from Callum Bradshaw. As you will know from watching kart racing, the mindset in a repechage and the accuracy is often quite different. Okay, you've got to finish in the top 6, and you would think that, okay, senior drivers, they're going to try and spread out, they're going to try and drive safely, but no, there's desperation kicks in. Callum's not used to being in a situation around drivers who, with all due respect to the drivers, he's usually much further up the grid than. But of course, yesterday a time penalty and a retirement as Armand Hamilton moves to second place. So Callum's got to be very careful, because he's going to come up to drivers who aren't going to react in the same way that the usual championship front runners would react in a heat race or a pre-final. As they cross the line to complete lap number 2, Bradshaw is there in 4th position. Alex Adams-Acton has the lead. Armand Hamilton in kart 46 runs in 2nd. Then it's Louis Weaver for the GMS team. Then it's Bradshaw in 4th place. There they are, the top 4. Behind them, Rachel Robertson running in 5th, and Angus Scrivener for the Warden Law-based Hunter Motorsport team. He is the final driver in the transfer spot. There he is in kart number 49. He is in the pre-final as things stand. Ben Cook, Pearson Bullock Carter, Ralph Youngling, John Brown, Marco Dritten-Price and Joshua Rudd are the drivers that are out. We didn't see Jack Gillingham at the start. The Racing Perfection Birrell ART entry not out there. Quickly though, Andrew will say hello to everybody on the live chat. Keep your comments coming in on the Karting UK YouTube channel, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We've got those comments in the commentary box. A big hello from Austria. Jen Wade watching, and Jen's husband Daryl is here representing Rotax. And Daryl said this morning, make sure you don't tell the missus I was out till 4 o'clock in a nightclub. So I won't do that. Sorry, so Jen, so I haven't told you that. Only joking. Hello from Melbourne to Carlo Agrimi. There's our New Zealander is here, our Kiwi, Mr. Kerwin, and of course, obviously James Anagnostiatis from Australia racing later on, as we're watching Rachel Robertson getting eased wide there by John Brown.
Big off there. Rachel Robertson and the number 91 of Marco Dritten-Price are involved, so they are out. Rachel Robertson did also have a penalty. Well, that's neither here nor there right now, because unfortunately that is the end of both those drivers' weekends. It's a real shame in particular for Robertson, who was looking quick on Friday, and of course the Dritten-Price, one of the wild cards here this weekend. Sorry for cutting across.
No, not at all. So just a big hello to everyone on the live chat. Keep your comments coming in. Already we've got people from Germany watching, cheering Ralph Youngling off, and of course there goes Dritten-Price hobbling off there. Rachel Robertson had already got a penalty, I think, for a little bit of the C word, contact with Angus Scrivener. Earlier in the race that we sort of saw, but argy-bargy is a
the onion bargies.
The onion bargies. Here we go. But Callum Bradshaw has worked his way up to the rear bumper of Alex Adams-Acton, the Jax Motorsport, number 18. And does he sit and wait? Probably not. I think we're going to see Callum just sort of pass Alex as quickly as he can, get out of the way. We're now nowhere near anything, but also I think we're going to see, with 5 minutes to go, Callum, he's got to think about saving his tyres a little bit, but he is a master at tyre preservation. But he's probably thinking, okay, just in case I've got anything with a nose cone, I'm going to try and make sure I'm 5 seconds in front of whoever is in 6th position. Pearson Bullock Carter has also broken into the top 6. He's had a retirement from his second heat before the start, but Ralph Youngling is still there in 8th position for the Dan Holland Racing Team. He's got a little bit of work to do as well. He's just passed Ben Cook for 7th, but he's got a 1 second deficit to make up to get into 6th position, which is currently held by Angus Scrivener.
Yeah, it's gone into that time trial phase now, this Repechage, where the top 6 know they don't need to do any overtaking, they don't need to do any wheel-to-wheel stuff. They just need to consolidate their positions and get up the road if possible, and they're doing that right now. The gap back to Ralph Youngling in the number 25 Dan Holland Racing Machine was 1 second. It's now gone out to 1.1. It's just incrementally creeping up. There's been a change for 8th place on the road. John Brown has got past Ben Cook. So that is Ben Cook in the GMS karting team just falling away from that cut-off point. The last 6 drivers of 34 will compete in the pre-final later on this morning, and then of course the final later on this afternoon. This is really where the championship points are scored. If you are just joining us and wondering, well, what does this mean in terms of Bradshaw's championship lead? At the moment, he has lost it from the points given for the intermediate heats yesterday. Our understanding, I had a little chat with Ian Rogers. He showed me some of the data.
You mean Ian Rogers from motorsport-timing.co.uk?
Yeah, that's the one.
Motorsport-timing.co.uk. That Ian Rogers.
Indeed.
That provides all the timing and scoring for the British Championship and others.
Indeed.
Okay, sorry, carry on.
And, well, he confirmed that I got my maths right to a certain extent, and that Macaulay Bishop has taken the championship lead. Guy Cunnington has also got ahead of Bradshaw into second place. And to be fair, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, Callum, he's almost like a master of his own predictions. We asked him in a little press conference earlier in the week, you know, you raced at a European level, raced at a world level. How does the British Championship compare? You know, part of like, what's the reasoning for coming back? He said, well, because it's one of the biggest challenges out there in any karting series. Yep. And well, he's kind of proven himself that he's in this Repechage. It's not easy out there at all. And
that's a great advert. Okay, we talked about some of the wild cards, you know, some of the one-off entries, you know, that we've got here. And again, that kind of continues throughout the course of the season. And there'll be drivers watching this from around the world, especially with like the British Kart Masters Grand Prix coming up in August. There's several rounds of the Rotax series left to go. I think we're going to go to Kimbolton.
Yep.
Where else are we going? With the
Wilton
Rotax?
Mills will finish the season.
And Wilton Mill when we finish the season. I mean, things like, you know, the doors open for people to come and test their skills against the very best. And you're looking here, a former world champion in the Repechage, not because he hasn't been quick, it's bad luck and misfortune, but hey, you know, in racing, your kart races, they happen very, very quick. You can get good luck, you can get bad luck. There's Ralph Youngling leaping over the bump that goes into Senna 1, and currently Ralph Youngling is trying to chase down
Angus Scrivener.
Well, no, it's number 69, Louis Weaver. Now, Louis Weaver, Scrivener in that Carlos Sainz chassis. He's moved to 5th. It's Louis Weaver for the GMS team who is there in number 69. He's the person that Ralph Youngling has got to get ahead of.
Absolutely. We've mentioned Bullock Carter being one of the drivers you'd expect to go through. I think Angus Scrivener as well. Let's remind ourselves back to the previous round in Scotland when we were up at Lark Hall. Scrivener was consistently up in the top 5 in the heats and easily qualified for the finals that day. At the moment, he's on course to doing so again. Really impressed, though, with this drive by Ralph Youngling, because, Henry, it's so hard to cross a gap to a multiple kart pack when you're on your own. You know, you've not got any waft in terms of help from behind. You've not got a second engine pushing you along. But Ralph Youngling right now, he's overcoming the physics of it, and he's closed that gap to less than half a second.
Well, yeah, indeed. And, of course, let's not forget that although Ralph's brother Timo is he was the 2023 Junior Rotax Grand Finals champion of the world, Ralph hasn't done as much racing. He sort of, his competitive karting takes a bit of a backseat, you know, to Timo's. He dips in and out. But, yes, I think, well, you know, he's originally from Germany. I think he's got to give it Das Boot to get up there. That's a musical reference to a film. Das Boot. Anyway, carry on.
10-11, everybody, for the first bit of Henry singing of the day. 20 seconds to go.
Mark it off on your bingo card, boys and girls.
Battle for 5th place is going to kick off, I think, in about a lap's time, and that's in good time because we're going to have... Oh, actually, no, we might get the final lap this time around because there's only 8 seconds remaining. Yeah, we will get the final lap out this time around as the clock clicks to 0.
Yes.
Bradshaw's lead is comfortable. It's 0.93. But again, you're talking about that 5-second gap, that just-in-case buffer. He hasn't quite got it at the moment. Not saying that he needs it.
But it's one of those things that you just sort of, it eases the worries.
It does indeed. So, can Ralph Youngling find something here to get past Louis Weaver? That's what he needs to do to get through into the final. Scrivener has just got a bit of a gap. It's a nice gap at about a quarter of a second. He can start to relax. But Ralph Youngling, he's pushed too hard through center number 2 there and got a bit wide. That might be it. Bradshaw checks over his shoulder, sees he's got a comfortable gap, doesn't need to defend. Same for Hamilton, Bullock, Carter, Adams, Acton, Scrivener and Weaver. It's been a quiet repechage by repechage standards. Just that one incident earlier on in the race. Callum Bradshaw does the business, gets himself through and back into the pre-final. Armand Hamilton follows, as does Pearson, Bullock, Carter. Alexander Adams, Acton joins as well. Good work by the Jacks Motorsport team getting both of their drivers through. Angus Scrivener 5th. Louis Weaver takes the last spot. Ralph Youngling finishes arguably the most frustrating of positions, one spot outside the top 6. But you never know. If one of those drivers does have any kind of front fairing penalty, Youngling's right there to capitalise.
I've got to say that being topical with the European Football Championships going on, England just beat Germany in the race for that last transfer spot. Not quite sure we're going to get the same result in the football if it gets that way.
No.
But I've got to say, Wales lost to Croatia in the World's Darts Cup yesterday.
Okay, they qualified for the Women's Rugby World Cup.
Wales did qualify for the Women's World Cup, beating Spain, but that mighty darting nation of Croatia. Now, there's the 2. So, Strawberry Racing, 1-2. Jacks Motorsport, 3-4. Hunter Motorsport and GMS Karting, all get provisionally a driver through to the pre-finals and the main event. Now, I have to pick up on one comment you made, Andrew. The curse of the commentator. You did say it's been quite a sedate, a calm repechage. Yes. Next race, race 14, is junior, and there are 30 drivers in the repechage.
Well, that's going to be the bang opposite.
Let's see if that comment holds firm for the next race of the day.
Keep your comments coming in. Alpha have got a bit of a poll on which race you're looking forward to the most. But for now, though, let's head down to Parc Fermé and Nicole Sutherland.
We're with Armand Hamilton then. Armand, how come you've been in the repechage? We wouldn't normally see you in here. What's happened?
Yeah, it's not where I'd like to start my finals day, but yesterday we didn't have the best results. It started raining during the first heat and I just got caught up in a lot of drama. And then in the second heat, I ended up with a nose cone penalty. So it's just not really where I'd like to be, but still into the final now. So.
And then going into the final, what's your strategy? What are you going to be trying to do?
Just push forward, make as many moves as possible, make it all happen.
Good luck then for the final, Ahmed. We'll see you later on. We'll just head through Parc Fermé then and we'll speak to race winner Callum Bradshaw, because Callum, I know he said to Henry a couple of times recently, like, he's never been in a repechage before, and that's what we've seen from him this weekend. So, Callum, you're in a repechage. Yeah. We'd never see you here. What's happened?
Just a terrible weekend, to be honest. The first one, obviously, it was slicks in the wet, and then I got a penalty for I couldn't really do anything, just aquaplaned. And then the second one I broke down when I was leading, so obviously them two added up and I'm here, so it's a bit frustrating.
I know then we'll see you in the pre and in the final. You'll be pushing your way through. You'll get back up to the front, no doubt. But so this year, you've almost won everything in karting that there is to win. What are you trying to do this year?
I've won a B final now as well, repechage, so that's another one. But no, just obviously win the championship. It looks like these are going to be my drop scores, but it's not really damaging too much. But see what we can do in the final, to be honest. I think we can get quite high, obviously. If I can get a top 6 in the final, I think I'll be happy with that. So that's my aim, to be honest, top 5, top 6.
Great to hear from you then, Callum. We'll see you later on. We'll then head back into the comms box for the next race.
Great.
Good to see he's taking it in good spirits there, Callum
exactly.
Bradshaw.
He's now won everything, including a
everything.
repechage. Hello, Barbara Lapper on the live chat. Missed you yesterday. So Albie Lapper's support crew from Spain, America, and Australia, and Sunderland are all in the house. Big hello to Four Rota, to Glenn, and wishing the the KR Sport team. And hello to Oren from Slovenia. I'll be seeing you next week. Harry Foreman saying good luck to Josh Graham. But while you're all wishing drivers good luck, let's wish our sponsors a bit of goodwill for providing some of the funding that allows this championship to take place.
Back here at Warden Law, Karting North East. You're watching live coverage of Event 5 of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Brodette in the commentary box for you now, Henry.
Yes. Oof.
We've got what could be one of the most dramatic races of the day.
Yes.
Junior Rotax Repechage is next. 6 places available to go through. Just the small matter of 30 drivers competing for them, though.
And not just 30 drivers. We've got 30 drivers from England, Thailand, Scotland, Australia, Kenya, Northern Ireland, India, New Zealand, and Poland in this race. It is an international race. There's Charlie Neve representing Thailand, family based in Thailand. The sun is coming out. As you can see, some of the spectators and the mechanics and the behind-the-scenes people here, basking on the banking next to the Karting Northeast paintball arena, which, I wasn't allowed to get Anthony Jordan in the paintball arena to do target practice, so I'm not sure they're going to let me in there with you either. But a huge grid. James Anagnestiartis, again, very experienced driver. Yeah. You're more you're used to commentating on him race in Europe and around the world. So I know we got viewers from Australia, from Melbourne watching. Well, James is in kart number 91. There he is for Argentine Motorsport. We've got people from New Zealand. Craig Corbett, hello from New Zealand. Our Kiwi in this race be starting on the 9th row in kart number 69 for Dan Holland Racing. That's Maxim Kerwin. So again, plenty of people. Let's have a look. He's a little bit further back. There is a look at the number 15 kart. That's Joshua Smith. Now, okay, so his nickname is Bomber.
Yes.
And it's, I said, well, Josh, where did that nickname come from? It was when I started off karting, when I was in a cadet, there was a terrorist attack somewhere, I think maybe in the French terrorist bombings, and he left all his kit at, I think it was Kimbolton or Bayford Meadows, in a suitcase in the paddock and drove off without it. And so the day after, so the day of that tragedy, suddenly, where everyone's senses are very much understandably heightened, Josh leaves a briefcase or a suitcase, in a car park at a kart circuit and drives off without it. And of course, everyone thought, "Oh no, what's going on?" So that's where the nickname Bomber Smith comes from. Shane Chandaria, there's Albie Lapper. Now, wanted to say a big hi to Liam Wright, Albie's mechanic, who's not very well this weekend. I hope that he is getting better, but there we go. And Albie, he's got Nana Babs is watching along with the rest of the Lapper fan club. There's Joe Bleakley mechanicking for Kai Clark. A big hi to Kai's family as well. Lots of big names again.
And okay, so just hearing in our ear that there is going to be a small rejig of the grid. Which
tells me that maybe somebody has withdrawn from the meeting. There's a difference between not starting, and which your grid space stays empty, and if you officially withdraw from the meeting, in which case you're... But, I mean, again, you've got the number 9 seed, Leon Hasty, in this race. You've got
Rory Armstrong, number 62
Rory Armstrong,
on row 6.
The 2023 Rotax Grand Finals Minimax champion of the world. There he is, the Northern Irishman. waving. You know, he is in the repechage. There are so many talented drivers. Matteo Palazzo for Saltire Motorsport, the driver that qualified on pole at the opening round of the season at PF International. Why have we got such a mixed-up grid? Well, because of good old Mother Nature.
Yeah, very difficult conditions in terms of reading them. Not necessarily the most difficult in terms of driving, but, you know, it's just been very, very unpredictable. The weather blowing in off the North Sea as well. I don't think we've ever had a spot this week. I mean, we were watching the spot. In fact, we'll come back to that later because we are going to get ready. It is the repechage of Junior Rotax up next. Let's take you through the grid then for the junior repechage. Charlie Neve on pole position, Jacob Woods alongside on the front row. Victor Hansen and Adam Wooden start on row number 2. Leon Hasty and James Anagnostiadis are due to go off from row 3. Then it's Albie Lapper and Joshua Smith on row 4.
Kai Clark and John Buchan round out your top 10. Ahead of Kenya's Shane Chandaria and Northern Ireland's Rory Armstrong. Armstrong's fellow Northern Irishman, Daniel Kilpatrick, shares row 7 with Vlad Tomenchuk, and Ayman Bansal from India shares row 8 with Charlie Cox.
Noah Barham and Maxim Kerwin from New Zealand start on row 9. Emily Cotty and Charlie King complete the top 20 on row 10. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Adam Turacek start on row 11. They're ahead of Ben Horner and Matteo Palazzo on row 12.
Marcel Poppercall from Poland and Ryan Gill for Evolve Motorsport are on row 13. Oliver White and Isaac Barker are up next. The field rounded out by our onboard cameraman Stanley Clark, who gave us that guided lap earlier on, and rounding out the field Sebastian Lusch. Stanley Clark looked for the Hunter Motorsport driver to come through the field quite well because he didn't start one of his races, which means his tyres are going to be that little bit better.
Here we go then into the tram lines, and we're going to go around again. But no, the weather, it's dry. No, there's a problem at the back there.
That's the 84. That's Jacob Woods, who's due to start from the outside of the front row. So the Sam Pollitt Racing team, that is disaster for them.
Yeah, and Woods is out. Woods is out of the race, unfortunately.
Yes.
It's been a real test for Woods this weekend, racing with SPR. For one of the first times.
By the way, he's still got in the Jack
Lilly's
race
suit. Borrowed one.
That's not. So commiserations to Jacob Woods. So as things stand, if they all started, if they all finish where they start, it'll be Charlie Neve, Victor Hansen, Adam Wooden, Leon Hasty, James Anagnostiadis, and Albie Lapper. They are the 6 drivers at the moment sitting pretty. But there is an awful lot of very, very hungry drivers right behind them.
Oh, indeed. Cloudy at the moment. Into the tram lines then. Now we've got the green light. Now we're underway for the Junior Rotax repechage. With 29 drivers heading towards turn 1. Leon Hasty wrestles his way through. Someone's lost an exhaust silencer already. It might be Charlie Cox in the number 12.
There's a Coles racing cart. Oh, no. That's the number 13 off as well. That is...
Oh, and there's an incident down into St. John's as well. So Vlad Tomanchuk was the number 13 out of contention, and a number of other drivers fell by the wayside on this first lap as well. And there is Vlad Tomanchuk out of the race, moving to safety. There's still that cart running around without its silencer on as the number 47 trying to wrestle their way in there. That's Adam Wooden.
Oh no, so something has gone horribly wrong for some of the KR Sport carts. So you got KR Sport carts, dropping like flies, and that one accident, the one that Vlad Tomenchuk went out of, we need to get a change of underwear out to our Alpha Live cameraman because he was a little bit more up close. A bit more up close and personal than he would have liked, and that's the mechanical flag going out for Noah Barham. So another of the big hitters. Dan Holland Racing have lost one. We've got KR Sport have lost at least one. Sam Pollitt Racing have lost one. Leon Hasty and James Anagnostiadis have the top 2 positions.
The number of drivers out on that first lap: Ariam Bansal, Isabella Stansmore, Wilson, Stanley Clark was unfortunately in the lap 1 incident as well. Noah Barham, Maxim Kerwin, as mentioned, Woods, Tomanchuk and Sebastian Lusch all out of contention. So we started with 30 I would say, in terms of proper contention, we're down to 22. Maybe Aaron Bansal can find his way back into the main pack. Here's a move being attempted. That was the number 21 of Victor Hansen, currently in 5th place, just behind Kai Clark at the moment. So right now, the top 6 going through are Hasty, Anagnostiidis, Neve, Clark, Hansen and Lapper. But John Buchan, Joshua Smith and Daniel Kilpatrick as there's another spin. That's Matteo Palazzo and Marcel Popical as well, facing in the incorrect direction. They're going to be out of contention now. Well, they said it was a quiet repechage for the seniors. It's anything but that here in the juniors. Top 3 have broken away. If they can work together now, keep it calm for the next 7.5 minutes, they'll be fine. They'll be going through. It's this battle here, headed up by Kai Clark, where I think the majority of the action is going to be for who's going to move on to the pre-final, Henry. And right now, Kai Clark doing a brilliant job here at the head of this field.
Yes, and if we look there, so at the moment, it's the number 21 kart, the Sam Pollock Racing number 21, who was running in 6th position, just in front of Joshua Smith in 7th for the Jacks Motorsport Project 1 Racing Group. Then John Buchan, Rory Armstrong up to 8th. At the moment, it's Hasty, Anastiatis, Charlie Neve. We're watching the battle for 4th between Kai Clark in the KR Sport number 77, the Strawberry Racing number 29 of Albie Lapper, and then it is Victor Hansen just behind him. The gap between in and out of the pre-final is half a kart length. There is Joshua Smith in kart number 15. He is currently in. There is the number 62 of Rory Armstrong. He is currently out.
Is indeed 50.94. They also need to keep an eye on Isaac Barker. Isaac Barker's flying through the order. He's gained 16 places so far. This is one of the DHRs, the number 53. As there, you see the number 34, Marcel Popical, out of this one. Confirmed. Noah Barham showing as a lap down, so I reckon Noah Barham has come in to serve that mechanical flag. May well be able to get repaired and back out there, but in terms of a competitive result, that is him done. There was a kart going slowly there.
That was Charlie King, because that's the Cole. There's one kart. There's let's have a look. Charlie Cox. The Coles Racing kart. Charlie's had a growth spurt, so they've had to take the graphics kit off the kart.
A bit of weight.
To save 500 grams. You think 500 grams doesn't matter in karting? It does.
It does indeed. Change in this chase group. Albie Lapper has worked his way to the front of it, so up to 4th place, gives himself a little bit more insurance now over that cut-off point. Clark down to 5th. Joshua Smith has now got into the top 6. So Victor Hansen, Rory Armstrong, John Buchan and Adam Wooden. They're the ones needing to work hard now. It's more moves there, and that's not a good moment for Kai Clark, unfortunately, because he's lost 2 positions. Now going to lose another one to Rory Armstrong. He's not out of it completely yet, but this is going in the wrong direction for Kai Clark. There goes Adam Wooden, his teammate, through as well. John Buchan in the number 63. We saw him for the first time this season, last time out at Lark Hall. Good to see him back here again. And tell you what as well, Shane Chandaria in the number 56, the driver flying the flag for Kenya, has just set the fastest lap of the race, is approaching the back of this group, is now part of this group and could potentially have the pace to push through. Here's your top 3, Hasty, Anagnostiidis and Neve, doing a brilliant job right now, not fighting, pace is good, they're all in the high 50s or the low 51s, they're edging away from the chasers at around about a 1/10.5, 2 tenths per lap.
Yeah, so at the moment you have Scotland, Australia, Thailand, England and England in the pre-final, with Northern Ireland, Kenya just on the outside looking in. Shane Chandaria and the whole Pro Train Racing team have been, picking up their game. Pro Train have got a good couple of drivers in the championship this year. I have to say Marcel Popical, another one of the smaller teams, Kato Motorsport, they've been going great with Alex Moody and seniors, but unfortunately Marcel Popical will not make the pre-final and the main event. 3 minutes 45 to go.
Couple of things from race control that we do need to note though, Henry. First, you saw there the investigation flag is out for the number 47 of Adam Wooden, so David Manchester and the team will be looking at that in communications with Nigel Edwards out there. There is David Manchester in a little bit of Dave Cam, looking at all the CCTV footage.
With his bad knee.
With his bad knee after his operation. Anything that needs to be reviewed by the stewards will be referred from that room there into the stewards' room, where they'll then make any decisions that are required. But there's another one we need to note as well, Henry, that is actually quite a big piece of news. James Anagnostiadis has got a +3 second penalty. That will most likely be for a start infringement. Now, at the moment, he's okay. He's 0.18 off of the lead. 3 seconds would drop him, obviously, to 3.18, which would sit him just short of half a second ahead of 7th placed Victor Hansen. So Anagnostiadis needs to remain in this group and keep pushing on to make sure that that penalty doesn't drop him outside of the top 6. Here's a bit of a fight going on. John Buchan getting involved with Isaac Barker. Oh, and off the road there. There goes the number 78 of Charlie King. So King out of contention. Barker out of contention as well. Not a good moment for those two drivers. Their weekends will not proceed beyond this repechage.
Isaac Barker had driven from 28th to 12th. And it all ends in the tyre barriers. Likewise for Charlie King in the number 78 kart. So as things stand, James Anagnostiadis there in second place. Add 3 seconds to his race time, and that would put him in 6th position. It would put him 9/10 of a second in front of Kai Clark. So Kai Clark, who's thinking to himself, there's no way, he doesn't realise he's got to keep pushing. That driver there, the Argenti Motorsport, number 91 of Australia's James Anagnostiadis, is actually in the fight of his life in terms of getting into the pre-final. He may not even realise it. He's got to push on, though. There are your top 6. Shane Chandaria has picked up a little bit of ground there as well. The gap is 0.8 of a second between Agnostiadis, who is 2nd on the road, 6th in the overall running order, and Kai Clark in 7th place.
Charlie Cox has set the fastest lap of the race, but also has a +5 second time penalty. So that is going to be the end of things for Cox. At the moment, he's down in 16th place on the road. 60 seconds to play then. Hasty, Anagnostiadis and Neve. Top 3 looking good, even with that, what we think is a start infringement here in the box, given the time at which it came in was around lap 2, lap 3. And I say again, because it's a +3 second penalty, points to it being a start infringement. There is the driver who's trying to chase that gap down and is doing so. Kai Clark is 3.6 seconds behind Anagnostiadis on the road. If you can find that 0.61, he'll go through. If not, it'll be the end of the weekend for the number 77. The trouble is he's on his own. It's similar to what we were talking about in the junior race, Henry. 2 engines, 3 engines, always better than 1 in terms of making progress down the road. Anagnostiadis had a little look there. Needs to keep this formation going. He's got this 3 second penalty. He can't afford to lose any more time on the road. Charlie Neve there, not going for the move, understandably. 2nd place in a repechage doesn't really give you much more than 3rd.
Here we go. The clock strikes 0. The last lap begins as things stand. Leon Hasty has the race lead on your screens, followed by James Anagnostiadis, 2nd on the road. Charlie Neve is 3rd. Albie Lapper, new fast lap, is 4th. Rory Armstrong 5th. Joshua Smith 6th. They are your transfer drivers as things stand. However, Anagnostiadis, 2nd on the road. He is now just 0.6 of a second in front of the number 77 KR Sports kart of Kai Clark. And this is going to slow Agnostiadis down because Hasty is now defending for the race lead.
It could be Thule Motorsport being the biggest help for Kai Clark out there at the moment, because they are losing time with this. It's going to be one of those that we look on the line a little bit like we had with the junior final last year, through out of the final corner. Hasty, Anagnostiadis, Neve and Lapper are definitely going to have their positions on the road, but start the clock. Where is Kai Clark going to be in relation? He's just missed out by 0.26 of a second with that 3 second penalty for the Australian. On the road, it's Hasty, Anagnostiadis, Neve, Lapper, Armstrong and Joshua Smith who go through. That's a pack covered by 3.29. You apply the 3 second penalty to Anagnostiadis, that moves into 3.23. off the lead to actually gets ahead of Smith. But Kai Clark, misses out by 0.2 seconds. Really tough there on Kai Clark. There's your provisional order. You never know, though, because again,
you never know.
If there is some form of front-fairing infringement for any of those top 6, and there's not on the 77, Kai Clark would be in. But right now, that is the end of the weekend for Kai Clark, Adam Wooden, Victor Hansen, Shane Chandaria, John Buck and Daniel Kilpatrick. Good effort from Daniel this weekend, returning from a pretty hefty incident earlier on in the season. Araman Bansal 13th, Ben Horner 14th. Also going out in the Repechage, Charlie Cox, Oliver White, Stanley Clark, good drive there from Stanley from the back of the grid into 17th. Emily Cotty, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Ryan Gill, that's your top 20. 23 finishers in all, Palazzo, Kerwin and Barham, the last of them. Retirements for Charlie King, Isaac Barker, Marcel Popical, Adam Turacek, Jacob Woods, Vlad Tomanchuk and Sebastian Lusch.
Well, I have to say, there are going to be several people in the online chat who are breathing a sigh of relief, not least Barbara Lapper, who's just seen her grandson Albie potentially provisionally qualify, and also Michael Burke, all the way from Bathurst, Australia. His fellow countryman makes his way through as well by the skin of his Aussie teeth. Down to Nicole Sutherland in the pits, and what she got to say after a very exciting race.
Thank you, Henry. We're going to catch up with James then. James, you finished the race in second, but I believe you could actually be promoted to a Repechage win there. Repechage, not really where driver wants to be. What's been going on?
Yeah, obviously qualifying, to be honest, wasn't too bad. We were 4th out of the people that are on wet tyres, but got a bumper which deleted my fastest lap, which we then qualified 18th. First heat, just made a couple mistakes, got 2.5 seconds. The second heat wasn't too bad, I think 18th to 9th, but yeah, obviously put us still in the Repechage, but now we just got to fight our way through the pre-final and final.
And are you feeling confident that you can make those paces up?
Yeah, feeling pretty confident, yeah.
Great to speak to you then, James. We'll head back up for the next race, but quickly we'll hear from our partners.
Well, there we go, and there's a word from some of our sponsors, Wera Tools and Demon Seats. But My Race Lab have also joined us this year. It's a New Zealand-based company, obviously made in the UK now, but yeah, so we've got a Kiwi driver racing, or have we? No, I think...
we have.
Yeah, well,
Marcel
not anymore.
Kerwin.
Maxim Kerwin has
apologies.
just failed to qualify, but again, thank you to My Race Lab. Now we're into the last heat race. This is KZ2. Oliver Stewart is there. So 14 other drivers. Let's find out where they line up.
Time for the second heat in KZ2 as Henry's playing some basketball here in the commentary box. Let's take you through the career. Timo Youngling starts on pole position. Jake Weston alongside him on the front row. Ellis Stevens and Charlie Turner start on row number 2. Then it's Oliver Stewart. And the winner of the race yesterday, heat number 1, Josh Price. They start on row 3. Row 4, it's Miles Murphy and Ashley Lewis.
On row number 5, Derek Morgan and his fellow privateer, Lee Ward, with Nat Thomas next, followed by Ryan Green, Craig Stephen, George Barker and Daniel Sabula. Watch out for the 15-year-old driver, Daniel Sabula, starting at the back of the grid, had a big accident in practice, missed qualifying while Thomas, his dad, rebuilt the go-kart and then had a problem with the fuel pipe before the start of his first heat. So we haven't seen Daniel on track. Now let's get There is another of our rookies, the number 12 Kart, Craig Stephen, privateer entry. Standing start. Yesterday, it was half drivers went on slicks, half went on wets. The ones on slicks made the right call, the ones on wets did not.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tale of two halves, and we're not talking about the Euros in that sense.
I've got to say,
George Barker in the number 63.
I've got to say, there's George Barker in that very, very smart black suit. The last time I saw a suit that smart, it was being worn by Harvey Specter.
There we go.
There we go.
Bit
That's
of
a
housekeeping
Suits
for you
reference,
in this one. KZ2 miss out the back chicane, so when we do get to lap 1 and you see them swoop through and you're thinking, my goodness me, what are they doing? It's fine. That's the planned circuit for them this weekend, so not quite the full 1,200 metres for all of our drivers above the age of 15, and there'll be 10 minutes plus 1 lap. This is the second of 2 heats. So the results from this race and the one yesterday will be combined to give us the intermediate classification. This is, of course, the first round of the season for KZ2, 6-round season. Single round weekend for them here at Warden Law. There'll be a double header at Shennington at the end of July. They then head to Kimbolton as well for a single round in early August, and then complete the season at Three Sisters at the end of the year with another double header. Absolutely fantastic calendar. As there is Derek Morgan, just trying to get a bit of heat into the tyres, into the brakes. Very different machines, these KZ2s, not just because they've got gears and shifters and all the rest of it, but front brakes, different tyres, of course, as well. The Lacan compound on for them this weekend, but it looks, Henry, like we're good to go for this one.
Thumbs up from Dan Ashton. Red light, 2, 3, 4. Red lights out, we're off and racing. It's a poor start from one of the J-Karts at the back of the field. I think, was that not Daniel Sabula? Oh, and a problem going into turn number 1.
Turn in, that's George Barker, who's had a problem. I think it was Weston who was unfortunate to fall down the order in the early stages towards the start of turn number 1. But at the front, it's Timo Youngling who got the tyre choice wrong yesterday. He's using this round as a little bit of preparation for next weekend when he heads to Spain for the first round of the FIA European Championships in KZ2. I say his weather conditions are going to be a bit different. They've got 37 degrees in Motorland Aragon next weekend. Meanwhile, though, here at Warden Law in the British Championships, he's got that lead, needs to recover. Was, I say, one of the drivers who got the wet tyres on yesterday, got the choice wrong and finished in 10th.
Yep.
All drivers will be going through to the final, of course, but they want to get themselves as high up the grid as possible for those pre-finals.
Absolutely, and we talked about the weather very quickly before we get into the meat and bones of this race. For those of you who watched the football last night, you had in Dortmund in Germany, the Denmark-Germany game was almost like suspended with a huge electrical rain and thunderstorm, and then that weather cell seemed to move up to Belgium because we tried to watch a bit of the Spa 24 hours last night. That weather cell had reached Spa, and it was like a pace car period. You couldn't race; it was too wet. I think that weather cell is sort of making its way up towards the UK. Hopefully, some of its strength and moisture will dissipate before it arrives in Sunderland.
Definitely so. It seems to be in the year 2024. It's the year of the endurance safety car race.
Yes.
Anyway, there's a KZ2 race going on. Timo Youngling has a half-second lead ahead of Josh Price. So right now, that would put Price on pole position, I think, virtue of him having the race win from yesterday. And second at the moment in this one. Miles Murphy still having a bit of a moment mid-corner. Had a good run yesterday, was second on the road, but had a bumper penalty which dropped him to third. Ella Stevens having a strong start as well.
She was best in class yesterday.
She was best in class.
She was the best finisher on wet tyres. And there's a move up the inside. Oh, the number 22 car, Oliver Stewart. He's been away from karting. He was a former TKM Extreme driver, raced at X30, and then moved into single-seaters, has come back into karting. He's loving it, and that was an aggressive move for the Jade Racing team. A little bit else of business. Michael Burke, our resident Aussie fan from Bathurst, Australia, he's potentially thinking about doing some KZ2 racing himself. But you should feel at home, Michael, because the main straight here at Warden Law is called Conrod Straight.
Absolutely.
From your hometown in Bathurst. There we go. Back to the go-karting, Andrew.
Penalty for Charlie Turner, unfortunately, plus 5 seconds.
There was a rush. The incident into turn number 1. There was a rush performance kart running a little bit wide. Was the second kart involved in the incident that saw Jake Weston moved to the side of the track. So I would imagine that rush performance kart would have been Charlie Turner's.
He's got Ashley Lewis for company at the moment at the front of the field. 5 seconds would drop him down to, drop Turner rather, down to 13th place at the moment. 6.5 minutes of this one remaining. Getting into the rhythm now. Now there's the change between the two teammates. With Miles Murphy not too far behind there as well. You can see in the Demon Tweaks number 4 More Racing entry into Gasworks. This is the fight for second place. Josh Price ahead of Ella Stevens. Ella Stevens being supported by Alice Powell this weekend, who we had a chat to on Friday, and that interview will be on the Karting UK YouTube channel in due course. If you've not subscribed already, do go across there. If you're there, you might be watching the stream on there, because we're there on Karting UK and Alpha Live.
Andrew, you're far too nice.
Go
if
on.
you haven't subscribed already, do it now! Now! What's the matter with you people? There we go. Carry on.
There we go. So there is the driver in second place. Price ahead of Stevens. We're about 1.5 seconds behind Timo Youngling at the moment. Timo Youngling looking pretty good here on the Sodi Kart privateer entry. As I say, he'll be off to Spain early next week to join up with the CPB Sports team. There's Lee Ward in the number 10, currently in 7th place. Ward, yesterday, one of the drivers who did get the tyre choice right, finished in the top 5. Good run there from Lee. Driver from
There's a move. That is Ashley Lewis, who has been very, very impressive. He's got the bit between his teeth. Lewis passes Turner, the O-Plate champion and the 2022 British KZ2 champion. So Lewis with the white crash helmet on that Maranello chassis, leading a whole train of KZ2s through the 2 Senna S's. He's got the O-Plate of Turner, the 4 of Miles Murphy, the number 10 of privateer driver Irishman Lee Ward, and Lee Ward under pressure. Oliver Stewart, from the Bonnie Scotsman, up the inside into Gasworks for the Jade Racing team. Now earlier I spoke to Nat Thomas, Oliver's teammate, who said, look, if it's wet, we're all right. If it's dry, I'm in trouble. He is down in 12th place, just in front of Daniel Sabula. Craig Stephen is 40. Sadly, former national champion in another national series, George Barker, has had to retire. We saw him struggling to get his privateer number 63 entry off the line. But here we go, the rest of the field. Youngling, Price. Youngling 2 seconds in front of Price, with Stevens next, and then this battle you can see on the ticker, the battle for 4th. This is what you're watching. Great new innovation from Alpha Live. So you can see on the side Lewis, Turner, Murphy, Stewart, with Lee Ward and then Jake Weston trying to get themselves back into contention.
And this effectively is a fight for the outside spot on row number 1, because right now the intermediate classification looks like this. Josh Price first on 2 points. Remember, it's 0 points if you take a race win, 2 for second, 3 for third, etc. down the order. Ashley Lewis holds the other spot on the front row at the moment with 6 points. So if he can stay there in P4, as Turner has a little look down the inside of his teammate into Senna 2. Lewis held the line out wide wisely. It's Miles Murphy who stands to pick up well from this. Not only is he there 6th on the road, but right now he's 3rd in the IC as well. If he can find a way past the 2 rush performance entries, he could book his spot on that front row for the pre-final later on this afternoon. Oliver Stewart's still there as well. We've already seen a number of great moves from Stewart in this race. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. How's Jake Weston getting on? Well, he's starting to come back through. He's up to 9th place.
And he's closing in on this battle. In fact, there he goes. You just saw a flash on the screen there as he looked to the inside of Lee Ward for 8th position. Did he make the move? Not quite. but he is having a look at this. That Kart Republic chassis of number 10, Lee Ward, Ireland, veteran of the championship, stalwart of the KZ2 championship, comes from the Republic of Ireland. And there goes Stewart. Welcome back to the British Championship, Oliver Stewart.
He's got through past Miles Murphy, nearly outbraked himself into Gasworks. But Miles Murphy wasn't quite able to pick up on the opportunity there. 2 minutes to go. That has allowed the two rush performance entries, the karts, to just break away and feel a little bit more comfortable now in 4th and 5th. How's that changed things in the IC? Well, it's changed it a fair bit because Murphy's now dropped down to the 3rd row of the grid. It's 5th in the intermediate classification. Oh, was that a problem for one of the rush performances? No, I think that was just a trick of the eyes. Timo Youngling and Ella Stevens would now be on the front row.
And
Ella
here's the battle
Stevens,
for the
if she
race
can
lead.
find
Sorry.
a way through past Josh Price, could get onto the inside of row number 2. Josh Price, like we saw yesterday in his fight with Miles Murphy for the race lead in heat number 1, dealing with the pressure very, very well.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut across you there. I saw a battle there. I didn't realise that Timo Youngling, fantastic performance. Last year, Timo Youngling racing in junior Rotax, moved straight up to KZ2. He's got the Sodi Vitesse team here, his engine builder.
Oh, Turner's out.
Oh, your eyes did not deceive you. And smoke from a KZ2 engine spells one thing.
Barbecue season.
Money. Yeah, so I was saying, Timo Youngling, he's the only driver on a Sodi kart in the class. Having a look there just to make sure that I am correct. I am correct. He's got the Eurokart engine builder here. He's got Mark Barrett from Sodi Vitesse working for him, but they're running as a privateer outfit. There's no big awning. There's just a little van and an easy up awning. And Timo is just, while Ralph, his brother, didn't quite make the senior pre-final, went out in the repechage, but Timo trying to right the wrongs from yesterday, putting himself back into contention. He would be the best placed driver who chose the wrong tyres yesterday. So basically that's the maximum he can do after yesterday's debacle. Ella Stevens, though, could move ahead of Youngling on the intermediate classifications, which would be 4th on the grid if Ella can get past Josh Price.
Yeah, I reckon Stevens would get Murphy as well, virtue of a tiebreaker going to time for qualifying. It's closing in as well at the front of the order. Say Murphy's back into 3rd place because the demise of Charlie Turner has given Murphy some points back. This is the final lap. Timo Youngling taking it calm, knowing that he'll need to use some of the equipment, of course, later on today. Josh Price, can he hold there in 2nd place? Ella Stevens, can she make the move into Gasworks? That's probably going to be the best opportunity to do so. Here they come. Good positioning, middle of the road there for Josh Price. Realistically, no opportunity for Ella Stevens to get through. Timo Youngling is going to take victory in heat number 2 and show that that 25 kart is very much the one to beat here this weekend. Price, P2, Stevens, 3rd, Ashley Lewis strong again there in 4th. Oliver Stewart fights through, back into 5th place after a difficult start. Miles Murphy also in the top 6 again. First of the more racing entries there ahead of Jake Weston in 7th place. Lee Ward, Derek Morgan and Ryan Green all in the top 10. Great to see Daniel Cebula finishes the race. Had technical problems yesterday, P11 ahead of Nat Thomas, P12. 3 retirements in that race: Charlie Turner, Craig Stephen and George Barker. Yeah,
I've just seen young Luke Moore, the official sort of team mascot for Moore Racing, walk past the commentary box. Unfortunately, wearing his Manchester City jacket. But Luke, whose favourite driver is Miles Murphy, unfortunately, Miles got to do a little bit better for his mate Luke. But there we go.
Yeah, it's been a difficult weekend so far for Miles Murphy, but he'll still be there on the 2nd row of the grid. Price, Lewis, Murphy, Youngling, Stevens, Morgan, Warden, Weston. That's your top 8 in the IC.
Yes, and getting word from pit lane that it was the clutch that went on Charlie Turner's kart. Maybe we can learn a little bit more about that. But Nicole Sutherland is down in Parc Ferme. I wonder if a happy, smiling Timo Youngling is with her. Let's see.
Thank you, boys. So we are with Timo. Timo, last time I spoke to you at a kart track, you had a pedal kit on, you were in a junior, and you were racing a Rotax. How's it been going since then?
Yeah, I've grown a lot, changed class and won a lot more things than then. But yeah, a lot taller than that.
And how are you enjoying the KZ compared to the Rotax? You liking it?
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult, physical, but it's more. It's better if you win. It feels better if you win.
More competitive then, a bit more rewarding?
In UK, it's competitive. There's not as much drivers, but all the drivers are very good. Yeah, they're competitive.
And what are your expectations for the rest of the weekend? Do you reckon wins on the card if you
win? Yeah.
Great to hear from you then, Timo. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend. We'll head through Parc Fermé then, past these karts. Really want to catch up with Ella Stevens. Ella, the only girl driving in this grid this weekend. Very competitive. Obviously, Henry and Andrew have said before she's under the guidance of Alice Powell. If we can chase after her, she walks away. Ella, can we talk to you through really quickly? How's things going this weekend? Good race?
I'm struggling a bit this weekend. I've never really been here before. I tested here a few weeks ago and it was hard. It's a really bumpy track, but I'm trying my best.
Do you find it physical as well? I know when I've raced here before in a Rotax, it's one of those tracks where the corners come at you so quickly. Do you find the same?
Yeah, it's a really difficult track and it's really bumpy as well, especially for KZ. KZs are really struggling around here.
And you're under the guidance of Alice Powell, who she can get a KZ kart round quite well. What's she been saying to you this weekend?
Yeah, thankfully she's been here. I'm really grateful for her to be here to help me and support me this weekend. So I'm glad she's here to help me out.
Great to speak to you, Ella. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. We'll head up to an advert then.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the track, the racing has been on fire. The countryside is on fire. It's a real shame that we haven't got Micromax up next, because I could say that James Roots is on fire. The Roots is on fire. Yeah, there we go. And Albie Friend, he has been on fire all season for the Strawberry Racing team. Recently earned his tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals by winning in Wackersdorf, and he's got his mechanic Lee Taylor there. Now, we talk about local knowledge as a driver. Lee Taylor is from this neck of the woods. This is Lee's local track, and when Lee used to race, he would do testing here. So again, it's not just the mechanic there. Now there is Finley Lyons' mechanic. Now, Mr. Rogers, Finley Lyons' mechanic, he parked his car at the hotel last night in a very, very stupid angle. It was at a funny angle. And yes, I won't mention the name of the Force Motorsport engine builder who parked his car deliberately right next to the driver's door. So this morning, Finley's mechanic had to literally get out of his car, push his car backwards before he could get into it. That'll learn him.
That'll just clamber camber over his
That'll
transmission
learn
tunnel.
him to park properly. There's Jack Collison, the number 91, from Latvia via Hartlepool.
Indeed.
Indeed. I'm not quite sure which one is I'd rather visit. I'm going to visit Latvia soon anyway. Should have visited it a couple of weeks ago, but never mind. We'll move swiftly on. And hopefully there's a Thule Motorsport driver. So we got a Thule Motorsport driver who's not feeling very well. So we won't dwell on that. It does show that, maybe he had a... what do you have? Oh, there's Middlesbrough. We have chicken palms. Maybe he had a dodgy chicken palm last night.
I had a chicken palm about 6 years ago, and I've still not recovered.
Oh, well, there we go, yeah. A bit like that burger at Harvester last night. No, that's okay. Right, let's moving swiftly on, away from people's digestive systems, back into some go-kart racing. And here is your Minimax pre-final grid. There may be a slight delay. Obviously, we've got a driver who's not feeling wonderfully well. We want to give that driver a chance to say, yeah, we're going to race or not. There's Finley Lines looking over. Andrew Mather, please bring us up to speed on the current championship positions.
Yeah, because of course 2 heats yesterday. The results from those 2 heats combined to give the intermediate classification. That's a points championship points awarding stage. What has happened is Albie Friend has slightly extended his championship lead. It was 7 points at the start of the weekend. By my calculations, it's now 10. So still very much in the balance ahead of Finley Lines. And those 2 drivers are on the front row of the grid. So this should be a good one. Minimax 950 pre-final is next. Here we go then, first pre-final of the weekend. Albert Friend starts it on pole position in Minimax. He's joined by championship rival Finley Lines on the front row. Jack Collinson and Edward Haynes start on row number 2. They're ahead of Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Riley Morrow on row 3. Max Gilman and Josh Cormack due to go from row number 4.
On row number 5, you've got Joshua Griffin and Alex Goodson with Daniel Minto and Leo Livings on row number 6. Row 7, Sebastian Clark and Harry Taylor, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Oliver Spencer rounding out the top 8 rows.
Tom Reed and Louis Radcliffe on row 9. Theo Bradshaw and Alfie Ward complete the top 20. Jensen Chalk and Benjamin Lawn start on row 11. Archie Rogers-Tyler and Devin Taylor on row 12. The back of the field, Fraser Anderson and Jacob Jack go from row 13. Jensen Walker completes the 27-strong field.
Now,
Daniel Minto does not take the start. We did know about that. Thank you to the news from the team down
really?
in the dummy grid.
So that's okay.
That's down to 26. Max Gilman has taken the start.
It was Max who won very well. So Max Gilman is toughing it out as the lights go green and we go racing. Albert Friend leads the field in a turn number 1, a 3-wide situation, and it's Edward Haynes, the 146, that gets shuffled a little bit wide, but it's Friend and Lines, and then the rest.
Really good start then for both drivers on the front row. Leo Livings is all over the curb and a bit of the grass as well as they come out of the dogleg. Jack Collinson defending on the inside there in the 119 for third place, and a battle between the championship rivals. Friend and Lines going toe-to-toe once again here in the early stages of this pre-final at Warden Law. Friend checks over shoulder, doesn't need to defend too hard into Gasworks. There's going to be a lot of overtaking, you'd imagine, through this part of the course across the next 12 minutes. Alex Goodson was down the inside of another driver there for MLC Motorsport in the 126. Round to complete lap number 1 then. It's Friend from Lines. Collinson holds in third. McAndrew-Uren, a brilliant effort from Emerson yesterday after a difficult qualifying, stormed through the field twice to qualify well for this pre-final, has moved up 1 spot to 4th. Riley Murrow's had a good start as well, it's up to 5th. Griffin, Cormack, Gilman, Goodson and Haynes, they complete the top 10.
Yeah, Max Gilman toughing it out in 8th position. He's an experienced driver. We've got a new leader, Finley Lines, just slides at the inside going into centre 2, passing Albert Friend. Jack Collinson is there now, of course. When you've got that winning feeling, Sam Pollitt Racing has had that winning feeling, and suddenly there are Sam Pollitt Racing cars challenging for the lead in every class. Murrow is now there. McAndrew-Uren, who starts at the back of the field for both his heat races for Dan Holland Racing, he's there in the top 5. And look at that train of karts Motorsport crossing the start-finish line. A cornucopia of karting colour going through Brian's Bend.
Side by side between the SPRs into turn 3, and Murrow's got through. Collinson being shuffled back there. It's so close in this class. You lose one position, you end up not just losing 2 or 3, it's more like 7 or 8 positions out there. 10 minutes to go on the clock. There's the 169 of Max Gilman. What a job Max is doing here, pushing on. It's the longest race these drivers have faced so far this weekend, and right now he's up there in 7th place.
I've got to say, well, I mean, the two things, and Max is doing a fantastic job. I'm sure that obviously we've got the best safety teams in the world here. I'm sure there will be somebody with some water, to rehydrate Max at the end of this race. I hope that he hasn't just lost. I hope that Max doesn't come in underweight, because there's probably about a kilo sitting at the side at the dummy grid.
Friend down the inside of lines retakes first place. He loves racing here. There's some fantastic mini-max racing 1 year ago. This circuit has been an ever-present on the Rotax calendar since 2020, and that's why, because he could do bold overtaking and go side by side through Brian's Bends. That's a good one there from Friend to retake the lead, but still a long way in this one to go. There's a bit of a DHR train forming as well, with Mikandra Guerin and Joshua Griffin in there, 4th and 5th. Friend defends to the inside as they go into Gasworks. Riley Murray up in 3rd place, and it looks like Edward Haynes is fighting back through as well. So Haynes, after that difficult start, is back into the top 5. Further down the order, Tom Reed's coming through as well. It's up 8 spots to 9th. Also making progress out there, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Oliver Spencer and Louis Radcliffe.
Now at the back of the field, Archie Rogers, Tyler, Jensen Walker and Jacob Jack have all lost a bit of ground. So off camera, they're all still running, but there's obviously been a couple of excursions into the scenery. And here's something you don't see very often. Albert Friend defending the lead with 8 minutes to go. That tells me that he's thinking, and Finley Lines runs very wide. I think that Albert's probably decided, okay, Finley is going to want to battle for every position. Finley wants to go in and lead, and so the best way of attack is defence. And look at this, a whole host of Max Gilman. There he is, the number 169 Kart, still gutsing it out. He is so close behind Josh Cormack. I think that is behind Finley Lines. He's sitting on his rear bumper. Finley could probably smell Max's breath, and considering he's just been sick, that might not be great. I joke, Gilman, I can't stress how much these drivers, 10, 11 years old, you've just lost your breakfast. Obviously there might be nerves, you might just be feeling ill, you might have a case of food poisoning, and you've got to go out and do this in the British Championship. Max Gilman doing a fantastic job at the moment.
Warning flag for the 153 of Harry Taylor. Bit of a rough ride there for Edward Haynes, and he's going to lose out to Mikandra Guerin. Down the inside as well, Josh Cormack, who had that great run on home soil at Lark Hall last time out. There's the point from Finley Lines, who must be quite frustrated with this. He's not done too much wrong so far in this race, but now finds himself in 8th spot. That's Max Gilman going on the attack. Brilliant stuff from Thule Motorsports' Max Gilman. This is a heart-pounding start to the pre-finals, and look at the train. It goes all the way from the race lead back to the 153 of Harry Taylor in 14th place.
To quote the great Rubber Duck, mercy sakes alive, looks like we've got us a convoy, boys and girls, coming into St John's Bend. Friend checks over his shoulder. Collison sitting there waiting. This is his first. Murrow sitting there watching. Griffin, the Scotsman, then Mikandra Guerin. There's the number 119 Kart on your screen. That's Collison. He slipped back a couple of places, has the Anglo-Latvian driver. Then the 2 DHR teammates, Griffin and Mikandra Guerin, trying to swap places. Friend has somehow, after that little bit of defence, okay, correct. Bad pun alert. Friend has found a friend in the number 136 of the number 138 of Riley Murrow. Why? Because Murrow is happy to sit behind Albert and try and push away.
Yeah, especially with a second place on the grid for a final. You can make moves from there. It's not like a lot of circuits where it's the advantage on the inside, and some drivers would rather start 3rd than 2nd. Not here at Karting North East. At Warden Law, and they are pushing off the front now. They've now got the gap up to 0.6 of a second ahead of Joshua Griffin. Questions are going to start start being asked, I feel, of Joshua Griffin to see, has he got the pace there in the number 5 machine, the number 5 seed from 2023. Here comes Edward Haynes looking down the inside of McAndrew, and he tries to shut the door, but nowhere through, and through comes Lines. Lines gets 2 drivers for the price of 1 there, gets past the 1-2-1 of Josh Cormack in all of that as well. This is more good news if you're Brendan Murrow. The gap is nearly a second now at the front of the field. Hands up in the air. Drivers understandably getting a little bit frustrated with one another, but this is what we love about Minimax 950. A lot of these drivers who've come through the ranks, they've raced each other in the Bambinos. Oh, as Cormack gets really wide out of the dogleg, does very well to save that without any further incidents. Side by side now with McAndrew, but we saw a lot of these drivers last year in Micromax, Henry, and they've put on such a great show in 2023. They've continued it into 2024. It is arguably, I think, one of the most competitive top 10s we've got this year.
Now, I'll try and give you a rundown of the minor placings because Luca Holmes-Ballock in the second of the Synergy Factory karts, the number 128, is up in the 9th position. At the back of this group you're looking at on screen. Then it is Tom the Farmer Reed, followed by Collinson, who slipped to 11th, Oliver Spencer, Harry Taylor, Alfie Ward from the UAE, then Alex Goodson, Sebastian Clark, Jensen Chalk all the way down in 17th, with Leo Livings, Devin Taylor and Louis Radcliffe. The rest of the top 20, Ben Lawn, Theo Bradshaw, Fraser Anderson, Archie Rogers, Tyler, Jensen Walker and Jacob Jack are the remaining runners. 26 started, 26 still on the track, Andrew.
It just shows again the quality of this field. Firm but fair racing out there. There's the 176, the MLC Motorsport of Alfie Ward, currently 14th on the road. Bit of defence there from Edward Haynes, not wanting to let Finlay Lines take his 4th position away. 3 minutes to go. Friend and Murrow clear by over a second now. Can the chasing peloton of drivers get on terms with the breakaway? It is the start of the Tour de France, of course, this weekend, but here we've got excitement in Minimax. Josh Cormack trying to find his way through. Josh Cormack, who took the pre-final win last time out at Lark Hall, is currently in 7th place. Time ticking on by. A couple of further moves down the field. Reed has got past Holmes-Ballock for 9th place. Oliver Spencer and Harry Taylor coming back as well. Difficult race this for Jack Collinson, has lost 10 spots now down to 13th. Clark has got past Ward. Jensen Chalk also starting to come back through the field. Started at the very back and is now up to 16th.
I was going to say, I must have missed what happened with Jensen Chalk. I know there was a penalty yesterday and there was an issue coming, we thought he'd come in early. But Chalk, who was due to start 21st, he's gained 5 places in the 118 kart. And here we go. So Finlay Lines is going to get a good run there, the O-plate kart, because Haynes and Griffin in front of him were defending, but the track is blocked. This on your screen there, the battle for 3rd position. The number 5 kart, the Dan Holland Racing entry of Joshua Griffin, the Scotsman, holding off Edward Haynes, Finlay Lines, Emerson McAndrew, Uren, Max Gilman still there in 7th. Now you got 90 seconds plus 1 lap to go. Max, this is probably the hardest race of his life. He's gritted his teeth and he's got down to business.
Doing a brilliant job. There's a plus 5 second penalty out there for Oliver Spencer in the 142, and this race is so close. That's going to be really costly in terms of race positions and championship points. It would drop Spencer at the moment from 11th all the way down to, I think, outside the top 20. As here comes the attack from Edward Haynes down the inside of Joshua Griffin, takes 3rd place through turn 1. Clean move there from the Thule Motorsport driver. And can the rest of them now take advantage? It just doesn't look like Joshua Griffin's got the pace at the moment to keep himself there. He's done some brilliant defensive work. Again, defensive into hairpin number 1. Good teamwork there. Lines off the racing line. And McAndrew Ewan nearly taking advantage. But now this is the problem for Griffin when you're defending hard. When one comes through come the rest. He's lost 3 places now as Gilman is back through, is out there. That's Harry Taylor. That's Harry Taylor, 3rd in the championship before the start of this weekend with technical troubles.
But you saw there on the in-screen section, Harry's mechanic, Dave Wood, are frantically trying to put a spark plug cap back in. So maybe the plug worked loose, the cap worked loose. You can, if you come into the pits, you there's an exit lane, you can get back out onto the circuit. All he's thinking of, well, I'll get out there and I'll finish. You never know, I might pick up one position. I might get one more championship point. With Taylor fighting for the title, that 1 point could be critical. Friend and Murrow still lead by 2 seconds as the clock strikes 0. Now, Murrow has played nice for the last half of this race. Now it's time for Riley to see what that Sam Pollock Racing kart has got.
Luca Holmes-Ballard getting past Joshua Griffin there for 7th place. Albert Friend has had a pre-final win so far this year, as I think Gilman was going for a move again. Riley Murrow had a really torrid time last time out at Lark Hall. His best result so far, he hasn't even had a top 10 so far this year in terms of a championship point stage. And yes, Gilman did get through into 5th. What a drive. What a drive this has been from Max Gilman, given the circumstances. But we're on the final lap now. Here's the battle between Oliver Spencer, who, remember, has that penalty. Josh Cormack just behind him there. It's the battle. That's the battle for 9th. Now here we are with the race leaders. Albert Friend looking to extend his championship lead and take pole position for the final here at Warden Law later on this afternoon. Can Riley Murrow get close enough to go for an attack? He's looking a little bit far back as they head into Gasworks. No need for Albert Friend to defend through that part of the course. What a season so far for Albie Friend. Was brilliant at PF International, had a few difficulties at Lark Hall but scored well, and he's back on top again here at Warden Law. Wins from pole position in the pre-final. Riley Murrow takes his best result of the season so far, P2. Edward Haynes scores another good haul of championship points with 3rd. Finley Lines 4th, fought back there, had a difficult phase in the middle of that race. But you've got to give it to Max Gilman. We saw him having a little bit of trouble before the race. He powers through and gets a top 5.
I mean, I do hope that they get Max Gilman's kart across the weigh bridge, because obviously you've got to make sure that you weigh the correct amount quickly, and then they get a bit of fluid for Max, because he will have been naturally dehydrated after being ill just before the race. He's going to be even more dehydrated now, so we'll try and make sure that Max goes through the weigh bridge okay, because obviously you can't just add water to bring the weight up. That would be against the rules, but then quickly get some fluids into that young man who's just braved it out for a top 5 finish ahead of McAndrew Uren. Spencer, who has a penalty, that will drop him way out of the top 15. Holmes Ballock 8th on the road, Cormac 9th, Reed 10th, Griffin slips back to 11th, Chalk climbs to 12th there at the end, followed by Collinson, and a great drive for the MLC Motorsport number 176 of the UAE's Alfie Ward.
Absolutely, in the top 15 that's completed by Leo Livings. Alex Goodson P16 ahead of Sebastian Clark, Theo Bradshaw, Benjamin Lawn and Louis Radcliffe. They're all in the top 20 on the road. Devin Taylor, Fraser Anderson, Archie Rogers-Tyler and Jacob Jack all home in the top 25, completed by Jensen Walker. 2 retirements in that race. Well, 1 retirement and it did not start. The single retirement being Harry Taylor. That is a real blow. Could well be a drop score at the end of the year, but again, you'd rather be using those drop scores later on in the season.
Could be a drop score, but also, think about it, Harry, you saw Dave Wood trying to get Harry back on the track. I think if it had been earlier in the race, or if there had been more retirements, then Harry could have got back out, but there we go. But after a fantastic battle in that race, Nicole Sutherland is going to speak to 1 or 2 of the contenders.
Fantastic battle indeed, Henry. We're with Riley then. Riley, best result in this championship so far. How are you feeling about things?
Yeah, good. We just got a bit of a gap to the people behind and just sat behind Albie and just went with him. There's no need to battle with him really, just sit behind him, second's good enough.
And do you think you'll be using that same tactic in the final, or do you think you're just going to try and push and make the overtake?
If it's similar situation, probably. But if I've got someone at my bumper, and Albie isn't defending, I'll have to go in because just a little bit of breathing room to.
Great to hear from you then, Riley. Good luck for the final.
Thank you.
We'll head round Parc Fermé then to catch up with some of our other mini drivers. Let's catch Max Gilman, as he's over here. Max, how's things been going so far for you?
Good.
We've had an alright weekend, but things have been going good in the heats, and then I'm feeling good for the final.
And then for the final, what are your predictions for the race? Do you reckon it's going to be scrappy or?
Yeah, it's going to be very scrappy, but it's going to be a hard race for everyone. And then it'll be trying first, second, third, fourth, fifth will be happy for me.
Great to hear from you then, Max. We'll see how you get on. We'll head round Max's teammate then. We've got Edward Haynes. We caught up with Edward yesterday after the heats. Edward, how's things been going since we spoke to you yesterday?
Well, didn't go off to the greatest start. I know third's an alright position, but I want to be first, so yeah. I had a bad start and had to make my way through, so.
And then in the final, you know, you've got your teammate Max with you in the final. You've both been really quick. Are you going to work together, or is it every man for himself?
Well, if we're like, if he's first and I'm second, or if I'm first or he's second, then yeah, definitely we'll push away.
Best of luck then to you, Edward. We'll catch you later on. We'll just head back up to the comms box then for the next race, but quickly we'll have an advert. Welcome back to Warden Law, live coverage of Event 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. Third round of the season for the Rotax classes, first round of the season for KZ2. Getting ready for the Micromax UK final, which is coming up in a few minutes' time. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Timothy Bull. Hello to David Whitehouse as well with Motorsport Magpie.
That shot there is what you want to see. That's a young driver, Dian Pahal, just having a hug with his dad before he goes out. If you look at the back of Dian's crash helmet, you've got the Sikh symbol, you've got the two broadswords, you've got the sword going across, and then you've got the lions because they're lions, and that's the symbol on it. And I'm not quite sure what the symbol on that guy's leg is, but that's something maybe not quite as cultural.
To Cross-Eyed Lion as well. I said, now, good morning Vietnam. There was an insinuation this morning from another commentator who's in Germany this weekend. There was lateness in the camp.
There you go. There you go. There's the two broadswords, the Sikh symbol. That's really powerful. And of course, yeah, they're lions. And you love all those little tiny little Sikh symbols all over Dian's crash helmet. But the main thing is, what does every 9-year-old want before they go on a race? They want a bit of a cutch with dad.
They do
or
indeed.
mum, if whoever's doing the mechanic in. But now Dian's set to go. There we go. And yeah, we spoke to Dian. We saw Dian. There we go again. We saw Dian and his family in the paddock show last night.
We did.
The paddock show has its premiere, its world premiere, during the lunch break. So stay tuned for that. It's, as usual, for a Saturday paddock show, utter chaos.
I'd say even more than usual.
There was cricket, there was a pooch, there was the cricket's dogs. Editing, there was one little word that had to be edited out. There was kart cleaning. There was all sorts going on in the paddock show last night.
There's Austin, Omen winner last time out, of course, at Lark Hall. You know, breaking through for the Sam Pollitt Racing team. Very, very tight championship scenario here. This is going to be a big one. Let's get ready for it. It's the pre-final in Micromax UK. 26 drivers take the starts. This is how they line up for the pre-final. Dean Pahal and Maximilian Eberhardt on an all-RCE front row. Austin Oman and James Roots go from the second row of the grid. Winner last time out in the pre-final at Lark Hall, Alfie Mayer starts on row 3 alongside Arthur Farrow. Alfie Garrett and Max Jolly, they're on row 4.
Yeah, the social media superstar Max Jolly starting there on row 4. Benedictus Masioka, Sebastian Behrman, Lucian Smith and Joshua Cook on rows 5 and 6. George Clymer all the way from Cornwall on row 7 alongside India's Ansel Murray, Albert Farrow and Harris Barber.
Charlie Page and Harry Radcliffe go from row 9. Josh Hushka and Sebastian Crawford on row 10. George Swire and Logan Rolfe go from 11. Championship leader Luke Millward starts on row 12, has not had a good weekend so far at all, is joined by Buddy Hugo. Chloe McGill and Maria Roberto complete the 26 runners, and as we say, it is very, very tight. In terms of provisional scores, I reckon we've got 5 points covering Millward, Cook and Oman at the top of the table at the moment in Micro Max. As we say, the championship leader is towards the back. Cook starts on row 6. Oman on row 3. Are we good for a start this time around?
No.
Yes, we are. We're going to go green. 12 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Side by side into turn 1. Eberhardt trying to go around the outside. Has he got the grip? No, not quite. Good effort, though, from Eberhardt. Pahal retakes the lead. Own up into second place.
Dear.
And there's a spin towards the back. Is that wise Max Jolly? One of the Hunter Motorsports going round. And Josh Cook. Josh Cook, second in the championship. To the bottom of the order then. Down the inside. Austin Oman takes the opportunity. The winner of the final, the trophy final last time out at Lark Hall, hits the front again, is driving with such confidence after that win at round number 2. Has the lead into Gasworks for the first time. It's a good start as well for Arthur Farrow as Behrman's down the inside of James Roots for P4, as we come to expect in this category, Henry, in 2024. Absolutely pulsating, manic start in Micromax.
Yes, indeed. Sadly, we lost the number 96 RCE entry of Ansel Murray. We saw him parked before the start, which is why I thought we may have had a false start. We also saw a full 360 on the grass from Max Jolly. For those of you on the live chat wondering, the Behrman name is there, Sebastian Behrman. That's Oliver Behrman and Thomas Behrman's cousin. Not brother, cousin. So and again, but a very fast family, even including Dad. Ollie's dad David, who did a bit of racing back in the day, but probably the slowest member of the family by now. Anyway, there we go. Maria Roberto is up to 23rd. Chloe McGill is into the top 20, and our championship leader Luke Millward up 4 places to P19. And there's the number 19 Kart, Sebastian Crawford going missing. They're all running wide down at Gasworks Hairpin, and James Roots takes the lead.
Brilliant stuff from James Roots, but a long, long way to go. Alfie Mayer's on the attack after some great form in Scotland, has continued it here in the northeast of England. James Roots confirmed as your new race leader. Frantic gestures from the mechanics on driver's left as the field all go towards turn number 1. Through there goes the number 26 fighter. And Maximilian Eberhardt off the road there with the 26 of Harry Radcliffe. It's going to be another one of those races. You do not want to pick up any kind of time penalty in this one. We've seen that completely change the fortunes of drivers so far this weekend. There's Lucian Smith and the number 44 Jack's Motorsport machine fighting with George Clymer of Coles Racing in the number 83.
Really interesting, George Clymo, obviously all the way from Cornwall, there he goes, but he's got some great sponsorship as Clymo. Hippo Waste Collection or Hippo Bags, something like that, interesting sponsor, but again, not a sponsor that it's not his dad's company or anything like that, no, it's a sponsor who has thought, right, this British Championship, we get some good coverage, let's chuck a couple of quid at the driver that has to travel all the way from Cornwall for every round.
Yeah, and it does a brilliant job along the way. Alfie Garrett getting through there. Was at seventh place at the start of this lap, so that'll leave him past Alfie Mayer for 6th. Who else is coming up through the order? Buddy Hugo's up 8 spots so far in this race, into 16th. And George Swire, who was your Wera Tools driver of the day at Lark Hall. And reminder that the nominations will be live on the Instagram page for the British Kart Championships early in the week, and then you'll be able to vote for whoever you think should get the trophy for driver of the day here.
From the shortlist that we picked?
Yeah, from the accomplished judges.
The accomplished judges. Yes.
8 minutes of this one to go.
That's accomplished, spelt IDIOTS.
Yes.
Yes, that's the way. That's the
one. There's Austin Oman, third place at the moment, ahead of Sebastian Bebb. Could well be taking the championship lead with this drive at the moment, given the misfortune for Joshua Cook and for Luke Millwood. Where is Luke Millwood at the moment in the field? It's 20th, so he's moving forward, but not the kind of rate that he would want.
Yeah,
He's
just sort of caught the Synergy Factory kart of number 32, Logan Rolfe, who is down in 19th position. Buddy Hugo, the TWR entry. Let's have a little look. Here we go. Roots leads by just under 0.2 of a second over Pahal. Oman, Sebastian Behrman, and Arthur Farrow round out your top 5.
Should remind as well as well as the Driver of the Day award, we have the Wera Tools Excellence Award as well. You can win a full set of Wera Tools, whole toolkit. That's for endeavour. That's for it could be a driver, it could be a mechanic, it could be a team, it could be anybody in the paddock who's shown real spirit to drive against adversity. I think we've already got one nomination from the previous race.
Well, yeah, Max Gilman's certainly there, but also think about mechanics that are about to rebuild broken go-karts, aka Daniel Sabula's dad as well. So again, these are things we're looking for, and so in the live chat, obviously there's a drive slightly different. We've got the Wera Tools Driver of the Day Award, which rewards the best driver, but Wera Tools have so generously given a full toolkit to the Endeavour Award, which is an award designed to celebrate some of the behind the scenes. Yeah, the mechanics have all sorts thrown at them, including the weather. And we're getting reports that there are spots of rain in the pit lane. The pit lane is at the end of this straight, Conrod Straight. I wonder if we have a look. You can see some of the mechanics saying, slow down, it's raining, there's no grip.
Well, at the moment, the lap times are looking all right. Dian Pahal is on the attack, who saw Dian Pahal getting past Sebastian Behrman for third place through Gasworks on the previous tour of the circuit. And this is what we normally see from Dian Pahal, is down the inside. Arthur Farrow trying to find a way through past Sebastian Behrman there for fourth. Behrman, good defence around the outside, just held a lane's width open on the inside for Farrow to commit to, but not be able to carry the speed through that part of the circuit. 5.5 minutes to go. Well, this is a little bit of familiar territory for the Micromax drivers. They had this yesterday in one of their heats where the rain started to come down, and thankfully they had enough tyre temperature. It was the last 2 laps of it. They were able to keep things on the road. The difference now, 5 minutes, if the rain does start to come down a little bit harder, this could be very tricky indeed. And Owens down the inside takes the race lead away from James Roots. Brilliant stuff yet again into turn 1, getting the slipstream right. James Roots didn't defend it too hard, realising that if he could just hold himself in second place, it's not a bad spot to be in. There's still time to race back through, but here comes Pahal down the inside. Pahal takes second place, and now Roots has really got to get the elbows out to keep third, because Behrman's going to want a piece of the action as well. Maximilian Eberhard trying to come back into this is there in 6th, side by side, the number 12 and the 17. That's Harris Barber and Buddy Hugo fighting over 16th place. Behrman now down the inside of Roots, and Farrow gets both of them. Brilliant stuff from Arthur Farrow up to third. I think Eberhard also managed to sneak through. He's back into the top 5. Just over 4 minutes to go. This one is not done. Dian Pahal is now back on the rear bumper of Austin Oman and is going for the race lead. Side by side, Oman defends around the outside. They're still side by side as they go through Brian's Bend. Brilliant stuff again from both Oman and Pahal. They keep those positions going into St. John's. We've still got another 4 minutes of this, Henry. This is absolutely brilliant.
We've still got another 4 minutes of a race that only decides the starting grid for the main event itself, if you can believe that. There's Maximilian Eberhard now moving past. The 47, Alfie Garrett goes off out of the top 6. So we've got Pahal, and there's the number 24 card of Arthur Farrow to the inside of Oman at Gasworks. New leader, number 24, Dan Holland Racing's Arthur Pharaoh, Abrahart, Pahal, Harry Radcliffe now moves into the top 5 ahead of Roots. Behrman in the number 37 cart has made good progress as well. They're 3 wide. Chrysler tyre smoke as the 44 and the 16 come together. That was Benedictus Masiokas and Lucian Smith getting just a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, that was all over 9th place. Best results in the pre-final. Oh, it's off the road is Abrahart. Abrahart takes to a little bit of rallycross, gets back on the circuit, but I think lost at least 1 position in all of that. Well, the best result for Arthur Pharaoh so far this season in a pre-final is 3rd. He got that back at the start of the season at PF International. Could he beat that here in this one? He and Austin Oman are clear from the rest of the field, the top 2. Abrahart fighting back. That's down the inside for another position. Back up into, I think, 4th place. Yes, past Harry Radcliffe in the number 26. George Climo is up into 6th place. Hearing reports as well that it's starting to cool out there as well. Is the rain on its way with a bit of vengeance? 2.25 minutes to go. Pharaoh and Oman need to work together now for the next, I'd say, 2 laps to break away fully from Dian Pahal. Dian Pahal less than a second off the race lead as they head into Senna 1 once again. Plus 5-second penalty for the number 17. That's Buddy Hugo, who's currently in 16th place.
What I've noticed as well, so cast your mind back to the opening lap. We had the O-Plate winner, Joshua Cook, and Max Jolly both spinning and dropping to last. As there's a change, side by side, Pharaoh, Oman in the grass, great kart control. Pahal tries to go around the outside to pick up 2nd. Pharaoh squeezing Austin Oman and just leaving him about half a kart length. And Oman bouncing across the curb sideways, remains in 2nd. Going back, we saw Cook and Jolly spinning on the opening lap. They have both recovered for the back of the field to 12th and 13th places, respectively, and crucially, they have both driven, caught, passed and driven away from erstwhile championship leader Luke Millward, who is not having a great weekend as Pahal now tries for 2nd. Abrahart behind them makes the move on his teammate Pahal, so Abrahart to 3rd now. Pahal went for 2nd, ends up in 4th. 50 seconds to go.
It's still not decided yet, Arthur Pharaoh. This could be one of the most important laps of the season. As round goes Harry Radcliffe. Harry Radcliffe spins at Gasworks. Was he encouraged? Was there a bit of physicals there on corner entry? Couldn't quite tell from our position here in the box, but the result is that Harry Radcliffe drops all the way down, out of the top 6, out of the top 15. A real shame for a driver who'd flown through the field. He's back to pretty much where he started. 2 laps to go. Chase pack of Oman, Abrahart, Pahal and Behrman, they've got to work together, Henry, on this lap. If they're going to work, we've got to catch up to Arthur Pharaoh.
Yes.
And they are doing right now, but it's one little move will give this race to DHR and Arthur Pharaoh.
Exactly, the clock strikes 0. Next time round, Arthur Pharaoh, who has been given a warning flag for that move on Austin Oman, but no in-race penalty as things stand. There will be 1 lap to go next time by. There goes Maximilian Abrahart. And there is the 37 of Behrman trying to follow him through against Pahal and Oman. Oman now running in 3rd position. Maybe Pahal 4th, Behrman in 5th. We start the final lap. And this battle for 2nd has allowed Pharaoh to clear off. Pharaoh has got this one in the bag. Who is going to be P2? Will it be the 61 of Abrahart, the 11 of Oman, the 23 of Pahal, or maybe even the 37 of Behrman, who's got a little bit of work to do? And George Climo has moved away all the way up into P6 in the number 83 Coles Racing entry.
Change for 3rd place. Dian Pahal has got past Austin Oman through Senna 1. Is there any chance for Abrahart and the rest of them to catch? Pharaoh checks over the shoulder to see that there's no one there. He can run through Gasworks absolutely fine. Oh, plus 5-second penalty for George Climo, which undoes all of the hard work in the number 83 so far in this race. But it's going to be Arthur Pharaoh's pre-final. For the first time this season, he takes a pre-final. It's his 2nd full haul of points in 2024. Pharaoh wins it by 0.7 ahead of Abrahart. Dean Bahal scores well again there with third, Austin Owen in fourth, and Sebastian Behrman completes the top 5.
Indeed. Excellent race. You know, sometimes the kids play a little bit rough, but generally very, very good. And they go through the weighbridge, they check up. There's the iridium visor. That's on the number 11 of Austin Oman, and there's the shaking of the hands, which is what you want to see between Abrahart and Pharaoh. Further down the order, so George Climo, that penalty will drop him all the way back, sadly, to 22nd place. So, Pharaoh, Abrahart, Pahal, Oman, Behrman, top 5 on the road. Then it was Climo, 6th on the road, followed by Roots, Jolly, Charlie Page, and Benedictus Masiokas. Alfie Garrett, after his spin, recovers to 11th. The Lucian Smith, the Jax Motorsport driver who we saw trading rubber with Benedictus Masiokas, he finishes 12th. Alfie Mayer, championship leader, coming into that race, Luke Millward, salvaging 14th position.
15th place for Joshua Cook. Harry Radcliffe with that moment at Gasworks in the end finishes P16. Josh Hushka 17th ahead of Harris Barber. Chloe McGill into the top 20. A top 20 completed by Buddy Hugo on the road. Maria Roberto, Albert Farrow, Logan Rolfe, George Swire and Sebastian Crawford will all have work to do in the final in the top 25. One non-starter being Ansel Murray.
And you know something that what I do like is, of course, you know, the great thing that we talk about, the warm welcome we always receive when we come up to the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir, but also with the Hunter Motorsport team based here, there are an awful lot of drivers from this area who are racing, and there's a lot of family members who are coming to watch Triple Race for the first time, which I'm just looking at out the window, so it's a great opportunity for people that don't often see karting to come and spectate. Enough of my waffle, down to some more sense in the pit lane from Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Henry. We're down here with race winner Arthur then. Arthur, how's this weekend been going?
I hadn't had the best start qualifying near the back, and then first heat wasn't the best, either was second, and then all of a sudden the kart's feeling good, and then I managed to make the positions up. Yeah, so.
And then you had some really good championship points. You were a winner at PF. What are you thinking about the championship?
I'm just trying to win after the really bad luck round, but I have to keep pushing and keep trying.
And then back in the awning then, who's looking after you this weekend in DHR? What have they been telling you?
Matt and Marv have been looking and helping me. Matt has been telling me the lines and trying to help me be a better driver and teaching me lots about the track, and Marv is just helping the kart being set up perfect.
Great to hear from you then, Arthur. Good luck for the final.
Thank you.
We'll head through the Parc Fermé then, because we've got a little bit of time to fill before we head off for our senior Rotax pre-final. Let's see who we can find. Where's Max? There you are. You're hiding under the cart there, Max. How's things been going in that race and since we spoke to you yesterday?
It was going really well after I went off a couple of times. But yeah, we fought back through to get second.
And then in the final, have you got any tactics that you're going to be following to try and get that win?
Just push through, try and get the lead like Arthur did, and then hopefully it will be an easy race from there.
Great to speak to you then, Max. Good luck for the final. We'll keep heading through Parc Fermé then. Like I said, lots of time to speak to some of these drivers. Over there, we've got Albert Farrow. We just spoke to his brother, Arthur. He's stood there talking to Max Littlewood, who is Marcus Littlewood's brother. So Marcus Littlewood has competed in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. There's Albert. He's having some great racing this weekend. We'll keep heading through then. Probably want to talk to Austin Oman, the Sam Pollitt driver. Austin, can we catch up with you really quickly? How are you feeling about this weekend? What's been going on?
It's been very chaotic and just crazy.
Just crazy? And do you think you can do a good job in the final?
I'm hoping for a top 3 so we can get good points.
We'll see you try and get into that top 3 then, Austin. Good luck to you. We'll head back up then for a quick word from our partners, and then I'll see you after the senior Rotax heat.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Getting ready, next race out on circuit is the senior Rotax pre-final. And let's have a little bit of a catch-up. Well, we did have a little bit of a catch-up with some of the drivers early this weekend. We're back here in the media room with the top 3 after 2 rounds of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships in senior Rotax. Callum Bradshaw, starting with yourself for Strawberry Racing. Great to have you back. This is the first time we've done one of these interviews in 2024. First question, what is it that brought you back to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships this year?
Yeah, it's nice that it's sort of coming along now, sort of like the Alpha Live and everything. How you boys are doing it, it's I think it's really good for the motorsport and for the people. Obviously, it's hard for people watching to sort of get an idea. So by you doing all this, similar obviously to Formula One in like your press conferences and everything, I think it's really good. But yeah, no, getting back to your point about what brought me back, honestly, just a bit bored, to be honest. On the sidelines in 23, I just thought, you know what, if I'm still young and I can still do it, so I'll only regret if I don't go again. And like I said, I think this is my last one. But yeah, that's why I'm back.
You've raced at a Euro level, you've raced at a world level as well. How does the Wera Tools British Kart Championships compare to those? How does it prepare you? What's it like to race in?
I think it's probably one of the hardest, to be honest. In Europe and obviously the World Championships, a little bit different. Obviously, it's a one-off race. But like Europeans are fast flowing, sort of single file, based on pace, I would say more often than not to who wins. Whereas the British Championships, technical, tight tracks, and you have the front guys now in this are really strong. So I have my work cut out, definitely.
And this weekend as well, Warden Law, what are we thinking going into it?
Yeah, really strong, to be honest. Last weekend, the pace was really, really good. And I can't see it being any different this weekend. Same drivers. Just had a mishap in the heat last week, which hindered our probably maximum performance. But no, the pace is looking really good.
Thank you very much, Callum. Macaulay, moving to yourself. How have you found the step from juniors into seniors this year? You seem to have taken it like a duck to water, but I'm sure it's been anything but easy.
Yeah, obviously it's a bit different. Different drivers, different tyres, and then the engine's pretty much the same, but it's got to adjust your driving style to the tyres. Obviously, you've got to roll around the corner a lot more, get the maximum out of the tyre, really.
At the start of the year, you had that amazing O-Plate victory. How did that feel going into the season? Do you think it's given you that confidence through the course of the first 2 rounds of the year?
Obviously, it's given me confidence. I mean, I've won against some of the best drivers in Britain in senior, so yeah, I'm really confident going into the rest of the championship.
And the continuation of the working relationship with DHR as well. How important has that been in the transition into the seniors?
Yeah, they just make me feel like I'm at home. So yeah, it's good.
Fantastic stuff. Guy, we'll move to yourself. Guy, 3rd place in the championship going into this weekend. Some really strong point scoring throughout the course of the year so far. How has it gone from your perspective?
It's been okay. Qualifying's been a big issue this year. I had a tyre problem at round 1, which means I think qualified 30th or so, and then I was 38th at Larkle. So far in the finals, I had a 3rd and a 4th, so it's just been recovery drives, but obviously it's not what you want for points. But 3rd in the championship after best qualifying being like 32nd, I think, this year, so I guess you could say that's quite strong.
Bit of continuation from last year's calendar as well, that we're here at Warden Law again. Obviously, it was a much later round in the year when we were here in 2023. How much data do you have as a team? Obviously, you run your own team in Guy Cunnington Racing. Do you take from previous visits into this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's definitely tricky, especially living like 7-8 hours away from here. We don't get a lot of track time here, and when we are here, like as not being one of the big teams like the 2 next to me, it's very limited data and setup. Trying to find it out for myself. There's only sort of one or 2 karts to learn from through the weekend, so I mean, that's not seemed to hinder us on pace so like at all really at the minute, but I think it probably just takes a little bit longer to sort it all out. But yeah, it's going okay.
You've won this championship before. You know what it takes to get that number 1 plate. Where do you think you're going to be looking for a little bit more performance this weekend?
I'd just qualifying. If we can qualify a bit better. 2 problems that one was my fault really, and the other one wasn't. So a little bit of luck, and for me to get it right in qualifying would be nice. But yeah, like you say, won it before, so it's not a new thing to to do again. It's just trying to obviously repeat what I'd done a couple of years back. So that's obviously the goal.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you for your time. Best of luck for this weekend, and we look forward to seeing you out there on track. Very good to hear from the top three in the championship before things got going here this weekend. And that top three order has changed. It's still the same three drivers, but now Bishop leading the championship ahead of Cunnington and Bradshaw. If you were with us for the repechage earlier, you will have seen that Callum Bradshaw was able to race through after a difficult day yesterday. Got one of those 6 transfer spots into this final. But before we even get to the pre-final, we've got more drama. Neo Clark reports in my ear that the driver meant to be starting third on the grid has missed the gate. Had engine troubles this morning. They've been trying to get everything back together in the Thule Motorsport crew. They've run out of time, so we're already down to 33 in this one. Neo Clark will not start this pre-final.
But other news, the top 6 that finished on the road in both the junior and senior repechage, all 6 drivers in both classes safely passed scrutineering, no penalties. So with James Alagnostiatis by the skin of his teeth. No, I absolutely told a porky pie. There has been a change in junior Rotax. Kai Clark has made it. So the 6 transfer drivers, Charlie Neve, Albie Lapper, James Alagnostiatis, it was Leon Hasty who won the race and gets a 5-second penalty, which means he misses out by 0.4 of a second almost. Well, no, it was just a tiny margin. So more dramas in junior. But that means that Kai Clark has made it in. Now, it's, with senior up next. Yeah, Callum Bradshaw starting from the 29th. But again, Lewis Gilbert, a winner here, or a podium finisher here last year, starting 27th. Looking further up the order, Ewan Charman starting 23rd. Looking further up, Teddy Pritchard-Williams, 19th. Caden McQueen, 15th. So drivers out of position. But let's have a look at some of the drivers. So Tommy van der Struijs, the Dutchman, and Jamie Perilli. There he is having... so Jamie Perilli, retired from karting last year, has come back for a bit of fun, and he just seems a lot more chilled, a lot more relaxed. You know, it's like, okay, I'm going to do this fun. There's no pressure on me. Let's just go and roll with the punches and see what happens. Other drivers I think we should mention. Brandon Nagelvoort, 6th on the grid. Ollie Goodyear, leading privateer, changed chassis after practice, so he had a new frame laid down. He wasn't a CRG. He felt the CRG just had too much grip around here. Couldn't get the cart sort of loosened up. Changed frame, and he's starting 9th. Fantastic result for the privateers. But before we get going, let's have one more word from some of our partners. Go.
Here we go then for the next chapter in this fascinating senior Rotax story of 2024. Here's your grid for the pre-final. Tommy van der Struijs starts on pole position. The wildcard is alongside Jamie Perilli on the front row. Neo Clark does not take the start on row 2, has missed the gate, so Guy Cunnington will be on his own on that one. Archie Walker and Brandon Klein Nagelvoort go from row 3. championship leader after yesterday's heats. Macaulay Bishop starts alongside Kai Hunter on row 4.
Ollie Goodyear, there he is, leading the privateer train in 9th place alongside David Olejna, Tristan Rennie and Latvia's Gustav Usakovs, with David Mitchell, Jack Collins, Caden McQueen and Alex Moody on your top 8 rows of the grid.
Sam Baker and Deacon Russell go from row 9. Teddy Pritchard Williams and Benjamin Southgate complete the top 20. Sam Longley and Archie Buttle on row 11. Ewan Charman and Alex Duncan on row 12.
Behind them as they come around the final corner, Lilly, Graham, Gilbert, Harris, Bradshaw, Hamilton, Bullock, Carter, Adams, Acton, Scrivener and Weaver.
Here we go then, 12 minutes plus 1 lap are underway, and it's a good start for Tommy van der Stroys for Craft Motorsport. Won't score championship points because he is a one-off, he's a wild card. So in terms of that story, you can disregard it. There's a couple of karts off in the background. I think it's been a good start as well for Archie Walker. Yes, it has. So Archie Walker immediately up to 2nd place. Guy Cunnington is there in 3rd. Jamie Perilli still in the top 5, but has dropped to 4th. Who was involved in that start incident? I think Gustav Usakovs was a little bit held up. Little bit of rain we're hearing as well out there on circuit. These drivers had a difficult time in the wet conditions on slick tyres yesterday. I think it's Deacon Russell, Archie Buttle and Louis Weaver who've been held up. They're all still in the race. They're all running. They've ticked through sector number 1. But their pre-finals are immediately compromised, Henry.
Yes, indeed. We complete the opening lap with Archie Walker leading. We saw Ollie Goodyear in the 55 car. He's still got his CRG race suit on. That's the orange and black race suit. There's Bishop, the O-plate winner, passing his Dan Holland teammate Nagelvoort. Now, there was something flying off the side there. Hopefully that was just a bit of dirt, and it wasn't anything important. Although if it was something important, I fear we will soon find out. Looking at some of the comments very quickly. Both the commentators did an animated remake of Shaun of the Dead or Hot Fuzz. Thank you, Craig Corbett. Although, I mean, obviously Andrew Mather would be Simon Pegg. Are you insinuating that I'm like Nick Frost? I mean, I've got a big personality, but that's about it.
Well, I'm glad it's an animated one because there's no way I'm jumping over those fences like Simon Pegg did in Hot Fuzz. Anyway, back to the race. 10 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Archie Walker has stormed off the front here. 7/10 of a second ahead of Guy Cunnington. This could be a very good race in terms of championship for Guy Cunnington. He has closed the gap to who is now the new championship leader. You know, had a deficit of some 30 points or so behind Callum Bradshaw. He's overhauled Callum Bradshaw in the points and is now only 20-odd points off the back of Bishop. But Bishop will try and charge through the field. He's there in 4th place. David Mitchell, just going through your shot as well, has had a tremendous weekend. And there is your race leader, Walker from Cunnington. Perilli in 3rd. There's been a change for 5th as down the inside goes Caden McQueen. That's on Tristan Rennie for 9th place. Got to keep an eye on Kai Hunter around this circuit. He knows this place so well. Put on a clinic yesterday in those damp conditions where everybody was on slick tyres, and he won by over 4 seconds. He's got past Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, has Hunter, so he's into the top 5 and is now just behind his former teammate Macaulay Bishop, who is the fastest driver out on circuit, into Senna 1, change for 3rd. Through goes Bishop past Perilli.
Further back, Callum Bradshaw and Pearson Bullock Carter have both gained 7 places. Bullock Carter up to 24th. Bradshaw up to 22nd. Lewis Gilbert, biggest mover of the race so far, from 27th up to 16th. He's chasing Teddy Pritchard Williams, who's in 15th. But I have to say, 2 drivers that are incredibly impressive this weekend. Jack Collins for Pro Train and Alex Moody for KMS are still running 12th and 13th alongside David Mitchell. Again, lots of changing in the championship picture, although Guy Cunnington, again, experience. He was the inaugural senior Rotax champion of the modern era of the British Championship back in 2019, and he's just been passed by the driver with more final wins than anybody else in the modern era of the British Championship, the British Open champion, Macaulay Bishop.
Really good stuff there from Bishop. Now the job at hand is trying to chase down Archie Walker. There, down the inside. That's a beautiful move from David Algena up to 8th place past Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. How are our other championship contenders getting on? Bradshaw is up to 21st position. Where's Teddy Pritchard-Williams? Similar amount of progress.
13th.
Is up to 13th place now, just to chime in with them. Bishop catching Walker now. Archie Walker's going to have to think very carefully about how he defends this one, because the likes of Cunnington, Perilli, Hunter and McQueen are not too far behind us. Down the inside goes Kai Hunter for 4th place and takes 4th place through Senna 1.
Well, the good news for Archie Walker is that he's cut his hair, so his fringe isn't going to get into his eyes any longer. And I know his parents are quite happy about that, so he's at least can see forward, and he can turn around and see Bishop encroaching upon his person behind. There's Caden McQueen in the number 47 KR Sport Kart. Caden having to focus his attentions now solely on the British Championship. He goes down through Billy's Bend. Walker leads Bishop. Then a gap to Cunnington and Hunter. Then another gap back to a huge train. 5th, Perilli. 6th, McQueen. 7th, Polman van der Stroys. 8th, Aulejna. 9th, Nagelvort. Rennie in 10th and Usakov's in 11th. And another small gap to Pritchard, Williams, Collins, Moody, Gilbert, Charman, Goodyear, Mitchell and the rest, who are now headed by 19th placed Callum Bradshaw.
Got a feel that for Archie Walker, here it comes, the overtaking machine. Oh no, he just pulls out of it, does Macaulay Bishop, but he's testing Archie Walker here. Archie Walker hasn't had a top 3 championship point score so far this season. He's had some good pace, but not a lot of luck so far in 2024. 6 minutes of this one to go. And the other thing that these two have got to think about is the driver immediately behind. Kai Hunter is through and into 3rd place, ahead of Guy Cunnington. Kai Hunter, who again has been rapid this year, but hasn't quite had everything his own way in terms of race results. Really feel this weekend with Kai Hunter, it's now or never. It's his home circuit. If he doesn't have a really big score in terms of championship this weekend, he could see that number 1 plate slipping away. And we know Kai Hunter is a fighter. He's not going to give this one a ball. That's a bit of a close moment between Tristan Rennie and hearing as well that Lewis Gilbert is out of this race, so that's a real shame for the winner here in the final last year, and the winner 2 years before that as well is out of this pre-final. Will start the final from the very back.
The Diamond of Dalry, unfortunately, not shining brightly at the moment. Now, there have been many calls from many commentators across the motorsport industry as a whole, not just go-karting, saying that is there a better overtaker in world motorsport at the moment than Macaulay Bishop? He has pulled off some absolutely stunning manoeuvres, both here and in the European Trophy Series. But he has got one of the best in the business now breathing down his neck, and if there's probably nobody in the world that has overtaken more drivers around Karting Northeast here than Kai Hunter. Now, we always say you get a warm welcome up here at the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir. I think Kai Hunter's probably thinking, okay, former protege, this is how we really show how welcome you are up here, because I am going to stuff the nose cone of my go-kart to the inside as soon as I possibly can.
And whilst we're still at the middle point of the season, I do feel for Macaulay Bishop, this is where he's got to start thinking about championship. A 2nd place would do quite nicely right now when he's ahead of a number of his championship rivals. Bunter goes down the inside, looks for the move. Bishop sees it coming and holds him off for now. This is good stuff for Archie Walker. This is his opportunity. He's got to break away now from these rivals. Guy Cunnington's out now having a little look into Gasworks at Kai Hunter, so it's immediately that thing as we've seen in the seniors. McQueen's now having a look. The second you go on the attack, you've got to make it count, otherwise it's going to be a flip reverse onto the defence. Ewan Charman's coming through the field, has just set the fastest lap of the races. Here comes McQueen down the inside of Cunnington, takes 4th place. Perilli's still there. Van der Stroys is still there as well. Walker's lead is now 4/10 of a second. It's spread apart a little bit at the front. That's good news. Look how good on the brakes Bishop is there. Into hairpin number 1. It's closing back up once more, and there's 3 minutes to go.
Let's not forget Archie Walker holding on, withstanding the pressure. I think he's in his 2nd year as a senior driver, 7th in the championship last year. Black flag for Tristan Rennie. Now, I was going to say I did see in the corner of my eye an issue for Rennie a couple of laps ago. The issue was that Brandon Nagelvoort had his nose cone stuffed in his rear bumper, and obviously, but there was a mechanical flag for Rennie before that. That is now a black flag. So Tristan Rennie, do not pass go, do not collect £200. Go and have a free meeting with the race director.
Indeed, that is the end of the race there for the number 37. It's getting hot again at the front of the order as Bishop tries to go for a move on Walker. Hunter is right there, keeping him honest. Into Gasworks once again. Caden McQueen up to P4. Sam Baker is out of the race with a puncture. So we've still got 31 karts running out there on circuit. We still don't know which one of them is going to take this pre-final win here at Warden Law. Less than 2 minutes to go. Archie Walker has led this race from lap 1. We're on lap 13 now. Can he hold off the reigning junior Rotax champion, the O-Plate champion at the start of the year? Behind him, you've got the reigning senior Rotax champion, Caden McQueen, who's won many a title over the years as well. Immediately behind this is a real test for KR Sport, who've had a superb weekend so far. They've looked quick since the very first turns of free practice. Into Gasworks once again. I think right now the best news for Walker is that Hunter, McQueen and Cunnington, them all being there is keeping Bishop a little bit reserved right now.
Exactly. You know, if it was a one-on-one battle between Walker and Bishop, I would have to say I would favour Bishop. In this multi-kart battle, that gives Walker the upper hand because, like you said, Bishop can't suddenly deviate from the racing line to try one of his trademark swoops, and there comes Rennie into the pit lane, because if Bishop does move offline, you could rest assured as eggs, Hunter would put his kart right where Bishop wants to be. But Caden McQueen up 11 places. Lightning McQueen is on a mission.
This is another brilliant chapter in this senior Rotax championship. Again, a little bit of half defence there from Bishop. He's conscious of the positioning of Kai Hunter. He'd much rather, you know, take this second place and know that the likes of Hunter and Cunnington and McQueen are behind him and give a couple of points away to Archie Walker at this stage of the year. We've got 2 more laps of this one. There was 12 seconds on the clock as the leaders finished lap number 14. A little bit further down, Teddy Pritchard-Williams is just on the outskirts of the top 10. He's up to 11th place. Callum Bradshaw is up 15 positions now to 14th. This is all championship points that they are scoring. Remember, there are drop scores. They'll come into play later on in the season when we go to Kim Bolton and to Wilton Mill. But right now, time is up on the clock here in the pre-final for Senior Rotax. Who's going to take the next haul of 65 championship points? Who's going to take pole position for the final later today? Archie Walker has led this one out brilliantly so far and has got 1 more lap to go.
Archie Walker capitalising on the fact that Neo Clark wasn't starting the race. Walker was due to start 5th. With Clark not starting, that moved Walker up to 3rd. In karting, you don't suddenly move everybody up. It's the drivers who's due to start in the line behind. Everyone just moves up in their line. They don't just cross over, and everyone doesn't swap the grid positions. That would take too long. So that's the rule in karting. Walker now half a lap from home, and he's pulling away. Bishop having to defend. Here comes McQueen as a little nibble on Kai Hunter coming through the Dunlop chicane, and he's going to have a big old chew off that rear bumper going through Gasworks if Kai Hunter gives him half an opportunity, but he doesn't.
Archie Walker is going to take his first victory of the season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. He wins the pre-final here at Warden Law. He holds off the gnashing teeth of the field behind. Macaulay Bishop takes 2nd place. That is a good result for his championship bid. Kai Hunter is 3rd. Caden McQueen 4th, Guy Cunnington in 5th. They will start in that order for the final later on today. Tommy van der Stroys P6, David Algetner in 7th ahead of Jamie Perilli, Gustav Uzakovs and Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. Key moves through the field. Teddy Pritchard-Williams goes from 19th to 11th in that one. Callum Bradshaw has got himself back in play. Yes, he'll have work to do from 13th on the grid in the final, but he's there. And, well, after the trials of the Repechage earlier, that is a pretty good performance from the former world champion.
Do not count Bradshaw out of this one yet. Behind Callum Bradshaw, Joshua Graham, Jack Collins, Pearson Bullock Carter, another big mover from 31st to 16th. Alex Moody and Ollie Goodyear continuing their strong weekends inside the top 20. Tyler Harris up to 19th. Jack Lilly. Now, Jack Lilly finished in 20th. I know Jack's mum is a keen amateur photographer, and I hope that she managed to get the camera pointer in the right way for Jack in that race. Further down the order, we lost Rennie, Baker, Gilbert and Clark. They're the tales of sorrow. Here are the tales of joy with Nicole Sutherland.
Archie Walker, then, you've not even had a minute to take a breath yet, and I've just ambushed you to have a chat. How are you feeling about that win then?
Yeah, it was a nice easy race, and as easy as it can be. I didn't really have much to do. Was just sat up front, got a good start, and just had to control the gap from there, making sure they were never too close to make a move.
And then you had Macaulay Bishop, right behind you. He was there. Was there any pressure from him, or did you just think, you raced a controlled race?
At the start, I got a bit of a gap on the first couple of laps, so I was just controlling my tyres, making sure I didn't push them too hard. He caught back up, so there was a bit of mid-race pressure, but at the end, I just felt that I could push a bit more and keep him at a safe distance.
Yeah, and in my experience at this track, it's a bit of a tyre eater. You have to really control it and look after them. How do you manage that?
It's just about at the start of the race, consolidating your position, not pushing too hard so you can go at the end. The last sector is obviously really strenuous on the rear right tyre, and then the first on the rear left. So it's just about making sure you're not sliding at any point, not locking the brakes too much, and just having a good race.
Great to hear from you, Archie. We'll head back up then to the next race, which will be Junior Rotax.
Back here in the media room with our top 3 in Junior Rotax after 2 rounds of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. William Antrobus, Harry Bartle and Harrison Whittaker. William, starting with yourself, championship leader going into this weekend, but let's take a step back to a few weeks ago, around a month ago in Scotland at Lark Hall. A perfect weekend for you, maximum points. You must have been delighted with the performance there.
Yeah, I was delighted with the performance. It was very tough to pull off, considering I've got Harry and Harrison as well, and then I've got the rest of the people like Jacob and Jack West, who are very tough as well. But yeah, it was a very good weekend, and I'm very happy to lead it. But it's about the long-term run, about how we do in the championship overall as well, because we've still got 3 rounds to go. But yeah, very good round.
Team spirits seem really on a high at the moment. So with yourself and Austin Oman in one of the other classes, the long-awaited victory for Sam Pollitt Racing in a final. Do you feel like a little bit of weight's off the shoulders this weekend, or is it back into the focus of being championship leader?
No, it's a bit of both really, but it's about how you deal with it as well. That's the main thing. If you deal with it good, you'll get your head down and you'll go out and do your best. But it's a little bit of weight continuing off Larkle, considering I'm the championship leader and everything, but I've just got to get my head down and go, really.
Last question for yourself. Well, this circuit, what are the similarities and differences to PF International and Larkle where we've been so far this season?
It's definitely a lot harder on the tyres here, but it's such a nice track to drive. It's fast, it's flowing. It's got technical sections, so yeah.
Good stuff. Harry Bartle for Strawberry Racing, moving to yourself. Great start to the season, won the O-Plate, really strong at PF International as well. Some difficulties at Lark Hall, if that's fair to say. How are you looking, do you think, going into Warden Law this weekend?
Obviously, last weekend we had a good win and the pace is very, very strong. So it's looking good. But the first 2 rounds, the first round went well, second in the championship, and the second round didn't really go to plan. Had a few bad races, but wasn't too bad, stayed second in the championship, so it's looking good.
At the end of 2023, these classes were all about DHR. You're not the only Strawberry Racing driver who's in amongst the top 3 within your respective classes. What have you been most proud of in terms of the work that you and the team have done so far this year?
Obviously, my first season back in Rotax, and we had a good start at the O-Plate, so the team did a great job, and I continue to do a good job, always working, back at the workshop to get the engines, and the team's doing well, so looking good.
Harrison, moving to yourself, it's been a very competitive season for yourself so far at Argenti. I think a bit of a roller coaster, you've ups and downs, but given the trend that you've seen so far this season, this should be a good one for you this weekend at Warden Law.
Yeah, Warden Law has always been a really fast track for me. I mean, I've shown my pace last year throughout British Champs and UKC. Hopefully I'll bring it now. I missed the pre-round, which was last weekend, which was UKC, but hopefully I'll be on it now this weekend.
Really interesting team dynamic that you've got in Argenti Motorsport. You are the lead driver, of course, in the team in the points standings. Do you think this is a really good opportunity for you this weekend to assert your leadership over the rest of the Argenti drivers in this class?
Well, we always try to work together, and we always I want Tom's there right behind me, only like 10 points behind. So hopefully I'll keep my lead.
Okay, here we go. Very quickly, a rundown of our Junior Rotax pre-final starting grid. Harry Bartle and Jacob Ashcroft on row 1. Thomas Behrman and Lewis Goff are on row 2, followed by Lucas Blandford and Scott Marsh, Hugh Moulton and William Antrobus. The rest of the top 10 rounded up by Finley Buck and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Then you've got Archer, Crowther on row 6, Walker and Denham row 7, West and Nelson row 8, Veach and Whitcomb row 9, Mentier and Cameron round out the top 20, followed by Spearing, Anderson, Neve and Majauskis. The rest of the top 30, Fluitt, Truman, Turnbull and McDonald, with the Repechage qualifiers Neve, Lapper, Armstrong, Ananostiatis, Smith and Kai Clark rounding out your 34 strong grid. Andrew Mather, the seniors could well have just been a warm-up. Who knows?
Two drivers on the front row, undefeated through the heats. Here they meet in the pre-final for the first time this weekend. And after that beautiful fast run through the grid, Henry, they're going to go round again for another formation lap. Calm here in the box. Keep your comments and your wishes of support coming in on the comments, both on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the Karting UK channel. Subscribe to them both now. I'm not asking you whether you'd like to.
No,
I'm
we're not
telling
asking,
you
telling
to do
you.
it. And if you've got multiple YouTube accounts as well, double like, triple, or just click all the buttons to subscribe, like, and share. So, championship scenario for juniors. Antrobus, by our calculations, confirmed by timing and scoring, still leads the championship, but only by 4 points ahead of Harry Bartle. Whitcomb still in third, Spearing fourth, Nelson fifth. So this could be a key one for our pole sitter. Potentially could take the lead of the championship back for that difficult round at Lockpool.
Do you know what I really like about this race? You've got Strawberry Racing versus Dan Holland Racing on the front row of the grid. Because Ashcroft started further back in his heats, these two drivers, they haven't met head-to-head at the sharp end yet, but they do now. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Bartle gets the whole shot through turn number 1. Ashcroft slots into second, and Lewis Goff for the Sam Pollock Racing team moves to third, just ahead of Behrman. Behrman, Blandford, Moulton, Antrobus and the rest.
Really interesting start there. Oh, as Lewis Goff has a go at Jacob Ashcroft into Senna 1. Bartle very much sitting in the middle of the road. I think he was very conscious about the Jacob Ashcroft round the outside into turn 1 start and fended that one off very well indeed into Gasworks for the first time. Down the inside, I think that's Cameron Nelson coming through. Yes, it is for DHR. Wanted to get some more points on the board for his championship bid. Coming round to complete lap number 1 here in the Junior Rotax pre-final is Bartle from Ashcroft, Goff, Marsh, Antrobus, Behrman, Moulton, Buck, Fox-Whiteley on a first run this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships ahead of William Archer in that top 10.
And Kai Clark has not taken the start. I wonder if he either didn't get the memo that he was in or if he took his kart or equipment out of Parc Ferme thinking he hadn't qualified. Then there was a penalty and then you can't go back in, so you couldn't get scrutineered to get through. So we will see what happens. There's a move from 2022 Junior Rotax Grand Finals champion Scott Marsh.
Scott Marsh is in really, really good racing form at the moment. Had a tremendous run flying the flag for the UK in the FIA Karting European Championships last week. The works driver for Tony Kart, of course, racing here and doing a bit of driver training as well in the Strawberry Racing Camp this weekend, is showing how it's done. Lovely move there from Thomas Behrman. Behrman down the inside of Goff, takes 4th place. William Androbus is involved now, wanting to get back up to the front of the order. Had that perfect weekend at Lark Hall last time out. He knows if he wants to be champion this year and leads the standings right now, it's races like this where he starts a little bit further back. He's got to fight his way back to the front, because there's his championship rival Harry Bartle, looking pretty comfortable now in the lead of this race, as Bartle has done through the heats. He did some brilliant race management yesterday, did Harry Bartle. He got that sense, Henry, at least I got that sense, that he wasn't pushing absolutely to 100% because he didn't need to.
He didn't need to, yeah. Nobody had asked him the serious question. However, in a week where you can't get question time off the telly, Jacob Ashcroft is doing his best Fiona Bruce impression and asking some very serious questions of Harry Bartle now. Bartle looks over his shoulder, is now aware of the situation, and will he drive accordingly? Will he defend, or will he just think, okay, it may not be a bad thing for Bartle if Ashcroft passed him. Why, I hear you ask? Well, Harry Bartle hasn't had a chance to study Jacob Ashcroft's kart all weekend because Ashcroft qualified badly. If Ashcroft does get ahead, at least it gives Bartle a chance to sort of think, right, okay, he's strong here, but I'm stronger there. And you want to do that in the pre-final, not in the final where you've got no second chance.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, they're going to have to keep an eye on Thomas Behrman behind as well, because Behrman Jr. has just set the fastest lap of the race so far. A 51.36 is less than 7/10 off the race lead. We've already had Behrman take a race victory so far this weekend. We send our best wishes to Ollie Behrman, who took the win in Formula 2 yesterday. 8 minutes to go in this one, through the back chicane once again. And this is where Harry Bartle's stamina is going to be tested, and he's starting to defend. A little subtle defence into Gasworks at that point, as Cameron Nelson's on the charge side by side with Harrison Crowther, who's a bit of a rough ride there through the entry to Horseshoe. One of the Argentis is on the move as well. There's been some good performance so far from both Thomas Manspearing and Harrison Whitacombe. They've both now into the top 15 as Lewis Scott. And here goes Ashcroft. Ashcroft has a go at Bartle. It doesn't quite work, and Behrman steps through. So Thomas Behrman takes second place. Lewis Goff's down the inside of... as round goes Ashcroft. Off goes Marsh. Off goes Goff as well. And it all breaks down, and Jacob Ashcroft's perfect weekend in terms of race finishes is over.
I look at that, sort of he looks over and says, like, what happened there? I wonder if, we may be able to have a look at it back shortly as Thomas Manspearing moves up the inside to pass the number 82 Dan Holland kart of Cole Denham. Let's have a little look back at how that unfolded. Over the curb we look, and it was definitely it looked as though people were trying to pass Behrman, and then there was some...
It just looks as if Goff got himself on the inside,
yes.
Found the door, closing 3 karts going for one piece of tarmac, and all 3 of them left the scene.
I think that Goff tried to get on the anchors to avoid sort of clattering into Ashcroft. Marsh was already committed to following the inside line, and then when Goff jumped on the brakes, that forced Marsh into him, forced him the Constantine effect, and it's not going to help Jacob Ashcroft's mood. No. However, I will say this, and he is still out there running in 33rd position. However, the people of Weston-super-Mare, fear not. We have seen Jacob Ashcroft drive through the field this season. I'm thinking O-plate. There we are. So all is not lost, although... it is now highly unlikely that, is it highly likely? All is not lost. Let's just say that. Anything can happen in karting, and quite often it does.
A couple of messages from race control, plus 5-second penalty for William Archer, who's a bit further... Actually, no, he's not a bit further down the order. He's in 8th place at the moment. That's going to be a costly one that drops him outside of the top 20 from being on the road in the top 10. Under investigation as well, the number 54 of Jake Flewitt and the number 41 from earlier in the race. That being Cameron Nelson. 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Bartle, Behrman, Antrobus. Well, I tell you what, sometimes you need a bit of luck in a championship campaign, and William Antrobus just got a bucket load of it there, and is now only 0.78 off the race lead. Can he take advantage of the three contenders going out in front of him? Hugh Moulton's having another really good run.
Yes.
Very impressive season from both him and Coles Racing so far. Another one of the, the smaller, well, still well-sized team, but not as big as, say, your DHRs and your Strawberries, fighting in there in the juniors this season and doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I think the first 2 years, 2019 and 2020, Coles Racing were the team to beat in Minimax, mostly Junior Max and sometimes Senior Max as well. They've had a couple of transitional years where some of the more experienced drivers who got them all those wins, I'm thinking the likes of Sam Gornall and Callum Voisin and people like that, they moved out of karting, and then of course you get the next generation of drivers coming in, and it takes a year or two to sort of get them up to speed. And now Hugh Moulton is one of those drivers who is bringing up speed. 5-second penalty for Lizzie Mentier, who had worked her way up into 18th position. There is Finley Buck. I'm still hasn't decided to shave his top lip. It's the only thing that is warm here at Karting North East. William Antrobus's neck because of his mullet, and Finley Buck's top lip because of his bum fluff moustache. There we go.
3.5 minutes to go. It's trying to hold off Lewis Goff at the moment. A couple more things coming in. The number 30 and 30. Well, a warning flag for Finley Buck and an investigation for Scott Marsh. I imagine that would be for what we saw at St. John's a few laps ago.
Oh, wow.
Lewis Goff down the inside. Well, you cannot get any closer than that. I thought that was going to be disaster through turn one. Finley Buck. Well, that was the most close moment I think we've seen so far this year.
I'm going to say the C word yet again. Commitment. What a move. What a move. Oh, and he's Antrobus of championship contender William Antrobus finding the grass, and he drops behind Finley Buck. It's all now going off. Harry Bartle and Thomas Behrman are away at the front. Who is going to emerge from this chaos? Do you know what? Jared Fox Whiteley.
What a job.
From Jack's Motorsport on his British Championship debut. I know he knows the track. I know. And there he goes. Wow. The 37. Well, I've got to say, and I'll say it once, Gerard Cox and the rest would be so proud of the way this young man is driving. He is giving it some, I have to say. Wildcard entry. It doesn't matter about your local circuit knowledge. It doesn't matter how good you are in other championships. This is the test. The ultimate test of a British driver is this championship, and Jared Fox Whiteley is getting an A star at the moment.
Cameron Nelson is out of the race. That's not a good piece of news for a driver in the top 5 in the championship standings. We'll start the final from the back. We've still got the best part of 2 minutes of this one to go, and Behrman is closing in. There he is. Bartle only leads by a third of a second, and well, if they start fighting, you never know, it could be a win in the pre-final for Jared Fox Whiteley. There's so many battles out there on circuit. I think we need a full 40, 50 cameras out there to capture everything. Oh, there's a bit of a moment there for one of the KRs. It's the number 75 of Kai Veach who's going to lose for one little mistake around 5 or 6 positions. This is the battle all forming up behind one of the DHLs. I think it's Cole Denham in 13th place. Yes, it is. But we need to keep an eye. Oh, it's off the road. 3 drivers. One of them is one of the DHRs.
There's a Jack Dex.
Yeah, and a Jack Dex. Mikey Walker is out of this one. 1 minute to go.
1 minute to go. Now, up at the front, we're looking at the action back to back coming out of Gasworks. into the horseshoe. There's another of the Jack Dex karts, the number 18 of Owen Neve, and Owen Neve has just cracked the top 20 behind Aaron Majewski. So looking at that, it was Albie Lapper, Josh Turnbull and Mikey Walker who were involved in that incident. Zach McDonald has also dropped to the back. And here we go, 3 wide, oh my words, and there's 3 on the grass. There's the 82 of Cole Denham getting a bit agricultural. I was going to say, Matty Hunter and the rest of the Karting Northeast crew aren't going to need to mow the grass here for a little while because the drivers are doing it for them. 5-second penalty for Lewis Goff in the 74. There he goes. That will drop Lewis from 5th all the way back to about 12th behind Harrison Whitacombe. Now, the clock has struck 0. I have to say, this is only a pre-final, and Behrman is still second. I have to say, Thomas Behrman, I think, Hugh Moulton runs wide in the battle for 3rd place. Thomas Behrman's had a very tough thing. It's very, very hard to be the younger sibling of a bona fide superstar. The whole motorsport industry talks about new British hope, Oliver Behrman, blah, 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 and quite rightly so. Thomas Behrman's had to deal with that. Everyone expects you to be the same as your brother. You're not. You're a different athlete. You're a different driver. And Behrman is now finally blossoming in his own right as a driver. He's not just the younger brother of future Formula One star Oliver Behrman. He is Thomas Behrman, a British Championship contending kart contender in his own right. And we're seeing it happen now.
This one's going to go on to the final. Bartle's going to take pole position for the final. Behrman will be alongside him on the front row. Lewis Goff finishes 3rd on the road, but has a plus 5-second penalty. So William Antrobus will be on the 2nd row on the inside. Jared Fox-Whiteley for Jack's Motorsport completes the top 5 on the road as Bartle has a little look down towards the equipment there. What a race. Woof. What a pre-final to finish off this portion of the day. Stick around, folks, for the final later on this afternoon. We have got one more pre-final, I should say. That's the end of the Rotax portion of the day. There is a provisional result. Bartle from Behrman by 3/10. Goff 3rd on the road, but remember, he has a plus 5-second penalty. Antrobus, Fox-Whiteley, Moulton Buck, Spearing, Blanford and Marsh in the top 10 covered by 5 seconds after 15 laps here at Warden Law. William Archer, Harrison Whitacombe, Jack West and Aris Majewskis in the top 15. Great drive there from Majewskis after that difficult qualifying yesterday's back into the top 15 that's completed by Brandon Truman. Jake Flewitt up 9 to 16th, but also has a plus 5-second penalty. Harrison Crowther, James Anagnostiadis was your biggest mover in the field. The Australian up 14 spots to 18th ahead of Lizzie Mencia, who also has a plus 5-second penalty. Owen Neve completes the top 20. Cole Denham was up and down like a pogo stick in terms of that timing and scoring. Finishes P21 ahead of Charlie Neve, Joshua Smith, Jacob Ashcroft. Well, he does get some points back, at least for getting back into the top 25 that's completed by Kai Veach. Right. But I imagine that Ashcroft is not going to be a happy bunny after that race.
Well, I concur, but let's think of this. When that accident happened, Jacob Ashcroft completed the next lap, and I checked this, he completed the next lap in 33rd position, and he was 13.5 seconds behind the leader, Harry Bartle. Jacob Ashcroft finishes that race in 24th position, 12.9 seconds. So the Mandem has got waffed.
He's got the pace to win, but he's going to need a lot of action when we get to the final later on to win from the 12th row of the grid. Rory Armstrong, Albie Lapper, Joe Anderson, Zach McDonald all in the top 30, completed by Henry Cameron. The last of the finishers was Joshua Turnbull. Out of that one, Mikey Walker, Cameron Nelson and Kai Clark.
And we've had, there is a very good shout, some kid. Potential Alpha Live Race of the Week contender.
Could well be. Could well be. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. We're with William Antrobus. William, you'll be starting on the 2nd row for the final. How are you feeling about
that? Very good. We showed phenomenal pace throughout the pre-final, and if we can send that into the final and come out with top 3, I'll be really happy.
And you came into this championship weekend championship leader. We saw you in the press conference, give your outlook on that. But how are you feeling now that you've done the heats, you've done the pre-final, about the whole championship and about your lead?
Yeah, I think it was really good. The interviews as well, getting all the thanks from everybody, and going into it, it felt a bit nervous. The heats didn't go our way, but then today we have just found something, or I've just found my old self, and we're going back into it, and we're getting there, and slowly we're back at the front.
Yeah, this year we've kind of seen you put your name on the map. You've really come into 2024 like not a different driver, but a driver that's clearly put a lot of work in. And I feel like you've got the mullet look going on, a new haircut. Do you reckon that's contributing to your pace?
Yeah, just a ton of time and effort put in by the team, definitely. But I think myself, last year at the start, I was really good, and then I just lost it throughout the year, and then I gained it at the end. And I've took it into this year, and I said to myself, I've got to change in some way. And for some reason, it just clicked, and I was like, wow, I am there now. I can do this. And considering I've got Harry and Thomas to go against, and like Lewis, my teammate as well, and Jared for the one-off, he's doing amazing, to be fair. Like, he was fast last weekend, and yeah, so it's really good.
So we'll see you later on the grid walk then, William. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
We've got a little bit more time, and like William said, Jared Fox-Whiteley is doing a great job in this championship weekend. We'll come and talk to him. He's smiling at me because I think he probably wants to avoid the camera. But Jared, William just said how much phenomenal pace you have this weekend. How are you feeling?
Very good, yeah. We've had good pace all weekend and last at UKC. We did all right in the heats, and then obviously it was a good race in the pre-final, got up to third at one point, and then unfortunately dropped down to fifth, but yeah.
And Jared, how familiar are you with the track? What do you think of it? I used to, like in my experience, I used to find the corners come at you quite quickly. You're like, you don't really let off. Is that what you think as well?
Yeah, it's a very fast, very flowing track. Like the hairpins even, they're very fast. It's a very grippy track as well, so yeah, it's really fun to drive.
We'll see you have some more fun then in the final, Jared. We'll catch up with you later.
Thank you.
We'll head back up then for a quick word from some of our championship partners, and then we'll head off for the next race.
Welcome back to live coverage here at Karting Northeast, Warden Law for Event 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. Getting ready for our last pre-final of this part of the day. Henry, it's
Yes.
KZ2. We've already had a race from them earlier this morning in similar conditions, so they should be pretty well prepared for this one.
Yes, indeed. Yesterday, obviously, the KZ drivers just had their qualifying and their first heat. They got 3 races today. They had their second heat this morning. There is a look at your Heat 2 winner. Why is Timo Jungling not starting near at the front, you might ask yourselves? Well, if you were tuned in yesterday, you would have seen that that half the field, including Timo, went out on wet tyres on a drying track. And well, I did notice about 8 sets of KZ2 wet tyres being thrown in a bin. Not in a bin, because you've got to recycle them before anyone starts kicking off. Yeah, recycling bin. There is a look at behind Josh Price. You've got Tom Moore, the proprietor of the Moore Racing team, and behind Miles Murphy, Kart. And I have to say, he's put a bit of the old Terry on as Sam Moore. Bit of the old Terry weight, former multiple karting champion. There's Ross Allen, one of the part of the Allen karting dynasty, or dynasty, if we're going to be talking American terms, with Ella Stevens. And Luke Moore was due to come and join us in the commentary box. Here he comes. He's going to have a sit down and watch. He'll be cheering on for Miles Murphy during this race, but only if he behaves himself.
Absolutely. So it will be the longest race that the KZ2 drivers have had so far this weekend. And it is the pre-final coming up next. So here we go then for the pre-final, the first pre-final of the year for KZ2, and it's got Josh Price on pole position for it, Ashley Lewis alongside on the front row. Miles Murphy for Moore Racing starts on row 3 alongside Timo Youngling on the second row of the grid. Ella Stevens and Lee Ward will go from row number 3. They're ahead of Derek Morgan and Ryan Green on row 4.
Row number 5, Jake Weston for the Moore Racing team and Oliver Stewart for Jade Racing. Then Nat Thomas and Charlie Turner. Hopefully his clutch has been repaired, followed by George Barker, youngest driver on the field, Daniel Sabula, and sadly Craig Stephen will not start the privateer Birrell ART kart. So we got 14 drivers, 12 minutes plus 1 lap, standing start. Now we haven't got a camera in the commentary box this week, but sitting next to us is Luke Moore, who is the official team manager of Moore Racing, but he's a huge Miles Murphy fan, and Miles has promised that if he wins a final, he'll give Luke his crash helmet.
Oh, that's very nice.
It's nice of him, and which is really nice. Yeah, it's Miles could get another one because he paints them for a living, so it really matter. Okay, here we go. Warming of the tyres. These the KZ2 6-speed gearbox karts, the fastest members of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship family, and at the front there, you've got ex-British touring car drivers in this field. You've got current Rotax Grand Finals champions. You have got drivers who have raced in single-seaters like Oliver Stewart, and yet they come back to karting. And alongside all that, you have got some drivers that have just turned 15, the likes of Daniel Sabula, Youngling, one of the youngest drivers, Ella Stevens, only her second year as a senior. So you've got a great mix of teams and privateers as well. You've got Moore Racing, now probably Moore Racing, Rush Performance, and the Jade Racing team, 3 of the biggest KZ2 teams in the business, and then around them a smattering of the top line privateers such as Ward, Youngling, Morgan, and the rest. They're coming on to the grid. Dan Ashton watches to make sure they're all in their correct position, and soon the attention will turn to the start gantry.
George Barker's the last of the 14 karts to form up the grid. The job hands over to Nigel Edwards to get this one underway. 3 lights, 4 lights. They're out racing again in KZ2. Great start
Charlie
for
Turner.
Josh Price there. Good start for Turner as well. So it's Price who leads into the first couple of corners. Timo Youngling's had a great jump as well from the second row of the grid. Is immediately up to second place. All drivers circulating. I think George Barker's a little bit off the back of the pack there, but that was a great start from pole position for Josh Price. Difficult, of course, Henry, because he's starting off the rubbered-in racing line.
Yes, indeed. I sorry to cut over you there, but I thought that Oliver Stewart in the number 22 kart had stalled because Charlie Turner, the minute the lights were out, Turner had to go hard right to avoid them, but actually, it was just maybe Stewart a little bit slow where he's managed to retain that position. Further back down the order, as we look at the field coming across the line, it's Price, Youngling, Murphy, Ward, Lewis, Stevens, Morgan, Ryan Green, Weston, Turner, Stewart, Sabula, Nat Thomas and George Barker. All 14 starters still running, but the top two trying to break away from the Demon Tweaks number 4 of Miles Murphy.
Yeah, a bit of a train forming up behind Murphy at the moment, but he's wise enough and experienced enough to know how to deal with this and play the long game. 10.5 minutes remaining in this race, and Chase for the lead. Youngling through past Josh Price as they go towards Gasworks, and now we really will see how much pace in these conditions Timo Youngling has, as you say. Started on the second row of the grid due to that 10th place in race number 1, which wasn't down to anything that Timo Youngling did on circuit. It was what happened before. It was the wrong tyre choice for the driver flying the flag for Germany this weekend. But now in these dry conditions, everybody on slicks. He has been flying since free practice on Friday into Senna 1. The battle for third place. Still Murphy ahead of Ward, then Lewis. Ellis Stevens in the number 5 there is 6th on the road. Is a moment for Jake Weston coming out of Senna number 2. Daniel Sabula nearly got a nose down the inside. Through past Sabula goes Oliver Stewart there. That's for 11th place.
Yeah, Sabula in that number 27 Kart, the Kart Republic chassis. I haven't got the engine builder listed there. Now, Josh Price, I think he runs a More Performance engine. I think More Performance have got their own in-house engine builders now, haven't they? Luke Moore gives me the thumbs up. So you've got, Euro International, Euro Kart Limited, providing the power for Timo Youngling. I've got to say, I'm so impressed. Why? Timo Youngling's got no fear. As we're looking at some of the more experienced drivers, Miles Murphy, now I'm not sure, this could be setup, this could be his tyres not quite in yet, but certainly the Demon Tweaks number 4, he's not quite as well set up at the moment. He's fallen back to the tune of about 3 seconds behind Youngling and Price, and he's got Lee Ward in the number 10 Kart, the 24 of Ashley Lewis, the 5 of Ella Stevens, right on his exhaust pipe.
Ella Stevens has a little look into turn 1 to see if there was a way through past Ashley Lewis, but it's, again, in the KZ2 category, braking zone's quite short. They can carry such brilliant speed through the corners, and really Gasworks is going to be the best opportunity for these drivers. A little bit wider, of course, into the track of the wheels. 8.25 minutes to go. Ella Stevens has a little look again at trying to get up the inside of Ashley Lewis on the exit of Senna number 2. You can see from the body language of her kart, she's keen to get through here. A little bit further back. This is the fight with Oliver Stewart there in 9th place.
Daniel Sabula picking up a place, passing the number 16 Kart of Jake Weston. And again, this is the first time we've really seen what Daniel can do after a torrid day. Yes, and I do know that Daniel stayed up for, I think it was Wednesday and Thursday night after school. He did 2 full night shifts almost all the way through the night with his dad to get that kart built up and ready. It's an ultimate privateer operation, so provided he didn't fall asleep, Daniel Sabula's only going to get quicker and quicker.
Is indeed. I've got to talk about his lid as well. I always like a bit of a talk about the lid colours.
Yes.
I want to know, is that going to be a Gilles Villeneuve tribute helmet, or is it going to be a Nicky Richardson helmet inspiration?
It is a Gilles Villeneuve helmet. Daniel Sabula has idolised and admired and has felt a sort of a kindred spirit with the style and a connection of the legendary, the late, great, ultra-talented French-Canadian Gilles Villeneuve. And you get your Senna crash helmet tributes, there's a lot. There's a Nigel Mansell crash helmet tribute out there. I think it might be Leo Livings with the Mansell crash helmet, but yeah, there's your Gilles Villeneuve style crash helmet, and he's running the number 27 like Gilles did. And now he's coming up and trying to attack Glenagor's winner from last year on the Danilo Rossi kart, Ryan Green.
6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This is the fight for 11th place, and Sabula trying to go for the outside. Oh, there's a bit of a moment there for George Barker in the number 63 on the Kart Republic chassis.
Learning. I mean, this is, we talk about a leap. I mean, we got the Olympics coming up, and I mean, this is like the triple jump. This is like, you know, the huge leap for George Barker. To step up into this class. And so he's not been in the British Championship before in any guys, and now he steps up to the most intense, the fastest, the most complex class. And he's running as a privateer. He's got a little tent up near Daniel Sabula and his dad. They're just working together on those karts. And but again, we digress, because here we go back to the battle for third place. 5.5 minutes to go.
Ella Stevens has found a way through past Ashley Lewis on that last lap, is up to 5th place. Unfortunately, George Barker, I think, is in the pits and out of this one. Change for 8th place. That was Oliver Stewart getting down the inside of Derek Morgan through the dogleg. As, bold on the brakes there, Charlie Turner. And to take another position, 3rd in the championship last year. And does know this circuit well, won the last time Warden Law had a visit from KZ2 in 2022. Another move from Ella Stevens, that time down the inside of Lee Ward. Ella Stevens pushing hard here, and she's up to 4th place now. Can she find a way to not only just catch up to Miles Murphy, but also overtake the number 4 seed from last year?
Now, obviously, this is the British Kart Championship, but it's the Motorsport UK. And Motorsport UK, British Karting, has another new CIK grade circuit. Lark Hall in Scotland, the Summerley Raceway, is now an officially graded CIK, which means it can host any level of karting event in the world. I'm going to start the campaign right here on the live chat. The KZ, Ella Stevens up the inside of Murphy. Ward tries to follow him through, but I'm going to start the campaign now for the KZ2 and KZ1 World Cup 120 gearbox drivers for Lark Hall 2026.
I'll absolutely second you on that one.
There we go.
On Henry. But, well, we asked the question, could Ella Stevens catch Miles Murphy? The answer was yes. Could she overtake? The answer, quite simply, yes. She can.
Can she pull
4
away?
minutes to go, and she is pulling away. Gaps could be a little bit big, I think, on this occasion to cross through to Josh Price, but this is where we see his Turner's down the inside of Ward for 5th place. Ella Stevens in a bit of clear air now and on the right tyre.
Yes.
Now we're going to see how much pace is in that Jade Racing team number 5 here this weekend. Weston's on the move as well, down the inside of Ashley Lewis. That's a good move for 8th place. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Timo Youngling really putting the hammer down now. Has extended his lead to 1.77 seconds. What's the pace like for Ella Stevens? She's just put in a 46.17. That's 100th off the best lap pace in this race.
Let's consider this. Those drivers that chose the wrong tyre in yesterday's heat race have got one race fewer laps on their slick tyres. So Youngling, no! Youngling out of the race. The Sony kart grinds to a halt, and Timo Youngling walks away disconsolate.
He was easily in the lead, but this is what can happen in gearbox. It's the more complexity of the machines that sometimes you can be doing everything right as a driver, and it's the machinery that lets you down. And it's a terrible, terrible moment for Timo Youngling. He cascades down to 13th place. He will start from the 7th row of the grid. He was in control, and Josh Price inherits the leaders. Here goes Turner down the inside of Murphy, what is now 3rd place. Through goes the O-plate holder, Josh Price. Well, if he's got any numbers on the lottery this week, it might be his time, because for the 2nd time this week, he's finding himself at the front of the order. Yesterday, it was the tyres that took it away from Youngling. Today, in the pre-final, It's the there's
Oh,
a
no!
problem for Ella Stevens. Ella Stevens in trouble. The power seems to be rough at the moment. She has a hand up saying, what's going on? It's back up to speed now, but Stevens is down to 7th place.
And from the back of the grid, after a clutch failure in his second heat, Charlie Turner has passed nearly everyone. He's up at the second, and Stevens is out. Stevens is out. I wonder if she can't get the gear. She's trying to get gears. No, I think that's a gear linkage or something like that. She can't shift down, possibly. She's back and forth on the gear lever to try and select something. But I've got to say, Miles Murphy, who has not looked wonderfully happy. I know that he's been struggling a little bit with that kart. He's kept it clean. He's kept his head. He looks over his shoulder, and he's got less than a minute to secure a top 3 finish in the pre-final. And what about this driver, number 10, Lee Ward, the top privateer in the field. And I've got to say, for a championship veteran, someone who's loyal and who comes back year after year after year, travelling from Ireland over here, this is a great, great reward so far for Lee Ward, with Oliver Stewart and Jake Weston, new to the championship, rounding out your top 6.
Jay Weston trying to look for more moves here. 15 seconds on the clock. So I reckon we'll get 2 more laps in here. To be honest, I don't think that's good news if you're Josh Price, because we've already seen a bit of mechanical attrition in this race. He wants to get this one done. And indeed, they do go on to lap number 16 with about 7 seconds remaining on the clock. Lee Ward doing everything he can at the moment to hold off Oliver Stewart there in the number 22. Oliver Stewart has seen his teammates Ella Stevens at the side of the road. Will there be any thoughts in his mind of how the kart's feeling right now? Through centre 2, bit of a slide. Let's say the number 22 doesn't look comfortable as a machine to drive at this moment. Jake Weston might have a go here into Gasworks. Defensive line from Lee Ward. It's got good punch off the corners, has Lee Ward. He's got that kart nicely set up for the traction zones.
Yeah, and just behind this group, the right chassis of number 7, Derek Morgan, is there in 8th place. And closing in as we start the final up in 9th place is that young man, Daniel Sabula. Then it's Green and Nat Thomas. Ella Stevens is still circulating very slowly, but again, that's important. If you stay on the track, you pick up. Yeah, championship points are all important. There goes Miles Murphy. Here is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Half a lap to go. They're going to go down the back straight. They're going to skip the Dunlop chicane into the Gasworks. There goes Murphy. Here comes Ward. To the outside is Weston and Lewis and Morgan right behind. But your winner, Josh Price, looking to turn a 2-plate into a 1-plate here in 2024, and a drama-filled pre-final for KZ2, but with team manager Luke Moore sitting next to me, has just overseen a win for his team and Josh Price.
I say a wise man once said, to finish first you have to finish, and Josh Price has got 2 race victories now this weekend. He took the first in the heat when he got the tyre choice right yesterday, and a great performance there, capitalising on the demise of Timo Youngling's number 25, means that Josh Price will start on pole position for the final later on this afternoon. Charlie Turner, what a drive, up 10 spots for the driver who won here in 2022, will be alongside Price on the front row of the grid. Miles Murphy fights through to 3rd place. We'll need to do, I think, a little bit of work in terms of setup to find some more pace in that number 4, but he's there on the 2nd row of the grid. We're joined by Lee Ward, Oliver Stewart and Jake Weston on row 3, 5th and 6th in that pre-final, Ashley Lewis, Derek Morgan, Daniel Sabula, great drive from Sabula there, up 5 places and into the top 10. Ryan Green completes that top 10. Nat Thomas and Ella Stevens, the last of the finishers. Ella Stevens with technical problems there, robbing her of what most likely would have been a top 3 position in that pre-final. 3 retirements. 2 retirements and it did not start. The non-starter being Craig Stephen. George Barker retired on lap 8, but Timo Youngling in full control. He had a 3-second lead, but retires That's motorsport sometimes, and well, he'll be back for the final, but that's a really, really gutting moment for Timo.
Yep, that's the game that you play. Sometimes you wins, sometimes you loses. Woof, what a set of pre-finals. Now we are going to hear from Nicole Sutherland down the pit lane shortly. There's going to be a lunch break in which you're going to have the world premiere of the paddock show that we filmed last night. It's well worth a little watch, and then we'll be into the finals. But as we look down for the final time this morning, we will be going down shortly to Nicole Sutherland. You can see the circuit staff leaving the circuit. A big thank you and well done to all the circuit staff, and especially the marshals here at Karting North East. Without the marshals, nobody would go racing. But we...
Comments coming in.
Yeah, keep the comments coming in. Sorry, there's a paddock announcement going on that I thought might have been significant that outside, but it's naught to do with us.
Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland in Park Fernie.
Down here with Josh Price then. Josh, what were you thinking when you saw Timo Youngling break down in front of you?
A bit of a relief, to be honest. No, I mean, it was a good race for us. We've done, I think, the tyre. We had a wet race yesterday, which half went wet, half went slick. So the guys who went slick is obviously a run less than us now, and I think that's sort of starting to take its toll. But I think we got incredibly lucky with the unfortunate of Timo, and it looked like Ella was really quick behind me as well. So, and then I saw she went away. I don't know what happened there, but no, all-round good performance, and hopefully carry it on to the next one.
Yeah, so going to Ella then, from what I could see, I don't know if maybe she was stuck in gear or something going wrong for her. So between her and Timo having to start at the back, how are you going to adjust the way you drive the final?
I don't think it's so much adjust. I think it's sort of just wait for them to come through and get onto the back of you. But we'll just keep trying to collect points this weekend, and so far we've done quite a good job.
Yeah, and is there anything else you want to say?
And hi to Luke Moore in the commentary box.
Hi to Luke Moore. I think Miles Murphy said hello as well. He's round here somewhere, maybe even run off. But obviously action-packed racing's come for this weekend for the finals for the rest of today. We'll quickly hear from one of our championship partners, and then I think the viewers at home are in for a paddock show.
Oh, almost nutmegged him. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the British Kart Championship Paddock Show here in sunny-ish Karting North East, Warden Law. Through the legs. Thank you, Andrew.
I'm on the wrong side.
Right side. Welcome back. I got to say, before we get started, Andrew, can I say a big thank you to everybody who has wished me well. I've had a bit of time away, but I'm back in rude health, or just plain rude, whichever way you want to do. What a day we've had, 12 races. This is event 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. We're outside the Argenti Motorsport awning. We're going to speak to a couple of ex-drivers as well. We're going to have a little wander on the paddock, and also we are live on TikTok behind the scenes, which is very scary.
And we're in 4K, so we apologise for that you have to look at this in even more detail
Look at
than
that.
usual.
You could even see the pimple that I had on my forehead. It was terrible. Sorry. But new innovations all the way.
Yes.
There's Sam Shaw over there, and there's Mr. Cullen. Mr. Cullen's mechanic. First things first, Mr. How has it gone today? Ex-drivers, first of all, how has Argenti been today?
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah.
Short and sweet, there we go. Right, we'll go for the next driver. Right, give us a more enlightened viewpoint of the day in all classes.
Well, we've only got juniors out. It's been a bit up and down, difficult qualifying for all of them. Tom got P2 in the first heat, and then, yeah, he got a penalty in the last one, which is a bit questionable, but puts him a little bit back for the pre-final, but we're still there or thereabouts. Got the pace to win, but it just comes down to racing a lot of the time.
Sam, you're now racing Radicals and enjoying life?
Yeah.
Family enjoying life away from the paddock?
Yeah. Big Rob's missing the karting, I think, but enjoying his time off. So, yeah, it's going well so far.
And he's got the football there. What we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to really embarrass Sam by saying, how many keep-ups can you do right now?
Yes.
How many keep-ups? How many keep... Oh, I'm going for 3. I'll go for 3.
I'll be generous, I'll go 5.
Okay, ready. Okay, here we go. That was 0. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, one more try. Come on, Sam, one more try. Oh,
beat it.
Mather
2.
with some
That'll
skill.
do.
Mather with some skill. Right, we're going to leave that. There we go. I was more of a rugby person myself. There we go. That's right. Right, let's go, Andrew. Let's talk about the day we've had.
Yes.
5. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to get a bit memento style, because look at that. That's live. This is recorded. That's live, recorded. So you can look back on Sunday lunchtime and look at Saturday's live. Oh, I don't know. It's a bit confusing.
That's a paradox.
Let's talk about
Doctor
paradox. Is a good word. Let's talk go-karting.
Indeed. I'm really spectacular starts to the day.
155 drivers all over the world, all the Rotax classes, plus the seasonal debut of KZ2,
who were down that way.
Up that way. However, there's 2 drivers by there, one of whom has done very well today. Let's pick on Teddy Pritchard-Williams and Matthew Higgins, formerly of this parish, still occasionally of this parish. More importantly now, a career in something
sports cars.
Sports cars, I know that. GT4. Right, take it away. Speak to the Welshman.
Teddy, good day. A win out there as well. Must be happy.
Yeah, I'm happy with that one. Not the one before, but yeah.
Was that the one with the better wet conditions?
No.
Oh, the very first one at the start of the day.
First one of the day.
Yeah, I think we started off getting a bit wet, didn't it?
Not in that.
No, that was your thing. But there was an incident you've been up battling really strongly, though.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I don't think I can say too much on that incident, but...
Politically correct. You say hello to your sister Molly, because she's been on the live chat today cheering you on. Hashtag super tag.
It's working well with Callum as well. There's some really nice moves. Okay, it didn't go the way that you wanted to in that first race, but the moves working your way through with Callum, team looking pretty good still.
Yeah, I think like PF, we looked the best there. Like we didn't. Here last weekend was a strong result, and hopefully tomorrow, hopefully pre-final goes well and we can find the final.
Person.
It's the main thing.
Pre-final, how do you tackle that tomorrow?
I think I've just got to get it going forward. I can't. Hopefully coming through, people will work and we can get towards the front for the final. But yeah, I think I've just got to try and make as many positions as I can.
Very different conditions as well compared to last week for preparations. Has that been a bit of a spanner in the works?
No, it's been sound. The track's dry as long as you know where it goes. All the corners are the same from last week, so it's fine.
Good stuff.
Henry? Our next guest is running away. See you later, Teddy. Matthew Higgins, one question, one very, very important question. Most important question of all. What's Nicole's favourite flavour ice cream after date night last night?
Didn't get ice cream.
Didn't you?
No.
Oh, because you're a healthy racing driver. I'm just trying to
She didn't get ice cream either.
No?
No.
She just says you never recognise you.
Yeah, who is she?
Someone just picked up on the side of the road. But anyway, let's carry on.
Shall we carry on?
Let's go. Matthew Higgins, everybody. You won here in 2020 in junior on your way to the junior title. Did you not, or was because there was?
Oh no, I got taken out.
Painful memories.
I was in the lead, then I got taken out. I finished third.
Ah, there we go. Never mind. What's it like coming back into the paddock? You know, you're still involved, but not, you know, as a driver all the time. You're not finished karting, though, are you?
No, I'm doing the Euros in the Rotax, so I won at Waxdorf the other week, and then we're heading out to French Quarter on Tuesday now.
You going to Le Mans?
Yeah, I'll be at Le Mans.
Can I have a lift?
Maybe.
He needs one.
I might be back. Maybe.
All right, no
I got itchy feet, but we'll see.
Exactly. Okay, thank you very much, Matthew Higgins. Right.
That's an advert to anybody, actually, if anyone is going to Le Mans.
Yeah, I need a lift to the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans. Because my usual lift isn't going. Oh, we're on the wrong side, we're on the wrong side. Now, we'll have a brief, okay, Strawberry Racing, Teddy Pritchard Williams done well, Callum Bradshaw involved in that. A big, get well soon to Liam Wright, who's Albie Lapper's mechanic, who done himself a bit of a mischief last night, but I hope he's running well. Now, our next guest, Big Stu, Stuart Wright. Just a question, Stu. What cartoon character does John Mains? I did say it on the live chat. It's okay. This is Harry Bartles, #1 mechanic. Harry, brilliant today. Yeah. O-plate champion. You can see the car now. What you do think? So at the end of the day, and I'll just borrow this a little bit because
I forgot the guy's name already.
Look at these karts. Now, the best way you clean a kart at the end of any kart, you give it a bit of that. But what you've got to do, you've got to give it a bit of a hot tongue, and then give it a hot tongue. To give it a bit of a clean. That's the best way to clean a kart. But Harry's doing really well.
He is, yeah, very well. Yes.
Yeah,
perfect.
proud of him.
2 wins, very proud. Yeah.
Harry came from the Daniel Ricciardo series, which is like a one-make series. You learn your craft there. How much has that really helped Harry sort of develop? Because he used to race against people on equal kit, and then you come here where he's now with Strawberry, was on the best kit.
Yeah.
And he can just drive away, which he does time and time again.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I mean, I think it was really good the Daniel Ricciardo series he did, but it was lad and lad, so he learnt minimal really until he came to this style of karting. So for his third year in this, and already being world champion in year 2, it's just unheard of, isn't it, really? Yeah,
fantastic. Andrew, Harry's been doing really well in juniors. Now, Harry's been doing really well at the front of the junior grid. Thank you, Stuart, and good luck tomorrow. Going back to his hot tongue on the cleaning of the karts. But the rest of the junior grid has been a little bit more tetchy.
Well, it all stemmed from a qualifying session where very difficult for drivers always when you've got a track that's turning from dry to wet, or I actually think in a harder manner, wet to dry. That bravery to go, now the grip is there and I'm going to push on here, and we saw that in the junior qualifying. It gave us a bit of a topsy-turvy grid because, of course, it's the 3-lap average.
Yes.
So when you do get that wet to dry, it's even more exagerating that style. But so I mean, Jacob Ashcroft, brilliant today.
From
2 wins, 14th on the grid.
Yep, you can hear behind us, so we've had lots of mixed-up racing today. There's a cricket match going on. There's a Dan Holland Racing cricket match going on. Let's go and invade that a moment. Let's play some cricket. Right, it's certainly not cricket. So Emerson McAndrew-Ewan, he's bowling. Jacob Ashcroft, are you just a stump, or are you actually playing? Oh, there's the stumps down there. Who's got their mum's sunglasses on down there? Oh, that's our... Oh, here we go.
Here goes Emerson.
McAndrew bowls. Wow!
That's a no ball if I ever saw one.
Hang on, the camera crew are getting involved. Right, let's talk about Emerson McAndrew-Ewan. Are you a good cricketer?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that was just a bad ball.
That was a bad ball. Okay. He does what, sorry?
Apparently he does county.
County cricket. County. Well, there's more people here than a county cricket game. Here we go. Now, let's have a little look.
You don't
even know which county you play for.
He doesn't play anymore. Josh Cook.
Josh Cook. The O-plate champion in mini micro. I've been away for a little while. O-plate champion, Micro Max. Bad day?
Yes.
Good day tomorrow?
Hopefully, yeah.
You're outside the wrong awning. He's got... It doesn't matter. You should be on that side awning. Here we go. Mather in the slips. Who's got sticky mid off down the bottom? Right, Mather's there. Oh, it's the sunglasses let him down. The sunglasses let him down. This is going to end badly. Right.
That was a wide.
It was a wide. Right.
One more.
One more. This is highly... I mean, England lost a T20 cricket, but I don't care because I'm Welsh. There we are. How's that? Ashcroft in. Finger spin. 8 bounces.
That's out as well. He's
That's
hit the
out.
ball
A second
twice.
hit on the back.
Hit the ball twice. Deliberate hit of the ball twice.
Right, well, I tell you what, Andrew. Nicole.
Nicole wants to have a go.
Stand back. Nicole Sutherland is about to bowl here first over. The bat. You don't like balls. You want to go with the bat. Fine. Fair enough. Go on then. Have a go with the bat.
I could always have a bowl.
Pun?
I could have a bowl.
Andrew Mather's going to have a bowl. I got 2 microphones. Here we go. Right. This is Mather to Sutherland at the Thule Motorsport end. Oh. Hang on, right, we got chaos, ladies and gentlemen. Right, small child, remove yourself. Give the bat to the lady. Right, here we go. From the the Thule Motorsport end of the ground. Here comes McAndrew Uren. With a run-up, overarm, fast bowl. Oh, almost caught leg before. Right, there we go. The O-plate winner drops the ball. Glad you didn't cart in. Here we go now. Here's Mather. Have I got my Mather? Always a wide, heavily wide. Come on then, right. What are the crickets going on?
And that's why I've not done that since the school
what's
days.
going on there?
Go, Henry!
Right.
As usual, it's gone absolutely chaotic.
Okay.
Shall we talk?
Jacob Ashcroft, you hold the microphone.
Hello.
Jacob Ashcroft's now got the and now stepping up for the English and Wales.
I'm now on the paddock show. Come on then, Henry.
board.
Show us what you got.
Henry, left arm spin. Oh, that's not bad.
That was a decent
That's
ball.
not bad. You'll know when you're older. Right.
That is a nice shirt there you've got, Henry.
I think I've got, and now
Can we get the
there's a
camera
little bit of
crew
something
on
that we do
Henry's
need to
shirt,
cover
please?
from Lark Hall. This is even by paddock show standards quite chaotic.
Okay.
Henry wasn't able to join us for Lark Hall. We had a very, very nice presentation. Jacob's our new presenter as well.
Hello.
Ellis Bell. Hello, Ellis.
Hi, Ellis.
You asked, could we get the presents to Henry? The answer is quite simply yes. It spent 6 weeks or however long it was in my garage. Here we go. Give us a 12.
So I want to say a big thank you to Ellis Bell and his family who brought this all the way to Lark Hall. I was ill. I wasn't there. I love this bit. I'm not sure about...
Yeah,
Henry, you are a legend, though. Henry, you're a legend. You're a legend.
How's your new pair of gloves? Your dad, this man's father is the
And the
most
boots.
generous man in the paddock. Every time Jacob wins a race, Barry Ashcroft buys him a new set of gloves.
Well, I won 2 races today, so that's 2 sets of boots.
No, it's just 2 boots.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you sort of wouldn't.
Oh, what, so if I won 1 race, I'd get 1 boot?
Yeah,
And I've got
exactly.
to win the next.
Yeah,
I
but you've got a new
understand.
pair of boots. We'll catch up with your dad later on to see which he's got to go to Demon Tweaks though.
Yeah.
To get them because they're the sponsor of the championship.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Right.
Yep, all my boots have come off Demon Tweaks. They're a very good price. Get more boots off Demon Tweaks.
Thank you, Jacob, and good luck. Right.
He'll go far.
Okay, let's
We
move on.
leave the
Let's
cricket.
move on. Yeah, please. Let's move on. Oh, hang on. We got more. Oh, there's balls flying everywhere. It's like, right, out the way. Here we go. But McAndrew Uren in fastball. Leg before.
There's a
leg
bit
before.
about
That's it.
on that. Bit about on that.
This is chaos. But you know what? It's the middle of the summer. Kids are having fun.
Yes.
At the end of the day, it's having fun. The racing today. So let's go through the classes quickly.
Yep.
We had 1 KZ2 heat. Half the drivers went out on slicks, half went out on wets. The ones on wets have just wasted a set of tyres. And coming through to take the win, very stylishly, Josh Price and Miles Murphy won too.
Yeah, I think for Miles as well, if the track was a little bit dry, he probably could have had the race pace to get through, but that was the trouble. He still had a bit of dampness off the racing line. He wasn't able to find a way to get through cleanly, and I know I had a little bit of a joke earlier about. Oh no, we're not stealing. Are we not stealing vehicles again? Are we?
We're not stealing vehicles or motorhomes. However, Force Motorsport, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look in here. Who lives in a house like this? Donna Pete does. Tyler Harris does. Tyler, come this way. Come this way, Tyler. Tyler, come this way.
You thought you got away with it?
First things first, Tyler. I want to pay tribute to your dad, who's worked so hard, who's had an operation, and he's hobbling around. So, say nice things about your father.
Yeah. Thanks for everything. Thanks for all you've done.
Inspiring. Inspiring. What happened in the second heats? You didn't finish.
Yeah. Well, I just got absolutely destroyed into gasworks.
Excellent. Other viewpoints are available. Now, in the back, but thank you, Tyler. Let's have a look. What's going on in the back of here? Oh, Malin's in the back of here. Murray's in the back here. This is the force waft. Donna, somebody very cruelly on the live commentary mentioned that your son and heir, Jordan Baines, King Force Waft, looked like Peter Griffin.
Wasn't me.
There he is.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. But can we have a...
There's no swearing on this, is there?
No, there's not. No.
No, you can't. No, then.
but okay. So in the back, so. Obviously, behind the scenes, we're not going to go into too much, but look at it. Engines, parts, things that everything that Jordan needs to keep his drivers running over the course of the weekend. I thought, you look at that. I'm not being funny. With the guns on you, trying to hide behind this little lady. How's it gone?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. It's been lovely having you. We enjoyed our careers live. He's wearing a Tony Kart as well. But anyway, there we go. All good fun and games, but it wasn't very good.
Not very good, mate. No, not the best day.
Tomorrow is getting even better, but it just gives you an insight. All these different engine builders, they've all got trucks and things like that they can work on. So there's parts, there's tables and tools. So if a driver comes to Jordan halfway through the day with a problem, Jordan can, within the regulations, because obviously you're not allowed to change lots of parts, but you can change things like that.
We've got about
Andrew
3 minutes to
Mather,
go, which I think is
speak
time
to a superstar.
Yes.
Speak to a superstar.
Double winner on track today. Dean, we spoke yesterday. It was looking good in free practice. We wondered, would the pace be there today? And you got some race wins.
Well, I've had 2 wins. There's 4 races of the weekend on a clean sweep it.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about that second race as well. Difficult start, and then falling back to 7th place, but really fought your way back through to take the race win. Was that better than the first race?
It was a difficult race. The race before, I went too fast on the start, so now I'm like trying to find a balance between the starts. It was like, oh, now I'm going too slow, and like, oh, what am I going to do? All right, so the next heat, I'm going to have a perfect race. At the start, I got to 4. I dropped a few positions, to 4th. Then my teammate drove up the inside of me. I got sent onto the grass. Everybody overtook me, so then I had to drive back up. It was a hard race. It was a long race. It took a while, but I got back up there. Had a little bit of a challenge at the top, but I did it.
And what me and Henry are really enjoying about your races, so there were bits where you were second place and we were saying, well, Dean's got pole position, doesn't need to go for the overtake for the lead. But you love those overtakes, don't you? And making sure you can be first in every single race.
Yeah, I like a challenge. I like a good race, a good fair race.
And how are we feeling for the pre-final tomorrow?
Win.
Win. Simple as that, Henry. I'll tell you what I like as well with Dean's answers there, recognising that...
He doesn't swear like some of the dads.
Naughty people in the van. But, it's all about learning, Mike and Max, isn't it?
All about learning. It's still about learning. 9 years old. I've got to say, what have you got to say about your sister's by there? And I know she's very proud of you. She doesn't want to come on camera, so we're not going to show Dean's sister on camera at all, are we? We're not going to show her on camera. We're not going to interview her at all. We're not going to ask her how proud she is of her little brother. Oh.
No.
We're not going to ask her. We're not. Talk about the man.
I mean, he's doing it really well, and I'm very happy with him. And maybe there's a McFlurry in store on the way home.
Ooh, a McFlurry? What do you think of that, Ian?
What flavour McFlurry?
McFlurry, I want a trophy.
You
don't want a McFlurry, want a trophy. That is
the best answer
all
I've
season.
ever heard from a 9-year-old. I don't want a McFlurry, I want a trophy. Well, we'll see about that tomorrow. We've only got about 2 minutes left. Time flies when you're having fun. Thank you, the Force Motorsport Sports and Social Club.
Thanks for coming.
Cheers, Family Guy. Oh, there's a pair of trainers. Dan Ashton's not got a pair of brightly coloured trainers on, has he? Look at that.
They're a bit reserved. He's running away.
He's running away. Ooh, the nerve centre of the British Kart Championship. Now, this is where all the naughty boys and girls are. So you can just. I was about to say hi to Kai Hunter, but he's just gone in. Probably best that we don't dwell on the people here because we've already had one naughty word, and I think if you ask them how their day's been, they're sat in here at the end of the day. The answer would probably be not as great as it could have been. We come here every year, Andrew.
Yeah.
Talk about this. We say in karting quite often, and we'll move around here because you've got some fantastic partners. Not just Iron Brew, which is partner myself. You've got all these fantastic partners. You've got Race Lab. Obviously, you've got my Race Lab. Sometimes championships can sort of get ahead of facilities, and we go to several places where it's like, things
are a bit tight.
Not here at Karting North East. The next time we come here, this will be a brand new race shop for the Hunter Motorsport team. It's going to be other shops here for the karting industry. Behind us, we can have garages, viewing galleries, all those things like that. It's going to be it's one of the crown jewels of British kart racing. We talk about PF International all the time, rightly so. We talk about Wilton Mill, rightly so. We talk about potentially a new track at Silverstone, maybe, rightly so. Here, up in the northeast, Lark Hall has now got FIA international karting status.
And I think it's one of the things that we love because, let's be honest, we're a little bit biased in this regard. Like, there's so many, other countries in Europe that have 2, 3, 4 of that kind of grand circuit. We're very lucky to have PF. We're very lucky to have the World Championships, obviously, later in the year. But how good would it be if we could bring some of those events to circuits like this, showing what the circuits can do here with the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Well, let's keep it going.
We've had 12 great races today. We've got even more tomorrow. We've got the last heat in KZ2, Repechages for junior and senior Rotax, and then the pre-finals and the finals across all the Motorsport UK network of channels. Tomorrow's action is going to be fantastic. We start at 10 a.m. We run till 4 a.m. The Paddock Show, this will be shown during the lunch break, so enjoy your lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the finals. From myself and Andrew Mather. We're back. Iron Brew's back. You're back. We're back. Brilliant. Good night.
Gentlemen, we're here at Warden Law, our top 3 in Minimax 950 heading into this third round of the season for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Championship leader, Albie Friends, second place, Finley Lyons, and third, Harry Taylor. Albie, if we can start with yourself, if that's okay. Been a really good season for you so far, and Strawberry Racing leading going into Warden Law this weekend. Sum up for me the first 2 rounds of the season so far.
Well, PF was really good, I think. We got the setup and the engine right, so all I had to do was drive the best I could, and I think I managed to do that, and I got some good points from that. And then at Larkhall, I think we struggled a bit on the power, so I tried to do my job and get the most points possible because it could be very crucial in the championship later on.
Absolutely. You've got a good level of experience from last year. A lot of your peers from Micromax last year are obviously, you've moved up through the ranks together. The experience that you had in 2023, how much does that build you for 2024, do you think?
Well, 2023, I was fine for the championship lead going into the last round. I mean, I won it, but then I got an on-track penalty, so that spoiled it, really.
But are you thinking that you might keep things the same for this year, you know, take what you learnt from last year, or maybe change things a little bit?
Yeah, I'm just going to use that experience to make it even better this year.
Fantastic stuff. We'll move to Finley Lines for Synergy Factory team. Second place at the moment in the championship, Finley. In coupled with the 2 rounds we've had so far, you had an amazing run at the O plate, taking the O plate at the start of the year. Not quite found the way to P1 though so far in the finals this year in rounds 1 and rounds 2. What are you looking at this weekend for taking that first win?
Well, it's just got to be consistent. It's a long championship ahead. There's still like 3 rounds to go. PFI, we didn't have we just struggled a bit with grip levels, and then a lot cool. I bring it a lot back when other people had other bad weekends. So this weekend, if we can just maintain getting good points and beat everyone else as much as we can hopefully take the championship lead by the end of this weekend.
One of the really interesting aspects about the championship so far is the fact we've got 3 different teams represented here in the top 3. It's very competitive in Minimax 950. What do you think about that?
Well, it just shows that like it isn't just like one car dominating. It's a lot of like cards. It's all about like the driver's skill. Like there's a lot of cards can be up there at the top.
Very good. We'll move to Harry Taylor for Dan Holland Racing. Harry, you've had some really strong results so far this season in terms of those point scoring stages, quite often up in the top 3. How are you feeling ahead of this weekend?
Good, really. First 2 rounds were really good. Just hoping to score some more points in these next 3 rounds.
You were a little bit unlucky at Lark Hall. I think it was a top 10 finish, but not quite on the podium. How do you bounce back from a result like that?
Well, you just got to keep on pushing, really. Like it's up and down racing, so sometimes you get a good result, sometimes a bad result. You just got to be consistent.
And your overtaking's been really good so far this season, remembering back to the one that you did around the outside of hairpin 1 at PF International. How do you work on that? Is there a lot of video footage that you review before the start of a weekend?
Well, not really. You just got to read the moment, really. Like, if it's possible, you go for it. And if it's not, you got to just push and score some solid points.
Fantastic stuff. Well, the 3 of you, best of luck for the weekend, and we'll see you out there on track here at Warden Law.
Great to hear from our top 3 in the minis then in that short press conference. We'll head our way up through the grid as we wait for them to get off for their final. This obviously is the halfway point of this championship. So they have had 2 finals already. This is the midway point. So they'll definitely be trying to, it's always that stage, I think, where things kind of change in the championship. It gets busier, it gets scrappier. We'll just quickly catch up with Daniel Minto, because, Daniel, what happened earlier on? I think, did you miss the grid? What was going on?
Just didn't feel very well.
And are you feeling better now, or...?
Yeah, I should be fine. Hopefully I can get through.
And then in the final, then, you have to start further back. We don't normally see you at the back. You're normally further up the field. Have you got any tactics to help you get back up to the front?
Harry Taylor's quite fast, so hopefully I'll just push him along.
Great to hear from you then, Daniel. Very best of luck. We'll keep heading up. We'll speak to Harry Taylor, because similarly, a bit of bad luck. Harry was doing really well going into this championship. Harry, what happened on earlier on?
Well, it was just unlucky, really. My engine just seized, I think. Anyway, I'm not the mechanic, but we can't do anything about it. I'll just try and come through this race.
So have you gone back and done an engine change and had a look what was wrong?
Yeah, new engine, I'll go on the jig, and now we're ready to go.
And Harry, who's been looking after you this weekend in the Warden? What have they been telling you?
So Dave's my mechanic, Dave Widder, and then Russell Carter is my TM, and they've just been giving me loads of tips, getting the car to perfection, and then that's it.
Yeah, so you've got kind of a sea of karts to try and pass in this one, Harry. What position are you aiming for?
Obviously, I'd love to come first, but I think a top 5 is a great result.
Good luck then, Harry. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
We'll keep heading up then, up the grid. Here is Oliver Spencer. Oliver just lifted Harry's kart down for him, competitor. Oliver, as we pass through, he's got the Joker helmet there. He's moved teams recently. He was with the DHR livery, and now he's with the KR Sport team, as you can see down there. Ollie stands ready. Ollie, can we catch up with you really quickly? How's your move from DHR to KR been going?
Yeah, I think it was a sensible move. Like DHR, like it was good. We had some good races with them. I just think it got a bit.
I've also noticed as well through this championship, quite a few of you drivers are wearing the Senna gloves, and those drivers as well have been having some good luck. Do you reckon they're going to give you the luck your competitors have been having?
Hopefully.
Good luck then, Ollie. We'll see you later on. Let him jump into the kart and we'll keep heading up the grid. So we've got Synergy karts following each other over this one. But Joshua Griffin is quite high up here as well. Joshua and Mechanic JP's avoiding me. Joshua, we'll quickly catch up with you. How's this weekend been going?
Not great, to be fair.
So you say not great. What does that mean for you? You know, you're still pretty high up the grid, but what's gone wrong?
Just not at the pace this weekend.
And so position-wise in this race, what are you looking for?
Top 3, hopefully.
Good luck then, Josh. We'll let you get on. We'll keep heading up then. We've got some more time. I do want to catch up with Emerson McAndrew-Uren because Emerson had some bad luck in qualifying. We've caught up with him a few times throughout this weekend. He's got himself back up into the sharp end of the field. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Yeah, we've had great race pace, and in the pre-final, our brake got stuck on, so on the last lap we struggled a bit and lost a position. But hoping to try and get up into top 3 and push away and maybe have a scrap for the win.
Good luck then, Great to hear from our many drivers, and we'll head up into the box. Over to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Nicole. It's time for the big business of the finals. The first one to go here is the Minimax 950 final, the third one of the year. Here is your grid. Albert Friend starts on pole position, is joined on the front row by Riley Murrow. Edward Haynes and Finley Lyons go from row 2. Then on row 3, it's Max Gilman and Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Josh Cormack, they go from row 4.
Rounding out your top 10 are Tom Reed and Joshua Griffin with Jensen Chalk and Jack Collinson on row 6. Row 7 is Alfie Ward and Leo Livings. Alex Goodson and Sebastian Clark start from row 8.
Thea Bradshaw and Oliver Spencer start on row 9. Benjamin Lorne and Louis Radcliffe complete the top 20 on row 10. Devin Taylor and Fraser Anderson go from row 11 ahead of Archie Rogers-Tyler and Jacob Jack on row 12. At the back of the field, it's Jensen Walker and Harry Taylor on row 13. Daniel Minto, who missed the pre-final, completes the 27-kart field.
Please keep your comments coming in. Tell us who you think is going to win each race on the live chat, both on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and, of course, the Karting UK YouTube channel. As we head round the gasworks hairpin, down the hill into Horseshoe, as already Ethan Page saying, come on, Harry Taylor. Good little interview there from Harry Taylor as Nicole Sutherland, and again, Nicole speaking to these drivers aged 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, just before they go out for the final of a British Championship. And Andrew Mather, over to you as you bring them to the line.
Are we good for a start? Nope, we're going to go around again for one more formation lap. A bit of recent history.
Yes.
Albie Friend was second in this race last year when it served as the penultimate final of the 2023 Rotax season for Minimax 950. Has a 16-point championship lead ahead of Finley Lyons going into this one. Joshua Griffin up to third place in the standings, and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who won in Micromax here, around 9 months or so ago. Emerson in fourth place on 450 points. Edward Haynes is up into the top 5 as well on 446. Very tightly congested pack there around the top 5 with Luca Holmes-Ballack 1 point further back. Harry Taylor, you mentioned there, Henry starts this one towards the back of the field. Has had a tough weekend so far, but this is a final. This is a great opportunity to race through the field. It's a longer race, of course.
Yep.
Sits 7th in the points on 4:37, and local favourite Jack Collinson on 4:31 as well. So that's how they stand at the start of this Minimax 950 final. How will they be after 15 minutes plus 1 lap? We're not quite going to start to find out yet, because it's another chevron flag to go around again and have another formation lap.
Yes, and a little bit of business. We just saw a shot of Max Gilman's mum there. Max, who was a bit ill before the start of the pre-final, he's fine, he's feeling better. He just said, I just felt a bit funny, not a problem. And he's out there, but again, a gutsy drive. For those of you who didn't catch the paddock show and the features that we have filmed, or that Andrew has filmed throughout the course of the weekend, they will all be uploaded onto the Motorsport UK network of channels across the coming days.
Yes, onto the Karting UK YouTube channel.
Karting UK YouTube channel over the coming days. But here we go, back to business.
Friend on the left-hand side of your screens, Murrow on the right. Friend took the victory at PF International. Can he get his 2nd of the year?
Dan Ashton's been rubbish this weekend. Do you know why?
He's not got his shoes on.
He hasn't got his white coloured trainers on.
Here we go then, into the tram lines, green light, away we go for 15 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a good start for Friend into turn 1. Haynes is down the inside, immediately takes 2nd place. They're 3 wide as they go through Brian's Bend for the first time, but that is an absolutely spot-on way to start if you are Albert Friend in this final. Oliver Spencer's taking to the grass there on the exit of the dogleg, but apart from that, it's a pretty clean start for Minimax 950. Joshua Griffin's already on the move, has got past Finlay Lyons. Finlay Lyons has not had a good start at all.
Yeah.
He's down in around 8th place, I reckon, from the 2nd row of the grid.
Did notice going into turn number 1, there was a bit of a concertina effect, as I think Friend sort of tried to slow the field down a little bit so he didn't run wide. That caused karts that are pushing behind to sort of bump into each other, and Finlay Lyons was the unlucky driver that sort of kind of just got edged to the outside. As you can see, that bright luminous lime green and yellow crash helmet. Lyons is down in 10th position. Jensen Chalk has made a good start, up from 11th to 8th, but it's still Friend leading from Haynes, the baby-faced assassin, Edward Haynes, followed by Murrow, Gilman, McAndrew Uren, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Reed, Chalk, Cormac, Lyons, Griffin, Ward, Goodson, Collinson, and the rest. All 27 karts safely round the opening lap, and now they can settle in and try and make their way towards the podium and the spectacular trophies that the British Championship have this year.
You do indeed, side by side between Cormac and Chalk there. Lyons takes an advantage of that, gains 2 spots. That's the 2nd place driver in the championship back up to 8th. Good starts as well for Harry Taylor and Daniel Minto. Both of them didn't see the checkered flag in the pre-final. They're both up 8 spots respectively on that first lap. Taylor's continued to improve, is now up into 17th place. Remember, there's points for every single position through the field. It's not like, say, an FIA championship when it's only the top 15 or so who score championship points. So every single position is worth something in terms of those standings. And as we get into the run-in now, this is the halfway point of the season. Racing still to come, of course, at Kimbolton later in the summer, and then the season finale back at Wilton Mill, where a lot of these drivers started their season, of course, at the O-Plate. This is where the tension starts to rise. Few moves down into Gasworks there. Josh Cormac was defending from Jensen Chalk. Tom Reed has had a good start as well. It's up to 6th place now. This battle for 4th involving Max Gilman in the 169. Luca Holmes-Ballack has got through into that 4th place now for Synergy Factory Team. New fastest lap of the race, Oliver Spencer, 53.27 seconds. And Spencer is up to 19th, side by side between McAndrew and Tom Reed. Ends up on the grass there. Finlay Lyons gets another one, and this is some good driving from Finlay Lyons. He's having a little look now down the inside of Emerson, and now goes through Senna number 2. Well, I was about to say he hasn't actually made an overtake. He's been making advantage of other mistakes. There he was a bit bolshy down the inside. Points to his head to say, we've got to work together, we've got to go. That is the driver second in the championship, now up to 6th place.
The classic go-karting, I've just overtaken you, but please don't try and take me back. Now let's work together and push on. Although I didn't want to be the second driver, I want to be the first driver. This, side by side, the 151 of Sebastian Clark getting squeezed to the inside as we cross line. You mentioned the next couple of rounds. I just realised, sadly, I won't be at Kimbolton with you. I've got the small matter of selecting the Bahamas national go-karting team for this year's FIA Motorsport Games that weekend. But I'll be back for the season finale at Wilton Mill. I cannot wait to see how this championship unfolds as we head through the Dunlop chicane with Friend, Haynes and Murrow. That is Strawberry Motorsport, Thule Motorsport and Sam Pollitt Racing trying to break away with Luca Holmes-Ballack fourth for the Synergy Factory team, and then Max Gilman, the second of the Thule karts, in 5th position. Then it's Lines, McAndrew Uren. A year ago, how about this? The leading Dan Holland racing kart in this class is 7th with Emerson McAndrew Uren after they dominated all the Rotax classes last year. It just goes to show how competitive this championship in every class is. Reed, Griffin, Chalk, the rest are your top 10. Over that yump, I can't say the B word, bump, because that'll upset Matty Hunter, apparently, but you know, but no, it's a certainly it's this circuit is not billiard table smooth. How's that? Did I get away with it?
I think so.
I think so. There we go.
9 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Lines is now back up to 5th place. There was a move on Max Gilman through St. John's. Oliver Spencer getting past Sebastian Clark there for a position in the midfield. We're coming around to complete lap number 6. Albie Friend has a lead by a quarter of a second ahead of Edward Haynes. Riley Murrow a further, well, less than a further quarter of a second behind in 3rd. And then it's Luca Holmes-Ballack needing a bit of pace, could do with a bit of help from his Synergy Factory teammate of Finley Lines behind. If they can get together and get pushing on, because there's a nearly 2.5 second gap that's formed out between the top 3 and the rest of the order. Looking further down the field, Harry Taylor's continued to progress. He's up 13 places now. Two, funny enough, 13th spot in the field. He's still 7th in terms of the championship points. If the race was to finish like this, it would be a 23-point lead for Friend as side by side go Collinson and Cormac. Collinson finds himself on the grass, manages to stay ahead of Harry Taylor, but that was a bit of a rough ride for the driver based in Hartlepool.
Yes, the KR Sports number 121 of Josh Cormac. There's getting a little bit aggressive going into Gasworks hairpin. I think the Falkirk Tyre and MOT sponsored driver might need to bring that wagon in for a bit of a service after that one, but he continues on in what is now 11th position.
Does indeed. 8 minutes to go. It's all a bit of a truce at the front of the order at the moment between Friend, Haynes and Murrow, because they know that this is the phase of the race where they need to keep away from these two.
Well,
Finley Lines and Luca Holmes-Ballack have swapped positions.
And
4th
that's
and 5th
important.
place.
Look at the graphics. Teammates, Synergy Factory teammates, Lines and Ballack, the British Open champion, Finley Lines, the number 128 of Luca Holmes-Ballack. Will their synergy be broken by Emerson McAndrew Uren? Yes, it will be. I was going to say, if those two teammates can get together, now you know they will work with one another. There's a 3.5 second gap between the top 3 and the battle for 4th place, which you're looking at now. There goes Holmes-Ballack. There's 7.5 minutes. We're now at the halfway point. That group of drivers, they may not be happy with where they're running in that particular peloton, as it were. We're getting Tour de France reference in, but they need to now, that's not going to help them.
No.
If they work together, they can still catch the top 3. But they ain't working together. And Emerson McAndrew Uren's exhaust. The bracket has broken and it's flopping about, and that's going to be costing him power. It's still connected, but you can see there, just on the left, the rear left hand side of the car, and that's not going to help either, as he goes wheel to wheel with Tom Reed. And Finley Lines, however, has escaped. I wouldn't bet against Finley Lines catching the top 3 all on his own, because that Synergy kart is extremely rapid.
He needs some of the pace that we saw at the O Plate at Wilton Mill earlier in the year to cross across that gap. 6.5 minutes to go, and I'm sure the observers in race control will be keeping a keen eye on the 133 of Emerson McAndrew UN. They'll be looking to see, is there any major risk of that exhaust coming free? At the moment, there's been no further notification of that on our screens here in the box. 6 minutes to go. We're into the second half of this one, the third final of the year for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here in Minimax 950. What is the gap back to Lines? It's holding at about 3.5 seconds.
New leader.
New leader indeed. So Edward Haynes has decided that he wants to take this one from the front, has got past Albie Friend, is now defending into centre one. This is good news if you're Finley Lines, because this will be slowing the pace of these drivers down as Friend's back down the inside. Into the back chicane. Retakes the lead of the race, the championship leader, not wanting to give anything away here in Sunderland. 5.5 minutes to go, but is closing all the time. Finley Lines is back to 2.9 seconds behind. It's taken half a second out of this trio on this lap alone.
And also Riley Murrow, let's not forget, sitting in third position. He's just watching the Friend Haynes battle unfold. Albert Friend, back in the lead now. Murrow just watching, seeing if an opportunity presents itself. Now, there's Finley Lines, just flash it across your screen there in fourth place. Loose, so broken exhaust bracket and all. Well, I say broken, it may not be, but it's certainly, oh dear, and Edward Haynes just reminding Albert Friend that he was there. His friend tries to defend. New leader, Edward Haynes, but in fifth position, Emerson McAndrew Uren. He is also broken clear of what is now a big battle for sixth, as Haynes back to the front. Josh Cormack under investigation. We did see him making a couple of aggressive moves earlier on, and now of course under investigation. Let's have a quick look at David Cam. So you can see that there's an investigation going on. You can see some spots around the camera. There is Dave Manchester on the radio to the reporters out there, looking back at the footage to see if a penalty could be applied in race. So when you see under investigation on the top of your screen, that man there on the inside camera, it's his job to go through all the footage from the circuit cameras around to assess whether an in-race penalty is given. And round the outside, there's our first Slim Shady of the day. Round the outside, Albert Friend.
What a move from Albie Friend. He retakes the lead of this final with 3.5 minutes to play. But is this squabbling costing them time to Finley Lines? Yes, it is. Finley Lines is now only 2 seconds behind the race leaders, and the others are closing in as well. Emerson McAndrew UN does not look like he's slowing down. I think the key for me is as long as the exhaust springs are still in place, it may be flapping around a bit, but if it's not getting any worse, there's a battle between Oliver Spencer and Luca Holmes-Ballack.
Yes.
Albie Friend has got to push on now. He's been the expert of managing these races across the weekend so far, but now we get into the final 3 minutes. Now we get into the point where we haven't seen the pace of these drivers through this part of a race. They haven't done 15 minutes until this final. Tom Reed's up to 6th place. He's battling there with Max Gilman. What is the pace like?
Emerson McAndrew Uren is slowing down. Race over despair for Emerson McAndrew Uren. Now, Finley Lines. I know his dad Stuart has got back in one of his TCR UK cars. I think that Finley will probably be quicker than Stuart, just driving one of his Minimax karts in the next round of the TCR Championship up at Croft, away that the British Open champion is closing in on these three. However, Friend, after that fantastic round the outside move going into the Dunlop chicane, is starting to spread them out. The question mark remains, any more rain? Last lap, Albert Friend, 53.55 seconds. His best lap, 53.2. So The answer is no. If there are spots of rain, it is not affecting grip levels as we've got now less than 2 minutes to go, and the gap is 1.8 seconds between these three, the rear bumper of Riley Murrow's kart and the fast approaching Findlay Lines.
And this is where experiences Emerson McAndrew in the pits. The winner from Lark Hall will not score well, will drop down the championship order. There is the mechanical technical flag has now come out as the battle at the front rages on. Friend defends into turn one from Haynes. Haynes hasn't had a final podium so far this season, neither has Riley Murrow. Will they be a little bit eager to get through, because there's still a good chunk of this race to go? Findlay Lines needs more pace. He's at the moment matching the pace of the three leaders. He needs to start taking more time out of them. He needs to keep an eye on Tom Reed as well. Tom Reed's just gone purple through sector number one. Warning for the 191 from race control, the race leader. No time penalty, nothing just beyond the black and white diagonal flag, but that will catch the attention of Haynes and Murrow behind. 50 seconds to go. There's still a few more laps of this one to go, Henry. And this is a real test now. Albie Friend was in this position last year at Warden Law. He finished second in that final to Jacob Ashcroft. He knows a win here at Karting North East could be the springboard for a championship campaign, but he's got the attentions of Edward Haynes and Riley Murrow. Riley Murrow wanted to be the third driver from Sam Pollitt Racing to take one of these final victories in the British Championships, and he's got to work really hard now, defend precisely on every single corner if he's going to win this race.
Yes, but and Albert Friend standing on the brakes. Here comes Riley Murrow into P2. They're going to get the last lap board next time around. It could be any one of four. And Murrow to the outside gets squeezed wide back to third. And now, as they come out of this next corner, because Friend will defend, and Findlay Lines has caught the lead group. 1 lap, 1,200 metres, 12 corners to go.
Albie Friend has won every single race he's competed in so far this weekend. He had timed qualifying pole position early on Saturday as well. He's got less than 1 kilometre to go here. Can he find a way through? He's got to chop down, get ahead of Edward Haynes before they go into centre one. Down the inside, Lines is onto the podium, is there in third. Reed, Cormac, Gilman, they're all in there. Albie Friend has got to make his Minimax 950 chassis as wide
Findlay
as possible.
Lines.
Findlay Lines is up to second place now. It's going to be into Gasworks, you would think. Lines is looking down the inside. Friend doesn't need to defend too much. He's just got to get through Horseshoe and then Paddock Bend, and Albie Friend is going to take his second final victory in 2024. There's a right old ding-dong going for the third spot of the podium. Friend wins at Warden Law. He extends his championship lead over Findlay Lines, who's second and on the podium here today. And Riley Murrow takes his first podium of the season, bouncing back after a terrible result at Lark Hall. He finishes third ahead of Edward Haynes, Tom Reed and Josh Cormac. The top six, Henry, is covered by less than a second.
I mean, I'm only one member of the voting panel, but in this class, you try and tell me that anyone other than Albie Friend doesn't deserve a nomination for Wera Tools Driver of the Day. He took everything his rivals could throw at him and just came out on top, as cool as a cucumber that's been left in the back of a Scandinavian refrigerator for the last 6 months.
There is your provisional result then. Albie Friend wins for Strawberry Racing, his second final victory of the season to go to his one that he had at PF International. He takes it by 0.22 of a second ahead of Findlay Lines. His search for a final victory continues. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race.
Yeah, now look at coming here. This is where Findlay Lines, you can see, bump, 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 bump. Lines get squeezed out wide. He drops to 10th position there. Albert Friend has the lead, but again, Edward Haynes, I have to say that there was a couple of things, as you were commenting, there was a couple of oohs and ahs, because every time Friend defended, I think Haynes was a little bit aggressive on the brakes there, and there was, you know, a little bit of bumper-to-bumper, you know, sort of rubbing, as it were. But there's the first move, but that was at the inside. So that was Friend simply warming up for the main event. But I think we're going to look back now. So he takes to the outside, and he stays on the outside, and credit to Edward Haynes there. Huge credit, because Haynes climbed over the curbs to prevent just cannoning into Albert Friend. So there was the moment that Emerson McAndrew Uran's loose exhaust finally cried enough. However, Haynes wasn't done there. And again, Friend defending, it almost knocked his visor up there. Last lap, Finley Lines, he's got momentum. We talk about momentum. He caught Murrow, passed him straight away. Caught Haynes, passed him straight away. Just ran out of corners, and then right at the end, it was Murrow snatching the final provisional place on the podium from Haynes. But Nicole Sutherland is down in the pits.
We're with Albie then. Albie, how are you feeling about that win?
Very good. I think pulled off quite a good move to get into the lead and held it from there. So, yeah, happy.
And you were having some fantastic battles with Haynes, and then Finley Lines, he was on your toes at the end. What did you do to keep you cool?
Well, we were all pushing for like 8 minutes of the race, and then an overtake. I didn't want to start battling from there. I just wanted to keep building the gap from behind. But then Edward started offending, so I just found a way to get past, and then I did what Edward did. So.
Extend your championship lead then, Albie. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll head up then to Henry and Andrew very briefly, and then I'll meet you guys back on the grid for our Micro Max. I'm joining Sebastian Behrman on 5th position on the grid then. Sebastian, are you looking forward to this race?
Yes.
And what are you trying to achieve?
To win.
Short answers then. He's got one goal to win. We'll head up then to the comms box as these drivers are about to head off.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, time for the Micromax UK final race number 22 of our weekend here for Event 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships at Warden Law, karting north east just outside of Sunderland. Keep your comments coming in. We're keeping an eye on them here in the box, myself and Henry. Yeah, great to see the support for the Minimaxes earlier on. Let's see, can Micromax steal the show here at Warden Law? Their final is next. Time to go then for Micromax UK, their third final of the year, and it will start with Arthur Farrow on the front row for DHR. Maximilian Abrahart joins on the front row of the grid. Dian Pahal starts from row 2, is joined by Austin Oman, the winner last time out in Lark Hall. Sebastian Behrman and James Roots go from row number 3, and then Max Jolly and Charlie Page, they start on row 4.
Row number 5, Alfie Mayer for the Zip Factory team, and Luke Millward, erstwhile championship leader. Joshua Cook, the British Open champion, and Harry Radcliffe are on row 6. Josh Hushka and Harris Barber on row 7. Chloe McGill and Maria Roberto share row number 8.
Albert Farrow and George Climo start on row 9. Benedictas Masiokas and Logan Rolfe start on the 10th row of the grid, but there's problems for the number 17, which we'll come to in a moment. Alfie Garrett and Lucien Smith start on row 11. Buddy Hugo will not start on the 12th row of the grid. Sebastian Crawford alongside on that one. George Swire, winner of the Wera Tools Driver of the Day, starts from Lark Hall, starts on the 13th row of the grid alongside Ansel Murray. Are we good for a start this time around? No.
And that could be significant because there are spots of rain now around. There are more and more spots of rain, and it is coming from the Gasworks hairpin side of the circuit. So whilst turns 1, Brian's Bend, the Dogleg and St John's might still be dry, this part of the circuit is still dry, it is getting wetter. It was forecast for about 1 o'clock. It was a bit late arriving. It has arrived. And on this circuit, and of course, the rental karts here, this circuit is busy as anything with rental kart racing. You know, you can see how slick, that's rental kart rubber. And coming into Gasworks hairpin in particular, the track is very, very slick indeed. I mean, we had some, even Callum Bradshaw caught out with some aquaplaning yesterday into that corner, so it can catch out the very best of them, and they're on slick tyres.
And just to add a little bit more drama, there's 1 point between the championship leaders going into this one. Big thanks to Ian Rogers and the timekeepers for getting that information too. As Austin Oman is your championship leader heading into this on 467. Luke Millwood 1 point back. Cook a further 5. Let's see how we do here in Micromax UK. 15 minutes underway. Great start for Aberhard. Immediately takes the lead. There's a lot of understeering through the first couple of corners. 3, maybe 4 wide into Brian's Bend. Not a good start for Austin Oman as well. It's been shuffled down to around 5th place. Are they all going to make it through the dogleg and towards St John's? Just about, but I think your race leader is Sebastian Behrman.
Yes, so the Behrman family doing very well this weekend. And now we've got a new leader. We've got a new first and second. That is Dian Pahal and his teammate for the Richardson's Chassis Engineering team, Maximilian Eberhardt in the number 61 kart. Pahal has the advantage. Here comes Behrman up at Gasworks. This is where it's raining. You can see the 38 of Millwood, who runs a little bit wide. And Charlie Page has made a great start for the Synergy Factory team. He is up into P3. What a start for Page. Oh, and there is
Lucian
the
Smith.
44 of Lucian Smith slowing down.
So, end of lap 1, Pahal from Behrman, from Charlie Page. Page on the inside there for a moment, going for second place, but out of the race is the number 19 of Sebastian Crawford on his first appearance this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. The Hunter Motorsport pilot is out on lap number 1. I think Buddy Hugo, we saw Buddy Hugo in trouble on the formation lap, has also not made it round, so we're down to 24 runners here. 13.5 minutes remaining. There's the number 24 of Arthur Farrow trying to fight his way through after that compromised start, but it's Dian Pahal at the front of the order. Could it be a first final victory for Pahal? Plus 5-second penalty for one of the big hitters in this race, Henry. It's Maximilian Eberhardt.
Yes, indeed, the number 61 RCE driver currently 4th on the road. As we look at Max Jolly in the number 14 Hunter Motorsport kart, trying to work with, I believe that would have been the Sam Pollitt, number 55 of Josh Hushka down the main straight. So, spots in the air. Oh, and that is Alfie Garrett is off and out of the race. The rain is intensifying up at Gasworks. New race leader. It's the 15-zip factory kart of Alfie Mayer.
And Alfie Mayer, who continues to grow from strength to strength this season, could just be the kind of driver to master these conditions. Down the inside for third place. Austin Oman tries to get past Eberhardt, and I think just about does so. So good move there from Austin Oman, trying to extend his championship lead. This will be a good result for him right now, because the likes of Luke Millwood and Josh Cook are further down the road and in the mixer, as it were. George Clymer on the inside of Maria Roberto there. George Swire trying to fight his way through from the back once again. He's into the top 20 now. That's a gain of 5. And I think he's actually, your biggest mover at the moment. Shared that honour with Benedictas Masioka. Side by side, there's Josh Cook, the O-Plate winner from Wilton Mill earlier in the year, having a fight with the number 26 of Harry Radcliffe. That's over 8th place. But Mayer once again soaking up the pressure, but this could be anyone's race now. And again, it's out wide goes Eberhardt there. Has already got that plus 5 second penalty that's given him problems. Now he's going to find himself, I reckon, around 8th place on the road.
Yeah, that was the 21 Evolve Motorsport Kart of James Roots going through. Well, it might be starting to rain, but the moisture isn't dampening the Roots. The Roots is on fire here at the moment. Through the final corner, side by side, the 24 Dan Holland kart of Arthur Farah, who started from pole position, now battling a little bit further back in the pack. Where is the 24? He's all the way down to 14th position. And Lucian Smith, who had a spin earlier on, he has just set a new fastest lap, and he is part of the Jax Motorsport team alongside the 37 of Sebastian Behrman, who currently runs 4th. We know that package is quick.
Top 23, just casually covered by 6 seconds at the moment. This is still anybody's race with over 10 minutes to go. The number 37 of Behrman down the inside of Pahal for 3rd. That's a clean move. That's nicely done by Sebastian Behrman. Gets himself a little further up the order. Now we'll set about trying to chase down Osnoen and Alfie Mayer, and a bit, now the number 11 under investigation. So that's our driver in 2nd place as George Swire sets the fastest lap of the race on a 56.72. Just an investigation at this moment. That is reason for a little bit of worry, perhaps, in the Sam Pollitt Racing camp.
It's not. And there's somebody else going over the grass. I have to say that it's not only the driver in 2nd place, Austin Oman. As things stand, Austin Oman is our championship leader. Under investigation, so David Manchester in the steward's room, in the camera room, will be reviewing the footage. You can see in communication with the track, the marshals and the race directors out on circuit. Now, I'm just looking, walking into the ambulance. There is Sebastian Crawford after his incident. He's okay. Dad is outside. Sebastian just, walking in, obviously just a little bit shaken up maybe after his retirement, but otherwise okay. Let's have a look. George Climo has fallen back to 21st position. It's going to be a long drive back to Cornwall for George at this rate, so with not a lot to show for his efforts because he's been very, very quick, but at the moment not going his way in the final. Mayer, Oman, Behrman, Pahal, Roots, Aberhart, Ratcliffe, Page, Cook and Jolly, your top 10.
And this is for Zip Factory team. They have not had a finals win so far in 2024, whether it be the 2 rounds of the championship so far or the O-Plate. Alfie Mayer is doing the business for them right now, would elevate him up to 2nd place in the championship. The rain, still a couple of spots out there, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the track surface in terms of pace out there. As fight here for 4th place, Pahal and Roots, and Eberhardt, an interested party behind there in 6th place. Still so close, the top 20 covered by 5 seconds, and we've already had 7 minutes of this one, Henry.
Yes, indeed. We're not quite at halfway, and Tian Pahal there now being put to the sword by James Roots. Roots up into P4, and Pahal getting a little bit squirrely coming out of dogleg, and he's showing his displeasure to his teammate, and his teammate saying, well, okay, let's go. Now that's something that teammates have to learn. Pahal getting shuffled wide, and on the outside, out of the way, was Harry Radcliffe in the Sam Pollitt 26. I couldn't quite see who the 3rd member of that little crew was. The 3rd member being the one that was up the inside. New leader! Not quite. Yes, quite. Austin Oman.
And Sebastian Behrman's right there as well in 3rd place. Real shame for Harry Radcliffe to be out of this one. Had fought back after a bit of difficulty in qualifying, but will fall down and outside of the top 20, 7 minutes to go. Austin Oman is your race leader, and we're hearing that the rain is getting heavier out there. Now, if
lap
it
times
has
are dropping,
been, yeah,
lap
the race,
times are dropping
they are
significantly
dropping
now.
indeed to the 57s and the 58s, but right now the drivers have still got enough grip out there as Mayer back down the inside. Bit of an assist from Behrman, takes the race lead. Mayer nearly runs wide out of center number one. Behrman's now at the inside as Max Jolly is around and off the circuit. Is the rain? Yes, the rain is starting to get heavier. The spots on the commentary box window tell us that, and also our race leader Sebastian Behrman has down the inside. Here comes James Roots for third. Nearly gets it. Very close there with Alfie Mayer. In comes Aberhart. In comes Joshua Cook. Joshua Cook coming through again. As round goes Pahal. Dian Pahal spins. It's a repeat of the problems in a final that we saw at Lark Hall and PF International. The search for a top 5 result goes on for Pahal to the next round. 6 minutes to go. Cook and Page having a bit of a conversation there out of Brian's Benz. Cook is now up to 6th place, and I'm getting a bit of deja vu, Henry, that Joshua Cook, when he won that O-plate at Wilton Mill, had one of those drives through the field. He kind of just appeared.
Yes.
He arrived at the most important time with 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Could he do it again here?
Well, I'm going to say the C word again, composure. That is what Joshua Cook is showing an awful lot of. He's got Charlie Page now looking to his inside. Page started this race like he had a rocket shoved up his backside, and then he fell back a bit, and now he's moving forward again.
This has got to be one of Charlie Page's best drives in his young career, his best results so far this season. He got into the top 10 at Lark Hall at the moment. He could be on for a top 5. 5 minutes to go, end of lap 10. Behrman is there in the lead, only 0.2 of a second ahead though, and Austin Oman is still applying the pressure. Should say as well the number 23, if we've not mentioned already, Dian Pahal is under investigation. I don't think that's going to be too much of a worry though, because Pahal unfortunately now down in P21. Another driver onto the investigation list, the number 14 of Max Jolly, who we saw off the road. So that's not concerning things at the front of the order. It's still Behrman ahead of Oman. Aberhart in third. Alfie Mayer still there in 4th place. Down into Gasworks once again. Bit of a wider line being taken by Alfie Mayer there that gives him the required grip. The lap times are holding. They're in the mid-58s at the moment. Here's go Aberhart down the inside of Oman for 2nd place. Mayer's now going to be on the inside. Down the paddock, down the Conrod straights for Alfie Mayer. Can he take 3rd place away from Austin Oman through turn 1? Yes, he can, but has he run wide? Is that an opportunity for James Roots to get down the inside into the dogleg? Mayer defends brilliantly around the outside. He's up to 3rd.
And suddenly we have a group of 16 drivers separated by less than 2 seconds. Now, Aberhart takes the lead on the road, but he's got a 5-second penalty. How do the Jax Motorsport team communicate that to Sebastian Behrman to say, it's okay, you don't have to fight, you're leading this race? That's not what you wanted to do, though. You didn't want to send it into him going through Gasworks, and he backs out. You're right, Andrew. Very smart move there. He did. He went in, and there was a bump between the two of them, and instead of taking the position, he eased back and said, look, I don't want to gain it. I know there was a C word there, but
he hasn't gained an advantage.
He hasn't gained an advantage. Smart driving. Really, the race for the win is between the 37 Jax Motorsport kart and the number 15 kart of Alfie Mayer. Jax Motorsport, I think, I seem to remember 2020, they sort of started out, Jack Marshall, and his team, and they've had their struggles. They got improved little bit by little bit. Could this be the day they step onto the main stage?
3 wide into the chicane, and I think it's both of the Pharaohs involved there side by side. That's a bit of a quandary for the family. Behrman down the inside, takes the lead on the road. That one was good. Past Aberhart. Mayer's got to be careful now to not allow Joshua Cook into 3rd place, and wisely just slots in behind Aberhart. There is James Roots as well, still in 5th place. How is Luke Millward getting on? Luke Millward's up to 7th place as Abrahart goes back down the inside and Mayer goes through past Behrman. Mayer goes through. That is for the effective race lead. Joshua Cook is still there as well in 3rd place, which effectively becomes 2nd once the penalty is applied. Could Cook emerge as your championship leader heading to Kimbolton? 2 minutes to go, and it's still anybody's guess, you'd say, in the top 10. George Swire, he's at it again. We saw this at Lark Hall. He won Vera Tools Driver of the Day for a drive through the field. He's up 15 spots and into the top 10 as Mayer's back down the inside. Retakes the lead on the road away from Abrahart. That doesn't change things in terms of the final result, because remember, Abrahart has the plus 5 second penalty. This is a good chance, though, for Mayer if he can break away from Joshua Cook. That's the closest threat right now at the end of lap 14. The gap is half a second.
And George Swire, he started this race so far back, he was in Newcastle, and he's climbing his way up the order. There's somebody else you want to mention, George Climo, who spun earlier on. We said it's going to be a long drive home with no rewards. He's back up into 9th position. 8th once Abrahart's penalty is applied. It is the Zip Factory team. David Bell-Chambers looking back in the paddock, coaching these drivers. Oh no, that's the 12 Kart and the number 24. The 12 is Harris Barber for Thule Motorsports. The 24 are Poleman, and round the outside almost goes Mir, trying to hold off Abrahart. Watch for Cook, watch for Behrman. 30 seconds to go. They'll cross the line. There'll be 2 laps remaining, and there's a group of 10 of them with Page at the back of it. Swire, Climo, Benedictus Masiokas, Luke Millward, championship leader by 2 points at the moment. Austin Oman, Roots, Cook, Behrman, Abrahart and Mir. You couldn't pick a winner if you tried.
Abrahart has been disposed of as a yellow flag out at Senna 1, so no overtaking through the infield parts of the circuit. It's all down to Joshua Cook and Sebastian Behrman. Can they work together over the course of the next lap and a half? Really sad to see there Arthur Farrow quite disconsolate at the sidelines. It will not be a second final victory of the year for him, as Behrman down the inside of Cook for 2nd place. This is more good news if you're Alfie Mayer. The opportunities are ticking on by. Alfie Mayer for Zip Factory team has 1 lap to go to take a first ever win in the British Championships.
I've got to say, great work by there for the marshalling team to, number 1, get the driver to a safe position, then run back to the outside of the circuit to get the kart to a safe position. Mayer has got a big lead. Roots is up into 3rd. Oman is 4th. Behrman 2nd. We've got 3/4 of a lap to go. Alfie Mayer has done enough as things stand. Roots defending a podium for the Evolve Motorsport team. At the moment, Austin Oman would be your championship leader over Luke Millward by 2 points, but Oman is under pressure in the number 11 car from Cook and from Millward himself.
Into the horseshoe for the final time. Alfie Mayer has been knocking on the door throughout 2024. He is a winner in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. He takes the Micromax final here at Warden Law. It's a first victory of the season for Zip Factory team in Micromax, and he wins it by a second with the coolest of drives that you will see here this weekend. Sebastian Behrman is on the podium for the first time in 2024, and James Roots fights through after a difficult weekend, will be 3rd on the podium, and the championship scores will roll on to Kimbolton with the top 4 covered by 7, with Austin Oman 4th in this final today at the head of the table, 4 points clear of Luke Millward. A further 2 points back will be Mayer, and a further 1 point back will be Cook.
And I'm watching Jack Marshall walk across in front of the commentary box, obviously disappointed on him, but that was a performance. Jack's Motorsport, mark this down, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with, as we look back at some of the many, many highlights of that Micromax final.
Well, that's definitely going to be a contender for Alpha Live race of the week. Austin Oman and Alfie Mare had a good scrap through the horseshoe. So many. I'd love to see how many overtakes for the lead were
I've
counted
got
up
the
in that
answer
one.
for you. Many.
Many.
Many. Many, 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 many.
Running through the rest of the order, should mention top 10s as well for George Climo and George Wera and Charlie Page. That was the sad moment at which we lost Ian Pahal. What does Ian Pahal have to do to get for a top 10, a top 15? It will hopefully come later on in the season. We are hearing some news which we'll get onto in a minute that could change things, so don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
This race isn't over. This was the move by Alfie Mare down the inside of Maximilian Eberhardt to take the lead on the road. Cook had worked his way up the order as well, but drama.
Alfie Mare, nose cone, 5-second penalty. We are hearing from the pit lane. You are looking at potentially the newest winner in the British Kart Championship. His name is Sebastian Behrman. His team, Jax Motorsport and the Project One Racing Group. I almost remember, I forgot my Gerard Cox sun hat, but the spirit of Gerard is alive and well. Jack Marshall did a fantastic job picking up the pieces from the Project One team, and Nicole is about to speak to the newest winning member of the Behrman family.
Sebastian Behrman then. Sebastian, congratulations. How are you feeling about that win?
Amazing.
And who's helped you this weekend to get up to the front and take that first win?
My dad, my team, Jax, Dean, my friends, and my engine builder, James Taylor.
And how are you going to celebrate after this out, Sebastian?
No clue.
No clue? Ice cream?
Probably.
Congratulations then. We'll let you celebrate with your mechanic.
Thank you.
What a fantastic race to see. Such fantastic result for Sebastian. Amazing. I'll meet you on the grid shortly, but quickly we'll go back into the comms box. Wow, what drama we had there in Micromax UK. And we've got more to offer here at Warden Law for Event 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. The just small matter of the senior final is up next. And, well, the senior Rotax has been dramatic with a capital D-R-A and everything throughout the course of the weekend since the very first heat. And let's head down to the pre-grid to Nicole Sutherland. With Macaulay Bishop then. Macaulay, I've not caught up with you this weekend. How have things been going?
Up and down really. Had quite a bad first heat, a decent second heat and then a decent pre-final, so see what the final brings.
And you're one of the drivers like in the motorsport community under the media. You're most watched on social media, on the live streams. People look out for you on the results. Does that affect the way you drive at all?
No, not really. I just like to do my own thing really when I'm out there.
And then back in the DHR tent, what have they said to you ahead of this weekend?
Just don't crash really. Get some good championship points on the board and then, yeah, see how the last two rounds go.
Great to hear from you then, Macaulay. We'll head back up into the box to lead into this race.
Getting ready then for the Senior Rotax Final here at Warden Law, the third round of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. For all of our Rotax categories, Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet in the commentary box for you. Henry rejoins me after a quick break outside. How's the weather looking?
The weather is looking, it's light spits of rain. I did go trying to find a junior grid, but the juniors are still deciding where they finished in the last race.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of those things. But seniors up next, 34 drivers. Couple of things. Hopefully, Neo Clark will make it to the grid.
Yeah.
Now, due to start third in the pre-final. He'll be starting 34th, but he'll be starting 34th with a lot fresher tyres.
He will.
Which, you know, things. Championship situation championship situation at the start of the day, Andrew, but we'll get to that in a minute. Here is your starting lineup. Archie Walker and Macaulay Bishop will share row number 1 with Kai Hunter and Caden McQueen on row 2. Row 3 is Guy Cunnington and the Netherlands' Tommy van der Stroys, then David Oleshner and Jamie Perilli for the Jax Motorsport team. What they're going to be feeling right now, who knows?
Gustav Ozakovs and Brandon Klein Navigalvort starts on row number 5. Teddy Pritchard Williams starts on the 6th row grid alongside the junior race winner from here last year, Ewan Charman. Callum Bradshaw and Joshua Graham, winner last time out at Lark Hall, starts on row 7. Jack Collins and Pearson Bullock Carter, they start on row number 8.
Row number 9 is Alex Moody and Deacon Russell, with Alex Adams-Acton and Alex Duncan rounding out your top 20, with Angus Scrivener, Sam Longley, Archie Buttle and privateer Ollie Goodyear on the outside of row 12.
Tyler Harris and Louis Weaver start on row 13. Jack Lilly has had a good run here previously, starts on row 14 for this one alongside Armand Hamilton. Benjamin Southgate and David Mitchell qualified through to the final this weekend. They're on row 15. Tristan Rennie and Sam Baker have to do it from the back on row 16. They're just ahead of the final row, row 17, and quite a heavyweight row.
Yes.
Lewis Gilbert's the winner of the senior race here in 2023, and Neo Clark.
Yep, Gilbert the 4 seed and Clark due to start 3rd for the pre-final, so watch for them to be making their move. Callum Bradshaw finds himself on the 7th row of the grid, but I think you're looking down. I mean, it's this could be anyone's race. Archie Walker, and I'm going to say this, I'm going to say this, look, I can see like Jay Southern, and I can see the KR Sport team. He has been not the quickest kart, one of the quickest karts in the field. I can't see Archie Walker able to pull away from the field. If he's going to win this race, he's going to win it having to fight tooth and nail for it, because Bishop and, of course, the master of Warden Law, Kai Hunter, are right there. And what about Caden McQueen? Caden McQueen is Dan Andrew Salis on the spanners doing a job, and Caden is there in P4. Here we go, though, into the tram lines. Lights are not out.
So we'll go round for another formation lap. Still a lot coming up after this one. Junior final and, of course, the KZ2 final as well. Plenty to get your teeth into. Keep comments coming in. Hello to Minnie, who's looking to race next year. Hello to DV as well, cheering on Tommy van der Stroys.
Molly Williams, hi Molly, looking for younger bro. If you need to come and look on that on TikTok, so you can have a little look. We're live on TikTok.
Hello TikTok.
Hello TikTok on Karting UK. There are many people watching it on TikTok, many people on YouTube. Let's have a look. Thank you, TikTokers from around the world. I haven't had confirmation yet, although I'm looking out the window and I can see several junior drivers standing on the pit wall. Their race is supposed to be next. We haven't got grids. I have a feeling there may be either a delay or a change in race order. Possibly. That's completely unconfirmed, but
speculation in the box.
Speculation. Unless the junior drivers currently watching the race at the pit wall suddenly disappear and get caught at the grid, then we'll see what happens. That comes later. This is now, and in the poll, this was the race that everybody thought was going to be the best of the day. It's green. Let's see if it is.
Down into turn 1 then, and Walker's already lost the lead. Round the outside goes Bishop. Not the first time we've said that in 2024. So yeah. Macaulay Bishop takes the lead from the front row of the grid, the outside. P2, bit of dust being kicked up there by Ewan Charman and a few others. Apart from that, it's all good. We're into Senna 1 for the first time then for 15 minutes plus 1 lap in this final. There's Ollie Goodyear, the number 55, the privateer, looking for some good points in this final, sweeping towards Gasworks for the first time. So Bishop waited throughout the whole pre-final, didn't really find, a very good return in terms of, that's a definite move that you want to do and take the lead. And this, I think, is why, because he knows he can start from P2, go around the outside like he did, and now start to put the hammer down. So an almighty scrap going on between the two Strawberry Racing teammates, Teddy Pritchard-Williams and Callum Bradshaw. Who came out in front of that one? It was Bradshaw.
It's an almighty battle. It's an almighty battle for 6th position. Bearing in mind, Bradshaw started back in 13th and Pritchard-Williams started 11th. The Strawberry Racing cream is rising to the top just in time for Wimbledon.
Indeed, 13 and a half minutes to go in this one, and Bishop's already having to defend down into Gasworks. Kai Hunter is there as well. The pattern of race winners at this circuit over the last few years has gone Hunter, Gilbert, Hunter, Gilbert. So, the trend would suggest that Kai Hunter's on for another win here in 2024. The small matter is he's got to get past Archie Walker and then past Macaulay Bishop as well into the dogleg on lap number 3. Trying to break away from Jamie Perilli there in 4th place. Jack's Motorsport have had a great weekend for Jamie Perilli. Took a heat win early on Saturday in those tricky, slippery conditions that caught a number of this field out. Who's gained good progress early on? Well, we mentioned Callum Bradshaw up 7 spots to 6th. Out is Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort retires on lap 3. Guy Cunnington's down the inside of Jamie Perilli. 2nd place in the championship scores overnight after those heats. That was for 4th place. But for Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, it's not the final he deserved. The DHR driver will slip outside of the top 30.
Yep, very, very unfortunate for Brandon, who had driven very well so far this weekend. Now, it's not often we say this, but Macaulay Bishop has quietly been going about his business this weekend. There he is, leading the race. As things stand, this weekend, in which, let's be fair, I don't think Macaulay's been the fastest kart out there, but he's been the leader who has had the least problems and has been the most consistent and has avoided trouble. And currently, he finds himself on 485 points. His nearest rival is Guy Cunnington on 458. So, for all the closeness of the racing, Bishop suddenly at this point finds himself potentially with a big championship lead. Although we shall see, as the leaders go through Brian's Bend into St John's, a group of 5, and I want to point out the number 30 kart at the back of that pack. It's Jamie Perilli, who is having the weekend of his life so far. A heat win yesterday, front row start this morning, and now Jamie is up and playing with the big boys.
He's more than up and playing with the big boys. The race pace has been really, really good for Jamie Perilli so far this weekend. Once again, Macaulay Bishop right now is doing pretty much what Archie Walker did throughout the course of the pre-final earlier on today. When they get to Gasworks, that's the number 1 overtaking spot around this Warden Law circuit. He's just going and sticking it straight in the middle of the road, making it a very low return, very low chance for a driver in 2nd place to get down the inside. You've got to be really brave on the brakes if you're in Archie Walker's position right now. And it's that risk, Henry, again. If you don't get the move right, Hunter will be there, Cunnington will be there, and before you know it, you're outside the top 10.
I've got to say, my paddock spies are telling me that if Jamie Perilli gets on the podium, Jack Marshall will buy him a brand new Jack's Motorsport liveried race suit, and if he actually wins a race, his dad Simon Perilli will let Jamie respray his BMW so it's not powder blue. What news! I got to say, that's why you've been doing it a long time. My spies are everywhere.
10 minutes to go, end of lap number 6. Macaulay Bishop still has the lead of this one. He's quite happy to lead this one right now. He's feeling comfortable. Archie Walker, but you've got to say, it's a final, Henry. Someone's going to go for a move in this one. They're not going to sit in one big train all the way through the next 10 minutes. And here we go, Hunter down the inside of Archie Walker. He must have heard me.
They were
Hang on,
listening.
we want some excitement. And here it is. Oh, Guy Cunnington goes around the outside of all of them. Takes second place. This is Bishop's chance. He's got to hit it hard. He's got to push hard now. He's going to use everything in those tyres that he's got at the end of the weekend to get away from the rest, leave them fighting for second. We've had an update with the Virtual Championship scores. Big thanks to the guys in timing. At the moment, Bishop would have a decent lead. It would move him to 550. It would be Cunnington still in second place, Bradshaw in third, and Hunter not too far behind. There are your live championship points. End of lap 7. Could be a big lap in the story of this race. Lead for Bishop is now 0.6 of a second.
Yep.
And a further 4/10 behind is Hunter in third.
And you know something? Bishop has just set his personal best lap of the race. And that it comes at a critical time because it was the one lap where suddenly he's not under pressure. He will now know that he's got nearly a 0.6 of a second lead. He would have been told by his mechanics at the side. He would have looked over his shoulder and seen the gap. So he knows no need to drive remotely defensively. Let's push on. However, Cunnington is closing in, the only team owner driver in the paddock. Guy Cunnington Racing, the team run by Guy. There's a side-by-side battle between Usakovs in the number 89, Walker in the number 7, and the number 60 Kart. That would be that would be David Olejna.
Good move there from Olejna up into 9th place. Another lap ticks on by. Kai Hunter has just done his personal best of the final so far. So he's quicker than Cunnington. It's quicker than Bishop as well. Into Senna 1. Caden McQueen being patient as well, is holding his position in the top 5. How's Graham getting on? Joshua Graham is up 3 places, our winner from Lark Hall. It's a very different kind of race for the KR Sport driver. It's not the drive off the front of the field that we saw in Scotland, but you never know in this championship. And at the midway stage, this one you just feel is going to run all the way to the end, like it started at the O Plate back earlier in the spring. Little look back there from Cunnington to Hunter to say, are you going to make a move? Kai Hunter is going to make a move. This is his home patch. He will not be beaten here at Warden Law. If he can make it work, he will do. Down the inside for second place. Now he'll set about Bishop.
And I think Guy Cunnington, he had 4 looks over his shoulder, and that was but he didn't defend. That tells Kai Hunter, look, okay, I'm going to let you go. And Kai's like, right, they didn't lose any time. Experienced move. Now Callum Bradshaw. When was the last time we had somebody win a repechage and go on to win a final? Ooh. If anyone can, Callum can.
He's up to 4th place. He's got to find a way past Guy Cunnington, though, because Kai Hunter is pushing off the front of this chase pack. End of lap number 10. The gap is around half a second. Yeah, Callum said, come on, we've got to get on with this, because Hunter and Bishop are running away once more. Hunter had a very good run 1 week ago here at this circuit. He's got to find a way, though, to catch up to the driver in his old team, the team he won the British Championship with in 2023 in this senior Rotax category. Callum Bradshaw is very animated and quite frustrated, I feel, as well. Surely there's going to be a move into Gasworks, because, again, the top 2... Oh, through goes Teddy Pritchard Williams. Brutal move. Oh, Jamie Perilli into the back chicane. Cunnington defends again, because, of course, this is championship. This is the middle point of the season. Cunnington's second place in the points right now. He's got no interest in letting Callum Bradshaw walk through, because he could be losing his space in the standings.
Yeah, but I don't get it. Kai Cunnington should be working with Bradshaw, because it's great. Yeah, they're second and third in the championship, but the kiddie who is 40 points ahead of the championship is currently leading the race and pulling away. Kai Hunter chasing Bishop down. Now Bradshaw moves on to the podium into P3. And here comes Caden McQueen into P4. Cunnington down to 5th. Pritchard Williams is 6th. Perilli is right there in 7th. Walker is there in 8th. Olejna 9th. Graham 10th. And also in this group you're looking at, you can see the Hunter Motorsport Kart of Usakovs, Tommy van der Stroys, Pearson Bullock Carter, Ewan Charman, and even Deacon Russell for the another of the Jack's Motorsport crew up in the top 15. This is a banner day for Jack Marshall and his team. They may not win this one, although it's a long way to go, but they have arrived.
Very important move there from Guy Cunnington, going back down the inside of Caden McQueen because the Sharks were circling. He was looking weak. Bold move down the inside and asserts that he's still got some pace in this race. Bradshaw's trying to chase across. Hunter has closed the gap to 1/4 of a second now. He's nearly in striking distance of race leader Macaulay Bishop. Teddy Pritchard-Williams also got through past Caden McQueen on that last tour of the circuit. He's into the top 5. As out is last year's winner here, Lewis Gilbert. Does not see the checkered flag in 2024's visit to Warden Law. A really tough weekend for Gilbert. 4 minutes to go. End of lap 13. Bishop 50.01 on his last lap. Hunter 50.02. These two titans of the British scene in senior Rotax in 2024 know that one mistake, one loose placement of a wheel, and they'll lose this race victory. Bradshaw 49.99 last time around. It is the pace in this race, Henry, at the end of a long, hard weekend. As always, there were a problem there for Teddy Pritchard-Williams. I think he was overtaken there by Caden McQueen through the back chicane. This is high-intensity stuff once again from senior Rotax. Really good run from Kai Hunter down the hill through Gasworks. He's right on the tail now of Macaulay Bishop. Can he make the move into turn 1? Elects to stay there for now because there's still a good while of this race to go.
Hunter's probably thinking, okay, Macaulay, let's see. You spent 2 years with DHR when I was there, and I sort of mentored you and helped you a little bit, you know, and now we're running together. Let's see. Have you learned everything? I didn't teach you everything I know, especially when you're on Marmana, son. You're on Marmana. And that's what Kai be thinking, but I'm going to stick my neck out.
Go on.
We have got the World Karting Championship this year at PF International in September. I think you are looking at least one podium finisher in the World Championship in this race, if not a potential world champion in this race.
Quite potentially. We'll see in September whether that prediction comes true. 2 minutes and 20 to go. We're also hearing in our ear that again, as it has done since the very start of running on Friday. As Hunter and Bishop have a moment there through the exit of Brian's Bends. I think that one caught Hunter out slightly, and the question would be, how's that front bumper looking? I think it's looking okay from that angle.
I don't think they need to be looking forwards their front bumper. They need to be looking over their shoulders at Callum Bradshaw, who has caught the leaders. There's about a 5 kart length gap with rain in the air. It's very, very slippery in this corner right here. Bradshaw within 5 kart lengths. The British Open champion. Bishop still leads. The defending British champion, the reigning British champion, Hunter in second, and the previous British champion from 2023, Bradshaw in third. This is brilliant.
And there's more drama. It was a few minutes ago, but Kai Hunter is under investigation, under investigation at this moment. Bishop holds on to the lead, but you feel like the dam is about to burst here at Warden Law. Back comes Cunnington. McQueen's part of this fight. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of Britain's best here at Warden Law, fighting for the 3rd round victory in this year's senior Rotax Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Bishop has done the tactic. There's a squabble going on now for second place. Kai Hunter's got to focus over this next few corners on holding his track position and then setting about trying to catch Bishop once again, but time is running out. 48 seconds remaining on the clock. They'll come round. There's going to be 2 more laps of this one, ladies and gentlemen. Bradshaw again, quite frustrated. Like, come on, get on with it, Kai Hunter. We've got to catch Macaulay Bishop on this lap, or it's going to be second at best for us today. Hunter, little bit wide, going through the dog leg. Has Macaulay Bishop tactically got this one right again?
With a lap and a half to go, could anyone see any of Hunter, Bradshaw, Cunnington, McQueen closing a 20 kart length gap to the race leader Macaulay Bishop with just over a lap to go? I'm not convinced, unless there is a huge deluge or Macaulay loses his head, which is unlikely to happen. I think by the time they sorted it out, it's like opening the gate after the horse is bolted.
Time is up. Last lap board is out. The gap for Macaulay Bishop is 0.49. Kai Hunter needs the lap of his life here at Warden Law if he's going to take a third victory in 5 years at this circuit in senior Rotax. Out of the dogleg through St. John's. Bishop checks over the shoulder. Hunter is closing.
Wow.
He needs to get into striking zone. Oh, Bradshaw down the inside. That's going to be it for the race win. Bradshaw takes second. Bishop's got the gap now. He doesn't need to defend into Gasworks. Bradshaw, knowing he needs every single point he can get in terms of the championship bid. Macaulay Bishop is going to take victory for Dan Holland Racing. Unbelievably, it's going to be his first final victory of the year. Bishop wins at Warden Law. Bradshaw and Hunter form up the podium in second and third. Caden McQueen follows home in fourth, and Guy Cunnington finishes fifth.
Macaulay Bishop, record setting, history making. He has won in Cadet IARMY, he's won in Mini X30, he's won in Junior X30, he's won in Micromax, he's won in Junior Rotax, and now he has won in Senior Rotax. Since 2019, that young man has won races in 6 different classes in this title, and he's just held off 2 of the best in the world. Wow.
Not just 2 of the best in the world, but 2 on the top of their form so far this year. So Macaulay Bishop takes the 65 championship points. He will leave Sunderland this evening with 550 points on the scoreboard and a lead of 34 points ahead of Guy Cunnington heading to Kimbolton in August. Callum Bradshaw is third, a further 4 points back. Kai Hunter, it's not the win, but it's a good haul of points for him this weekend. He's fourth in the standings, 10 points further back. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. Macaulay Bishop, pole to the win. How do you feel?
It was amazing. I got a good start, got straight into first, and then I got a gap, went for like 5 laps, and they caught me back, and I had to defend a little bit. Then I got another gap, and it was just played like that for the rest of the race, really, I think. Yeah, I probably wasn't the quickest kart, but obviously leading round here is really hard. Yeah, Kai caught me a couple of times, I got a gap, and then, yeah, just managed to keep the gap big enough to win.
Congratulations, Macaulay, and who have you got to say thank you to?
All the DHR, their support's amazing. My dad and brother mechanic and me. Mum for watching at home, and Time Racing Engines.
Well done, Macaulay. We'll head up for an advert quickly, and then we'll go to our next final. On the grid then with Cole's racing driver Hugh Moulton. Hugh, what's been going on this weekend? How are you feeling?
It's been a decent weekend. We've had decent pace. Hopefully we can go forward in the final.
And juniors is always a really competitive race. You get lots of scrapping. How are you gonna handle that?
Hopefully we can all keep it clean and just thread the needle through the pack, hopefully, and get to the front.
And then kind of where are you aiming to finish? Are you going for that win, or would you be happy with the top 3, top 5?
I'm obviously going for the win. Just hopefully I can break away and get the win towards the end laps.
Great to hear from you then, Hugh. We're going to head over to the KR Sport driver, Jack West. Jack will be starting 9th. Jack, how are you feeling about this race?
Good. I think I can make up like loads of places in this one.
And then what are you trying to achieve in the first opening laps where it's really busy, lots of fighting going on?
Hopefully we can like make up 3 or 4 places, because I feel like at this track the field spread's quite big, and when everyone gets going the times are very similar, so the first lap's quite crucial.
Great to speak to you then, Jack. We'll head up for the next race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Getting ready then for the penultimate race of the weekend. It is the Junior Rotax Final. Here is your grid. Harry Bartle starts on pole position. Thomas Behrman alongside on the front row. Winner last time out in Scotland, William Antrobus starts on row 2 and is joined by first-timer in 2024 in the Junior Final, Jared Fox-Whiteley. That's row 2. Hugh Moulton and Finley Buck starts on the 3rd row of the grid. Thomas Mintz-Spearing starts on an all-Argentine Motorsport row 4 alongside Harrison Whitacombe.
Rounding out your top 10, Jack West and Aris Valleskis with Lucas Blanford and Scott Marsh on row number 6. Brian and Truman and Jake Flewitt on row number 7 with Harrison Crowther and James Anagnostiatis on row number 8.
Lewis Goff and Owen Neve start on row number 9. Cole Tenham and Charlie Neve complete the top 20 on row 10. Jacob Ashcroft, keep an eye on Ashcroft. He starts on row 11 alongside Kai Veach. On row 12, it's Rory Armstrong and Joe Anderson.
On row number 13, we've got Henry Cameron and William Archer, Lizzie Mentier and Joshua Smith on row number 14. The top 30 rounded by Albie Lapper and Zach McDonald, Joshua Turnbull and Mikey Walker are next.
Cameron Nelson and Kai Clark, well, just Cameron Nelson, because Kai Clark is unfortunately done for the day. So it'll be 33 drivers in this one.
Oh
no, I think 32. No, I was about to say 32 because Cole Denham wasn't quite showing us out of the pits
but he is.
A split second ago, but he now is. All good.
Let's have a look. Of course, yeah, we forget. Macaulay Bishop's mechanic is his younger brother, Mason. Youngest mechanic here. I got to get my best Sunday best dress on for Kart Masters. Barbara Lapper's coming. Take me out for a drink, my young lady. Here we are. How's that?
So
sorry, can't have commentator showing Riz in the commentary box. It's not good luck.
Junior final then last year was a remarkable one of the most remarkable of the year. We saw a win for Ewan Charman, even though he had a plus 5 second penalty. Remarkable things can happen in this race, and it's underway. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Down towards turn 1, and it's going to be advantage to Harry Bartle.
Big
as there's a bit of an incident towards the back of the field. One of them is William Archer off at turn number 1. I think is that Zach McDonald running a bit. Well, no, it's not. I think it's Albie Lapper. Albie Lapper, the other one of the Strawberry Racing drivers with a white helmet, number 29. There's someone with a loose exhaust. Has there been a problem as well for Jared Fox-White?
Yes.
He's come through sector number 1 now.
There has been, I'm not sure, I think there was a couple of karts running wild. Someone's got a very poorly bad exhaust. Rory Armstrong, William Archer have all been delayed.
Joshua Smith as well.
Joshua Smith as well has been delayed. We'll see who comes out where. Jacob Ashcroft, again, has made an absolutely electric start as the rest of the field file across the start-finish line. Sadly, we have lost, Rory Armstrong and William Archer are yet to come round, and it looks as though,
there's Armstrong.
There's Rory Armstrong. That is a double bubble, that is exhaust and axle. Poor Andrew.
Impressive.
Poor Mr. Armstrong. Long way back to Northern Ireland for the reigning Minimax Grand Finals champion of the world. Bartle leading. There's William Antrobus, who has said, he had a long, hard word with himself during the off-season and thought, what am I doing wrong? What's my decision-making like? What can I change? Because I've got to change. He decided, he found out this is what I got to do different, or this is what I want to do different, and he's doing it.
Is indeed. So first and second in this race, also first and second in the championship, as there is William Archer's number 61 Hunter Motorsport machine out of this race, out of the final on lap 1. Still early stages. Jake Flewitt's had a good start. He's up 5 spots into 9th. Cameron Nelson as well. Behrman down the inside of Moulton having a go for 3rd place.
So here we are. Let's think about this. I'm one for a stat.
Go on.
So Oliver Behrman has won a race this weekend in GP2.
Yes.
Cousin Sebastian Behrman has won a race here in Micromax. can Thomas Behrman become the third member of the family to win a race in the same weekend? I wonder if that's been done before. 3 members, the same family, 2 disciplines, 2 countries. Well, he's got a bit of work to do to catch these 2. Because Bartle and Antrobus sellotape together, then a gap back to Moulton and Whitcomb with Behrman in 5th. Long way to go and a short time to get there.
The story of these 2 drivers' seasons so far, they haven't really had that many moments against each other on track, because Bartle had a stunning PF International, whereas Antrobus was a little bit further back, and then they flipped those roles when we got to Lark Hall, of course. So this is going to be intriguing to see how these 2 championship leaders go toe-to-toe. Hugh Moulton holding there in 3rd place, quite happy to defend right now. Has got PFI winner Harrison Whitcomb immediately behind him. Still 11.5 minutes remaining on the clock right now. Investigation flag out for the number 82 is, Antrobus looks down the inside. Bartle holds it round the outside through turn number 1, and that's the 2nd time we've seen Antrobus have a go into turn 1.
I have to say, so Harrison Whitcomb, let's not count out Hugh Moulton, Harrison Whitcomb, this chasing pack, they're not giving up. Whitcomb to the inside. I've got to say, Harrison Whitcomb. Okay, so this season, the Argenti Motorsport team, Kenzo Craigie started off this year doing the British Rotax Championship, but it clashes with other events in Europe that he's racing in. So Kenzo can't do all the rounds. So effectively, Kenzo's pulled out of the British Championship, and effectively then team leadership goes between Thomas Min-Spearing and Harrison Whitcomb. There's obviously, they want to establish themselves as, okay, I'm the Argenti Golden Boy, so to speak, as it were. Obviously, the Argenti team, they put out good kit for all their drivers, but what I'm saying is it's important in the drivers' tent to sort of have that little bit, I'm the one that's finishing in front of everybody else. And, it gives these drivers a chance to puff up their chests a little bit. And I'm not being funny, Whitcomb's going to be closing right in, and a lead change possibly, yes. And of course, let's not forget, Harrison Whitcomb was due to start the final of the opening round at Paul Fletcher International from pole position. Never got a chance, sadly, to run that race. Now, he was given championship, first place championship points, but so technically, he's won a round of the British Championship. But if you ask Harrison, that doesn't count. That was, obviously a very, a force majeure. Force majeure. I was going to say it was a very sad day, and so Harrison wants to win one on merit, on the road, as it were, and get to stand on the top step of the podium in front of his dad, who doesn't get to come to these races very often, and so he's like, look, Dad, this is what you spend all your money on. It's all right.
A good exchange there with Thomas Behrman. Behrman was down the inside through Senna 2, but Whitcomb returned the favour on the run towards the back chicane. It has meant they've lost a bit of touch with Antrobus and Bartle. That move by Antrobus not only gives him the lead in this race, it gives him a 2-point advantage in terms of the live scores in the championship right now as well. So this could be a really, really important race when we look back at the season as a whole later on in the autumn. Behrman trying to find a way past Whitcomb. Whitcomb's not going to give that one up. He's going to open the door for Thomas Min-Spearing, his teammate, to step down the inside and take 4th place. Hugh Moulton's fighting back as well. Behrman finds himself, I think, now down around 8th, maybe 9th position. Jake Flewitt's there as well in the number 54. What a great run he's had this weekend in his first of the year so far. Shuffling down there is Finley Buck, down to around 9th spot.
Yeah, Jake Flewitt for the MLC Lee Murray's crew, showing some really good form. Flewitt is the one with the pink flecks on the outside of his rear bumper. That dark, deep blue, black and white MLC. Look at this traffic jam. Look at that traffic jam coming out the final corner across the start-finish line now. That is Crowther, Goff, Anagnostiadis, Blandford, Truman, Ashcroft. Jacob Ashcroft has sort of stalled out in 17th position. I was expecting him to be siding his way through the order. Oh, sideways for the number 92. Whoa, Jack West Take a boo, son. Take a boo.
He said he was going to be on the move, and he's delivered on that promise down the inside, and gained another position back up into the top 5 as Hugh Moulton's being shuffled down the order now as well. He's going toe-to-toe with Scott Marsh in the number 13 for Strawberry Racing. End of lap number 9. Androbus still leads and is creeping away from Harry Bartle. He's got his lead up to nearly half a second as a fight between the two KR Sports teammates, Jack West and Thomas Behrman. Thomas Behrman trying to find a way back into the top 5. You can see that chance of a race victory starting to slip away here. This is a tremendous race once again in Junior Rotax. Into Senna 1 goes the fight for 5th place. Jake Fluid once again, as you say, Henry, with those pink flashes on the outside. James Anagnostiadis in the middle of it all is going to have a challenge there from Finley Buck and loses a spot as they head into the back chicane. That was for around 14th. More defence from Jack West into Gasworks.
Oh, and there's a little bit bigger barge going there. Let's not forget, Andrew, Harry Bartle in second position. You know, this only his 3rd year of MS UK racing. Year 1, 3rd in the British Minimax Championship, on the podium at the Rotax Grand Finals. 2nd year, won the IAMI World Finals. 3rd year, now British Open champion and lead and in contention at the moment. 2 points separate Antrobus and Bartle in the championship as Behrman sends it at the inside of his teammate Jack and says, Jack, go west. Life is peaceful there, go west in the open. And that's the Pet Shop Boys, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the racing.
5 minutes and 45 to go. Can Behrman, oh no, West is going to throw one back down the inside and take the spot, running a little bit wide out of Gasworks. Thought that Fluid might be able to get down the inside, but in the end he has to concede and just sit there for now in 7th place. And number 17 coming onto the scene as well. Harrison Crowther having another strong run for Coles Racing. Spoke to him at Lark Hall. Oh, his teammate Hugh Moulton is having a bit of bother there, as again the KR Sport teammates have get a bit of close quarters. Behrman gets back through, and I think Scott Marsh has hopped up there as well. Scott Marsh points to Thomas Behrman and say, no, go, go, go. We've got to close up to Thomas Spearing and Harrison Whittaker. But saying that there's 3 seconds behind the battle for the last spot on the podium.
I was saying, watching the 2 KR Sport carts busy taking chunks out of each other. You know, this is a big week for politics, but I think KR Sport boss Ash Orchard might have to play a bit of the diplomat coming through this one, because he's got 2 very hungry drivers, both wanted the same piece of tarmac, and they both find themselves a lot further behind the race lead than they should be. Antrobus and Bartle lead, but the Argenti duo of Whitcomb and Spearing are closing in, and we're going to have a 4-kart battle for the lead. It's going to be Sam Pollitt Racing versus Strawberry versus Argenti at the front.
This is where the tactics are going to start coming into play with 4 minutes to go. A little bit further down the order, Lizzie Menti is having a really good race, up 12 spots for her in the number 50. That's into the top 15. Joshua Turnbull as well, another one of the DHRs coming through the field, is up into the top 20. You like 2 DHRs on the move, we'll have a 3rd, because Cameron Nelson is also into double figures in terms of positions gained so far in this race.
Oh, I've got a feeling Finley Buck's great weekend is about to come to an end. Buck and Jared Fox-Whiteley tumbling down the order together. Sadly, they may not be out of the race, but their chances of a decent result are over. New fastest lap of the race, Lizzie Mentier, 50.91 seconds. She is giving it the beans in the number 50 kart.
And you got to say that the track right now is supporting the drivers. It's not a case of, like we saw with a little bit of the rain and the spots out there earlier on, and the track getting slower. It's getting faster and faster and faster as this race gets to its climax. Lewis Goff there behind Jake Fluitt. A little bit further through the order as well. There's the number 50 of Lizzie Menti, as mentioned, fastest driver on the circuit. She's up to 13th place now, trying, and we'll make that 12th. It's got past James Anagnostiadis on that last lap. Kai Beach now has the, I tell you what, there's a really good, oh, as Whitcomb gets out wide and into the dirt on the exit of the dogleg. Spearing gives a bit of encouragement. He's going down the inside, though, into Senna
that's not
1.
gonna
The
help, boys.
Argentis fighting now, and they're going to lose time. They've gained that time, and I see the frustration from Spearing saying, come on, we've just done all that work to catch up to Antrobus and Bartle, and we've let them get away with it again.
Well, and Harrison will be turning around and saying, well, then why did you all try and overtake me? That type of discussion between them whilst driving at 70 miles an hour. Up at the front. Now, Antrobus, he's not going to get away with it without having to defend. Bartle is sitting there watching and waiting. At the moment, our live championship standings are as follows. Antrobus, 2 points clear of Bartle. Basically, whoever wins this race out of these two takes the championship lead. Simple
And he's
as
gone
that.
down the inside. He's gone down the inside and taken the race lead. He was fading. He was down by 0.5 a second. He's fought back. Harry Bartle has been a master of race management so far this weekend. He's been doing it the old Sir Jackie Stewart way. Win as slowly as possible.
Exactly.
And this is why the last 90 seconds of the final here at Warden Law, what has Bartle got left? What has he got that can throw at William Antrobus? The whole thing, the kitchen sink, the bus that's got him here, it's all got to go out on the circuit now if he wants to win this final.
And check the championship positions now. 1 lap ago, Antrobus had a 2-point lead. With that one move, Bartle now has a 4-point lead. This is for prizes much bigger than just a trophy on the day. And here come the cavalry with West Wales's Harrison Whittaker-Boybach leading the charge.
Indeed, they've got back those two Argenti drivers. It's going to be a 4-way scrap. But again, Harry Bartle's kicking into that final gear. These are single-speed karts, but there's a bit of a turbo under the seat of Harry Bartle right now. Antrobus is responding. They're all throwing everything at this corner. Oh! As Antrobus goes through, but what happened there in the final corner? Bartle's off on the grass. He overlooks his shoulder. Whittaker comes through into second place. There's going to be 2 more laps of the Rotax classes here this weekend at Warden Law. They could be the most 2 dramatic laps yet. Spearing still there as well, waiting patiently in 4th place. Antrobus into Senna 1. Whittaker goes for a half defensive line, but he's got good speed.
I gotta say, Harrison Whittaker's mechanic, Nigel Hathaway, went home ill on Friday. He's really unwell. So Harrison's stepdad Steve has taken up the spanners and he's leaving it to Harrison to do the rest. The clock has struck 0. They come through Horseshoe into paddock. 1 lap to go. It's now or never for Wales's Harrison Whittaker as he tries to chase down race leader William Antrobus and tries to keep behind the British Open champion Harry Bartle.
Antrobus retakes the lead in the championship by 4 points now from Harry Bartle. Antrobus has got to keep it all together right now. He took the win, of course, in Scotland and side by side like we saw in the seniors. Here comes Spearing down the inside into 3rd place. But is there too much of a gap now? Oh, Bartle's on the grass as they head towards the back chicane. William Antrobus. And there's a warning flag for the 51. We don't need to worry about that right now. William Antrobus is going to win on the road for the 2nd time in a row. He took a first victory in junior Rotax for Sam Pollard Racing at Lark Hall. Make it 2 in the history books. Antrobus wins at Warden Law. He takes the championship lead. It's a double podium for Argenti Motorsport with Whittaker and Spearing. Harry Bartle finishes in 4th. He gave it everything. He'd won through the heats, he'd won through the pre-final, but it wasn't to be his day in the one that matters most to them out there. Thomas Behrman is the first of the KR Sport drivers home in 5th. But there again, with this new belief that's charging him on, and that's what it means. That is what it means to William Antrobus to win for the 2nd time this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and he takes a 5-point lead.
And look at that.
To Kim Bolton.
Oh, doesn't it? It almost brings a tear to your eye. It's not very often that a young driver has such self-aware thoughts of reflection, where they come back and they think about, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? And they take the time to analyse not their kart, not their driving, but themselves, their thought patterns. And William has done that over the winter, and that's what it means. So every driver out there, that when it doesn't go well, instead of just sulking, go home, think about it, have a bit of self-reflection, look at the decisions you make and make the changes, and that's the result. The victory mullet is now a double victory mullet.
As you say, what a race. What a set of races we've had so far this afternoon in the finals across the Rotax categories. Antrobus wins it by just under a second ahead of Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb on the podium again. The roller coaster season goes on for Harrison Whitcomb. He'll look to break the pattern of things when we go to Kimbolton and have another good one there. But for now, he can celebrate another podium in Junior Rotax, and he can celebrate it with his teammates as well. Thomas Min-Spearing, Ron Meadows and the whole Argenti team are going to be happy with that. 2 drivers on the podium. Harry Bartle 4th. It's good championship points. There's still a lot to be happy about there for Bartle. He won't be happy to be off the podium, but he's still very much in the fight. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
William Antrobus, a win in Larkhall, a win in Warden Law. How are you feeling?
Brilliant. Oh my God, the last few laps were so insane. It was so hectic. Yeah, but I got it done in the end.
I said earlier as well, this year you've been putting your name on the map. What have you got to say about that?
Honest to God, I've been putting myself on it for ages, but I've just not done it properly, and I've done it this weekend. But I'd like to say hi to family at home, especially my mum and my granny, and my sister and my dogs as well. Yeah, they're bet you they're watching it right now, crying their eyes out. But yeah, hi. I love you all. Love you all for the support as well. And yeah, and I'd like to thank my dad, as always, doing the best of jobs. I'd like to thank as well Nige and Lewis, and then Sam Pollitt and all of SPR themselves. They do a great job, the team, and I love them to bits for it. I'd like to thank Offset for giving me the brilliant gloves. And I'd like to thank all my sponsors out there. And then one thing I'd like to say, Henry, are you listening?
I'm listening, mate. I'm listening. You finally done it. I didn't miss it.
It's working, baby.
Well done. That's the spirit.
Yeah.
Congratulations, William. We'll let you celebrate with your dad.
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic. I think we need to see some highlights.
We do indeed. Absolutely brilliant. I think Henry's going to head out for a little bit as we do watch some of those highlights from that Junior Rotax final drama at the start. William Archer and Rory Armstrong would retire on lap number 1. In early stages, it would be the 2 drivers in the lead of the championship, way ahead of the rest of the order. You see the gap that they had back to the Argentis and everybody else behind. Bartle and Antrobus fighting over first place. Antrobus trying to get down the inside. Bartle holding it for a moment, but Antrobus took the lead. Bartle would strike back though, and then really in that the start of the last quarter of this race, it looked like Bartle had held something in reserve for that last 90 seconds. There was a good scrap going on between Whitcomb and Spearing for 3rd and 4th. They would pull themselves back in to the equation for 2nd place as well. The battle between the KR Sports as well. Very entertaining stuff between Jack West and Thomas Behrman. Behrman would win out in that one on his way to a top 5 finish. Antrobus again would hold the lead. Bartle back down the inside. This was with about 2 minutes to go. They would be caught by Whitcomb and by Spearing as well. But it's this moment here into the final chicane where Antrobus took the lead again. Bartle out wide on the grass. That would be the decisive moment, as through would also come Whitcomb and Spearing. They would get their spots on the podium. And William Antrobus for Sam Pollitt Racing take their 2nd victory of the year in Junior Rotax in the third round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. I'm often a little bit critical of juniors that they don't show the emotion. It's, you know, the slightly grumpy teenager years where they're not wanting to show of that level of emotion, but that wasn't the case today. William Antrobus and Harrison Whittaker both absolutely delighted with how they did there in that race. We'll be back in a few moments after this short ad break. Last race of the weekend, it's the KZ2 Final. It has Josh Price on pole position alongside Charlie Turner. Miles Murphy and Lee Ward start on row 2. Ashley Lewis and Derek Morgan start on row 3. Daniel Cibula and Ryan Green, they go from row number 4.
On row number 5, we have Nat Thomas and Oliver Stewart and All Jade. Row 5 with Jake Weston and Ella Stevens. On row 6, Timo Youngling and George Barker round out the field. Sadly, we do not have Craig Stephen, who has had to withdraw Kart. The wagon rolls no more this weekend for Craig Stephen. And again, a lot of Detail Dreamer back on the live chat. Yeah, obviously William from the well-known Lancashire, footballing mecca of Preston. Preston North End winners the first ever Football League title. There we go, in 1888.
My dad's not shut up about it since.
Well, was he there? Right, joining the commentary box once again by More Racing Team Manager. I've just given you that job title, Luke. Watching his drivers on, I think. Luke is the son of Tom Moore, the team owner. So watching Dad's karts. Now, see, he hasn't got a microphone, but thumbs up. Has your dad bolted Miles' kart together properly? Yes, we have a big thumbs up. Let's see what have we saved the best for last, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I've got to say, the KZ2 drivers, who incidentally, I believe it has been confirmed, the 2026 KZ World Cup is going to Lark Hall in Scotland. Yes, 150. Unfortunately, Landau hasn't got CIK approval yet. That's 2029.
You can work on that.
They'll go back to Wackersdorf in 2028 and then come back to Landau 2029. Anyway, the race, the last race of what has been a fantastic weekend. I can't believe there's that phrase, it's grim up north, because it certainly isn't.
No.
It's blinking lovely up here. Right. Here we go.
2 karts at the back of the field who've been very quick in this one. Anything could happen across the course of the next 15 minutes. The lights are on. The lights are off, and once again we're racing. Great start for Timo Youngling as he shoots through the middle. Problems for Ella Stevens at the back of the field. Into turn 1, it's going to be Josh Price who leads through the first couple of corners. Charlie Turner, who won the final here in 2022, into second place. Battle going on for third place. Oh, as Lee Ward gets all crossed up there and loses 2 spots as they head to centre 1 for the first time. Good start from Josh Price. Daniel Cibula there on the outside. Now the inside for the second hairpin through the back straight. Remember, they don't tackle the back chicane, do the KZs, and Turner is all over the back of Josh Price.
I've got to say, Timo Youngling has now caught Daniel Cibula. This could be 2 of the youngest drivers in the race. Youngling and Cibula moving forward, but at the end of the opening lap, Josh Price leads Charlie Turner. Del Boy Derek Morgan on the right chassis up into P3 ahead of Miles Murphy, Lee Ward, Ashley Lewis, Ryan Green, then Cibula, Youngling, Thomas, Stewart, Weston, Stevens and Barker. New leader, Charlie Turner. That was a deep dive into centre 1 for the British Open champion.
Third place last year in the championship. Into Gasworks they go then. Charlie Turner at the moment will be sat fourth in the standings at the end of this first round. Remember, still another 5 rounds of this championship to go. 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And keeping an eye, though, on Timo Youngling. Has got past Sabula now. Is up into 8th place. On raw pace, that number 25 Kart has been the fastest machine. Oh! Round goes Derek Morgan. Round goes Derek Morgan in the Bruce's Benz. Has to wait till the whole field comes through. And he may well be fully out of this race now.
Well, if he gets going again, that tells me that Miles Murphy might have a question to answer afterwards. If he doesn't get going again, it probably means that he had some sort of seizure and failure mid-corner. I'm not quite sure. Has Del Boy come round? Well, he is. No, he hasn't.
To one yet.
I'm not sure that. Well, we'll have to see. But there was definitely. I'm not quite sure what the situation is there. But Miles Murphy now on the podium. Lee Ward in 4th place. Then the 24 Kart of Ashley Lewis. Turner and Price 1 and a bit seconds up the road with Green 6th, Youngling 7th, Sabula 8th, and Oliver Stewart in 9th position. There's a change. That's Ashley Lewis up at the P4 at the expense of Lee Ward. And here comes the Sodi Vitesse Kart of Timo Youngling.
Timo Youngling 1 week before he heads off to Spain for the first round of the FIA European Championships next week. It's going to be hot there next week, but he's on fire right now down the inside. Didn't quite make that one work to get 5th place, but you feel that Timo Youngling, if that kart can stay together, it was a chain failure that took him out of the pre-final where he was on course to win that race. Into turn 1 they go. The gap back to Youngling from the lead, 3.7. Charlie Turner, fastest driver out there on circuit. Youngling down the inside now of Ward for 5th place. Now he's got it. He's just got to get on with this, get each position cleanly, not pick up any silly time penalties on the way through. There's still 11 and a quarter minutes. He's not out of this yet. He had a similar kind of lead with a few moments to go when his chain failed in the pre-final. And he's the kind of driver, Henry, who I feel will back himself. If he gets through, say, no, I'm going to keep going. If I have to win it on the last lap, that's the way I'll do it. Confidence
is something that Timo Youngling is not short of in his own abilities. It's not arrogance. He's a really nice young man, but he thinks, he knows, I know I'm good and I can do it. And that's what every driver has got to do. Let's take a minute to talk about George Barker, who in his first KZ2 meeting, privateer, he's the least experienced driver in terms of karting as a whole on this grid. His best lap so far is a 48.1. That is 1.6 seconds slower than ex-British touring car driver Josh Price on his debut in the British Championship. And I would say that anybody out there who is maybe thinking, well, why is he running around the back? Oh, why? No. Tell you what, get out from behind your computers
and have a go.
And then you'll shut up. How's that?
It's a very, very physical business
all
out
these
there.
Drivers are very, very, very talented young athletes. End of sports.
10 minutes of this race to go. Oh, down the inside now. This is Youngling on Lewis. This is for 4th place. Can Youngling get the switch back there? No, Lewis has covered that off really, really well, not allowing a bit of space for Youngling to get underneath on the exit of center number 2. Now Youngling's going to slam it down the inside into Gasworks. Will have the advantage into Horseshoe, and Youngling's got through. But the question is, how much time has he lost relative to the leaders in all of that? The gap is now 4 seconds. 9.5 minutes to go. Next job, and it's not an easy job, Henry. He's got to find a way past Miles Murphy.
Well, yes, experience counts for an awful lot. Speed counts for a bit more. And Youngling, first of all, though, before he sets his sights on Murphy, he has got to sort of get out of harm's reach of Ashley Lewis. Because Ashley Lewis, the Rush Performance, number 24, he's not done yet either. Further back, there's Ryan Green. Ella Stevens trying to recover from what was a poor start. She is down in 9th place. Jake Weston in the number 16 More Racing Kart is in 10th, followed by Nat Thomas, Daniel Sabula and George Barker. And Barker has got his best lap down to a 47.9.
Has indeed. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from the race leader. 46.28 seconds for Charlie Turner, who's got 3/4 of a second in his back pocket at the moment over Josh Price. Further 2 seconds or so back is Miles Murphy. What is the pace like for Timo Youngling? This next lap is going to be very telling, I feel, for the race-winning chances of the driver who was fastest in time qualifying, because this is the first one where he's got a full, clean lap in clean air. Has he got the pace to close in? Well, he's taken a tenth and a bit out through sector number 1. Stevens, Stevens got caught in two minds there on whether to go for the move on Ryan Green. And nearly locked up, I think, on the downshift into Gasworks. Jake Weston did very, very well there to read that one and there not be a more serious incident.
Talk about Cobra as a Cobra in the commentary box after that one. That was that, Ella Stevens missing a breaking point and the lockup. Reactions so quick, instantaneous reactions there by all these young drivers. As we look, there goes Oliver Stewart, who finally makes his way past Lee Ward. He's thinking, God, I come back from Formula 4 to this, and this is harder.
This is miles harder in terms of the physicality for the drivers. No suspension, no bushes to, take the impacts around as you're moving around the circuit.
No suspension, no quarter asked, no quarter given.
7 minutes to go. Timo Youngling is now the fastest driver on the circuit at 46.05, but Charlie Turner is responding. This is one of those time trial style races where Charlie Turner will know that Timo Youngling has probably got the most outright pace here this weekend, and it's about managing that gap, which is now 4 seconds across the course of the next 6 3/4 minutes. He's doing that right now. He just needs to dig deep and not let either Youngling or Murphy or Price back into this and bring this one home. But we've seen today woes from numerous drivers as again down into Gasworks. Stevens trying to find a way past Ryan Green. This is over 8th place.
And let's not forget, Ella Stevens, Timo Youngling have better tyres. However, Charlie Turner... Stevens is off. Oh dear, that's a NASA panel that is not as the manufacturer designed it. It has been somewhat modified, that NASA panel. So Turner retired from a heat race with Heat 2 with a clutch failure. So he's got a few laps less on his tyres. Josh Price has done every lap of every race. He's got 192 points. He's your current championship leader. So has Miles Murphy. Let's not forget that Timo Youngling didn't use his slick tyres for one race because he went out on wets. So that driver there, who has arguably got the fastest kart, he's also got the best tyres. The problem he's only got 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go, and he is 4.3 seconds off the lead in 4th position. Something's going to run out before the kart does. It's going to be time or laps or just positions. He's got to get his head down. I still think a podium is possible because, again, I'm sitting next to Miles Murphy's biggest fan, but Miles Murphy, he's not been too happy with his wagon all weekend, and Luca concurs with that fact. So Youngling has just got, pedal to the metal.
And there is the battle for 3rd place. Murphy and Youngling, and Murphy's going to fight hard for this one. He wants to take a trophy away from a testing weekend here at Warden Law. He's going to be in no kind of mind to just let Timo Youngling go through here. Murphy knows he's there now, checks over the shoulder, 4 minutes and 40 to go. Charlie Turner and Josh Price have got them. Their pace is really, really good right now, the two leaders. I think the chances for Youngling to win this race are starting to disappear. That gap is holding at 4.2. He's looking down the inside. No, you need a big move to get past Miles Murphy. If ever the experienced driver in this KZ2 category, that might be a little bit of an experience from Timo Youngling. It's out of the race is Daniel Sebula. Now down the inside goes Youngling. Murphy gives him room. Quite respectful racing there, and through goes the Sony Vitesse of Timo Youngling into 3rd place. 4 minutes to go. Miles Murphy is just not looking quite there for his hopes of a podium this weekend.
Okay, 4 minutes to go. The gap is still 4.3 seconds. So even with that move, Youngling didn't lose any time to the race leader. And he's just gone purple through sector number 1. Josh Price is Youngling's next target. Turner, 2022 British champion, 2024 British Open champion. Price, 2023 vice champion in the UK, which is why he wears the number 2 seed. And there is the man on the mission, Timo Youngling. I haven't used the quip Youngling is massive for quite a while, but I think I'm about to bring it out for this one because it's going to have to be a massive couple of minutes for the young Anglo-German driver.
And the trouble for him right now that both Charlie Turner and Josh Price keeping that pace up. Charlie Turner has just done a personal best over the last lap. His lead is now 1.3 seconds. Maybe can just start to think about bringing this one home in terms of the mechanical sympathy here around the circuit. Derek Morgan is out of the race. He was in 13th place, so unfortunately the number 7 goes no further, will not see the checkered flag. Turner starts another lap. What is the pace like? It's good for Timo Youngling. He's the fastest driver on the circuit, but he's taking 1/10, 2/10, maybe 3 out of Charlie Turner and Josh Price at the moment. And right now he needs seconds really to start challenging them for those second and first places.
Well, I've got to say that Jake Weston has just set a new fastest lap of the race, 45.99 seconds for the Moore Racing number 16. And let's not forget Jake Weston, this is his first season in the British Championship. We've got 12 drivers left running. Barker is 12th, Stevens 11th, Thomas 10th, Green 9th, Ward 8th, Weston 7th, Lewis 6th, Stewart 5th, Murphy 4th, and then it is Youngling, the number 4 kart of Miles Murphy on his own. Oliver Stewart travelling quickly. He now leads the Jade Racing team charge as the lead down to 3.6 seconds. You're right, Andrew. You are right. And you can see there, centre screen there, watching on was Mark Barrett, who's helping to run Timo Youngling with the Sodi Vitesse team this weekend. And, you know, sometimes at the end of a weekend, you think, do you know what? Yeah, we were only 3rd, but we were 1st in terms of pace.
Yeah.
This is even if Timo's sort of charge stops here in 3rd place, I think they'll be very, very satisfied with that. One small mechanical failure, one incorrect decision on tyre choice. Other than that, Timo Youngling, I mean, everyone else in this class better sort of be a little bit, sort of conscious. The C word again, conscious of Youngling's, because he's only going to get quicker.
Yeah.
He's only going to get quicker and quicker in this class. He's just set a new fastest lap, 45.92 seconds. All that, he's still 3.5 seconds off the race lead, although no, now it's down to just 3.1. But with 13 seconds to go, I think that might be all she wrote.
Yeah, I think so for Youngling today. But again, he'll be thinking, well, I've got to keep pushing on because I had a technical failure earlier on in my race when I was leading, which came out of nowhere. You never know. But for Charlie Turner, he's in full control, it would seem, at the moment. Set a best lap a short few moments ago. This is his penultimate lap. And you've got to give it to this man who's won here before, of course, in 2022, the last time KZ2 had a Wera Tools British Kart Championships visit to this part of the world. Hasn't been an easy weekend for him at all. The problems earlier on today, the weather on Saturday as well, really put the cat among the pigeons. But he sees the last lap board now and knows he's 1.2 kilometres from getting another victory in KZ2. Another new fastest lap of the race from Timo Youngling. Josh Price is looking good for second place. He's got a second over Timo Youngling. Into Senna 1 goes Turner. There is Josh Price, who can be very happy with his weekend so far. And as long as he can get through to the end of this one, he's going to be championship leader at the culmination of the first round of 6 this year. Into Gasworks for the final time. Towards the horseshoe, Charlie Turner had to fight from the back of the pre-final. got up onto the front row of the grid for the final and wins at Warden Law. He takes the first round of this year's KZ2 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Josh Price will leave Sunderland leading the championship, second place in the final, 192 points, a good 13 points ahead of Miles Murphy. And Timo Youngling, after that disappointment in the pre-final, fights from the 7th row of the grid and is on the podium.
And I have to say that Turner has won that race, having really not been fastest in any session until the final. So. Yep. Big Derek T got it right when it mattered, and his son Charlie got it right on track. There is, oh, hello, there's a very brief view of Charlie's mechanic there, but that is the one you, and look at that, he knows that means a lot, because he came in this weekend, and, you know, yeah, in 2022, yeah, he was probably the quickest driver most events. Yeah. Not the case this time, and yet he has found a way to win. Charlie Turner, Josh Price, Timo Youngling, your top 3. Miles Murphy and Oliver Stewart round out your top 5. A great weekend for Ashley Lewis, Jake Weston and Lee Ward running out the top 8. Then Ryan Green on the Daniela Rossi kart. Nat Thomas, after saying, if it doesn't rain, I'm in trouble. Well, it didn't rain, and you know what, Nat? You came away with a top 10 finish, my son. Ella Stevens and George Barker on the last lap. George Barker, 47.57. That's his best lap of the weekend. Excellent progress for the driver of kart number 63.
Couple of retirements in that race. Derek Morgan and Daniel Cebulu. Hopefully we'll see them next time out at Shennington. The next time we'll see KZ2 will be on the weekend of the 26th to the 28th of July.
Ooh, I'm there. That's good.
Yes, for a double header. For now, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Charlie Turner then, race winner. Charlie, what have you got to say about that race?
I didn't really expect to win, and we started the day off really bad, started plump last due to 2 clutch failures, but went away for the pre-final, finished second, and my target was just getting the lead at the start and just managed to build a gap. I thought at one point Josh would catch me, but then the tyres kicked in and managed to pull the gap, so I'm over the middle first.
Obviously, this is only round 1 as well, so what are you thinking going into the rest of the championship?
Well, I don't really look at points, I just take each round as it comes and see what happens from there.
And is there, you know, this weekend we've seen some young guns coming into the KZ category. Anybody that you're looking out for the rest of the championship?
Of course, there's always competition, but I would say we've about 4 to 5 very good drivers, but we'll see how the rest of the year brings. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of luck involved with people having DNFs and exclusions, etc. So we'll see what happens for the rest of the year.
Great to hear from you, Charlie. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Great to hear from all of our drivers post-final then. Let's see some highlights from that KZ race.
Absolutely. Let's take you back to the race start, and Timo Youngling and Ella Stevens both getting such great starts that they met in the middle of the circuit, but well controlled by Josh Price in the early stages from pole position, getting into the rhythm, going around the back straight and into Gasworks. Jake Weston looking to fight his way back up through the order, has had some good speed so far this weekend, but it's eyes on Timo Youngling. We knew that the dry race pace of the number 25 would be quick. It's just whether he could find his way through this quality field. That was him getting past Ashley Lewis for 5th place in the middle of the race. Unfortunately for Youngling, he just didn't have enough laps to catch back up to the leaders. In the end, the gap was 2.4 seconds down from 4.5. This was one of his moves, past Miles Murphy for 3rd place into Gasworks. Good work on the brakes. Difficult weekend for the Demon Tweaks. More racing team with Miles Murphy there in the number 4. Charlie Turner, who'd taken the lead earlier on in the race as well, held the gap from Josh Price at a second to a second and a half, and comfortably took victory again here at Warden Law. Repeated his victory like the last time we saw KZ2 at Karting North East. As you can say, he takes each round as it comes. Delighted to take victory, and we'll move on to Shennington for the next round, which will be a double header for KZ2. Let's head down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. So we're still in Parc Ferme. Henry is on his way over, but he's been caught up chatting. He's skipping over.
Sorry.
Henry, how's your weekend been?
It's been really good. Firstly, I want to say a big thank you. I've been away for a couple of months, and to be back and to have everyone's support is fantastic. It really is a family here in the British Championship, and I've got to say, I felt that this weekend, and it's been really nice to be back. The racing just gets better and better. It sounds like a platitude. Oh, it's just promoting better and better. You know, come on. I mean, the KZ2 race, that spread out a little bit, but all the other finals, I mean, you can't get better than that. It was absolutely superb. Some amazing racing, great overtaking, and I've got to say, I think the drivers were better behaved today than they were yesterday. Strange.
I think yesterday a lot of those drivers would have gone back to the hotels, maybe been sat down and said, look,
and had a slap.
This is only halfway. We're not at the last round. We're halfway, so you need to rein it in a little bit, think about the points, think about what you're doing, you know. But the racing has been top tier, and I think it really proves that the British Kart Championships, the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, is some of the best racing in the world.
Yeah, indeed, and I said it before, we've got the World Championship, and a lot of these drivers, they will go off. They will race in Europe, you know, Timo Youngren, they've got champions of the future, you know, the CIK Academy, you've got the Rotax Euro Trophy, you've got the, okay, you'll say it, you've got the IARMA Euro Series, you've got the KZ2 World Cup, and all those things. British drivers are always well placed in that, and we've got the World Championships. I think we have seen the 2024 World Senior or Junior Kart Champion here this weekend. I've just got a feeling.
I'd be inclined to agree. And I tell you what, I'd say minis as well.
Again, yeah, even the youngest kids. I mean, the sportsmanship. I mean, you look when the lads won the kart. There's hugs in the junior final. It's not often. I mean, William Antrobus, Harrison Whitcomb, the hugs. They've just literally knocked 7 different colours of you know what out of each other on the track, and it's all good, fair, hard race. They come in. First thing they do, they give each other a massive hug. For anyone out there that wants to see how a young driver needs to present themselves professionally in front of the camera, look back at that interview for William Antrobus. Absolutely fantastic. That is what a young sportsman or woman should be like, and you know that, isn't it? It's so hard when you get out of a car at the end of the race, you get a microphone shoved under your nose, and you've got to speak eloquently, professionally, when all you want to do is punch somebody, really. It's so hard. That's what impresses me. The level of professionalism on and off the track just keeps going up and up and up.
Definitely. Yeah, fantastic performances from all of them. It's great to see. And I love being here. It doesn't get much better than this.
And you're doing a fantastic job. I'll be out of a job soon and all, but again, Andrew Mather doing a fantastic job in the box. The coverage from Alpha Live, you know, we're able to bring you different angles of things. So like we're showing you karting like you've never seen it before. Okay, we always still have a laugh because it's always got to be fun, and that's what we're here for. But you know, we're giving you a real insight into not just the drivers as drivers, but them as people and their families, and what makes this multicoloured, multinational travelling circus so special.
Great to have you back.
I'm back, can't get rid of me now. Apart from Kim Boltman, I'm not there.